We are. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports here live in Eunice. I'm Jimmy Jones alongside my partner today. Of course, we've got the man, the myth, the legend, the guy we call the finger. No, really, we call him the thumb. Welcome, Charlie.
Welcome, everybody. Ready for some track and field events over here in Eunice, New Mexico. I'm glad to be back home after yesterday's ordeal.
We are scrambling here to get set up. The wind is blowing. The internet has been sketchy up here in the top. We're in the top booth.
And we're hanging on for dear life.
Yes, and we just got everything up and running. So the field events have been started. They bumped the start back to this track meet. They started a little early today because of the wind and things going on with the weather, and Charlie swinging his mic around down there and
almost fell out the window.
Sounded like the thunder was rolling in my headset here. But anyway, they kicked today's start time back about 2.5 hours, and so we were scrambling to get here. So anyway, late getting set up, late trying to test mics, so we're going to test mics on the fly here, which is what we're doing now. Internet gave us some fits. We had already had our opening once and then realized the internet wasn't working anymore.
We forgot to wiggle the wire the right way.
So we wiggled, and now we are ready to go. So we are live here in Eunice. This is the District 4 2A district track meet, boys and girls. It involves, of course, your Eunice Cardinals, the Texaco Wolverines, the Tatum Coyotes, the Jow Panthers, and who am I missing? The Loving Falcons. Yep. That is the district that these groups are all competing for here today. The first and second place finishers in district automatically qualify and write their name on the list of those who want to go or are going to the state track meet, which is in the next week or so. And then, of course, you can also qualify for state by getting the required distance or time that automatically qualifies you to go. So you can qualify by finishing first or second, or you can qualify by distance and time. We typically, when we've just done one of these, and it was like a little test meet the other day, we typically have me down on the field using the mic in my phone, and I walk around and talk about different things going on, different events. I will tell you, it is windy today. It is very windy. And so down there on the field and the track, it's going to create some big-time wind noise in our mics. We're in a booth right now, and we're still getting some wind noise. So down there, I can tell you.
That, we got the little soft, fuzzy things on our mic. There, your phone don't have that.
That's right. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I'm going to get down there on the field here in just a minute. I know that we've already got the triple jump and the long jump are already going. I'm looking down there. It looks like they've got the boys pole vault already going, and then, of course, the girls high jump. Those are the things that I see for sure already going. It looks like there may be some throwing stuff going on. It's going to be really hard for us to cover the javelin, as the javelin is thrown right directly behind the visitor stands from where we're at, so it's going to be almost impossible to cover that. The shot put in the disc, we might be able to get bits and pieces of, but most of what's happening right here on the main field we'll do our best to cover. We don't have multiple cameras, so if somebody's long jumping at the same time, somebody's high jumping, unfortunately we can only get one or the other. And I can tell you right now, just looking out across there, that there are things going on in all corners. And so we're going to do our best. We'll try to bring you some track and field action. We had never done that until this year. So got some messages here coming, and like I said, right now we're kind of testing sound and making sure that we sound okay. And Resendo, the man, the myth, the legend, he said audio sounds pretty good. So with that said, I'm going to jump out of the booth. I'm going to try to get down there on the track. I'll call up to Charlie here in a minute, and we'll be able to discuss some things and talk about what's happening down there. If the wind gets too much and you guys just can't absolutely hear or understand what's going on, then I'll have no choice but to come back up here to the booth. So all of that said, to say thank you for listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports. I do want to shout out to our sponsors, as it does get difficult to shout these sponsors out when you're down there running around on the track. Those sponsors are
NMR Pipeline, Thomas Welding Service, Guns Up Services, Redbird LP Gas Company, Eunice Pump and Supply, Parker Energy, Cardinal Hardware, Eunice Health Clinic, Badger Hydrovac, Eunice Wrecker and Rental, City of Eunice, Eunice Schools, and Redbird Garage. Proud sponsors for today's sporting event here, this track and field, and we're gonna keep you up to date on as much as we can. Like Jimmy said, he's on his way down to the field, and right now I'm just we got the camera down on the triple jump and the long jump pits, and hopefully y'all can see some of that. And then if we something else comes up, we got a high jump coming up here. And she hit the bar. So anyway, there goes Mr. Jones. He's got his hat. Thought it was gonna maybe be a little warm. Uh-oh. Something happened there.
Hello.
Okay, we got you.
All right. Well, I'll call you when I get over to an event and get ready.
I thought you tried to call
All
me
right.
because I heard a loud beep.
I'll call you in just a sec.
Okay, dope.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
So he's on his way. We're just testing the phone with the mic. There's all kinds of action going. Let's get back down to the pits. They got continuous action down there. And when Jimmy gets down there like he's heading over to the pole vault area, we will receive a call from that young man and get things moving. And just about the time I get on one end, action on the other end. I think we got a pole vaulter fixing to do his thing. Like a young man from, I would say, Jow. Don't have a list of names or who's doing what, but we do have some video of it. And Mr. Jones will be down there in just a minute and give us a call. And the wind has not died down yet. So pole vaulter ready, got his pole up. And here we go. And he hit the pole. Hit the crossbar. Well, good try. Okay. So a lot of things going on at the same time. Okay, we got a call coming in, y'all. Bueno. Hello. Hello. Jimmy, can you hear me? Hello. Hello. Let me try calling him. How about that?
Hello.
How about now? I don't know why.
Can you hear me?
Huh?
Can you hear me now, Charlie?
I can hear you now, and I think whenever we do this, I'm gonna have to probably call you because I can't switch it over to the right mode when you call me. I don't know what it does. It kicks it back over to the phone.
Yeah, so you have to go into your settings and change it. But yeah, anyway, I'm down here live. We've got the boys pole vault going as well as the girls high jump. Watching a little boys pole vault action right now. And I'm going to slide over here. My sheets that they use for all of the lists of participants are all mixed up this time. Last time they had them in great order for me. This time they are all mixed up, so trying to find them.
I think maybe they dropped them on the way up here and then just picked them up. However,
That could be.
52
That
guard
could be
pickup.
This is the boys pole vault that's happening down here. You've got Zayden Lujan of JAL. You've got Isaac Melanson of Eunice. You got Zekias Ramos of JAL. You got Garrett Anthony of Tatum, Anthony Montez of Tatum, and Andre Rodriguez of JAL. So we've got coverage here today of the boys pole vault. Right beside it, we've got the girls high jump getting ready to get started, and so we'll have a lot of different folks that'll be doing some different events on this end. I was going to try to cover some of these folks when they got up and running here, and so not exactly sure what we've got, but we've definitely got delay. It is windy down here.
Look like they're taking a break down there.
Both ends on both the high jump and the pole. So I walked down here, I got all my sheets in order, and now we are in a pause. So we'll see what happens for sure.
That might be one of those union breaks. They get a 15-minute break or something, right?
Complained at the last track meet a little bit for the pole vault. You know, they had 4 competitors, 1 girl, 3 boys, and the pole vault was the first event to start.
And the last one.
The day it was dark just about. I thought, man, what are we doing? And anyway, but today they've got an excuse. It's extremely windy, maybe a pause there to wait on the wind.
Yeah, you can kind of see the flags in the picture there, and they're standing straight out, so the wind is coming in pretty hard.
Definitely. So I believe this is going to be Ramos. So Ramos of JAL getting ready to go here. And he has got his pole, and he is ready to go. Here.
You can kind of see behind the goalpost. He's prepping it up, ready to roll. I don't know why they couldn't have removed those goalposts for today and just put them back later.
Just hold them.
Yeah, pull them out.
Yeah, we don't need those.
Some of our JAL guys might come in here and cut them down for us like we used to do back in the day.
Paint job on our brand new court. We might as well have our football team.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I concur.
Ramos is going to miss that, and then looks like now we are most likely going to move to another height. I didn't hear what exactly. I heard him say to leave the bar down. So over on the other side, on the girls' high jump, they put the bar up. I saw a couple of people jump, and then they took the bar down. Then they put it back up, and now they're just standing around. So I'm going to have to walk over here to the long jump and check out the long jump. I'm going to walk to that other end.
Okay.
I'll keep it live here with me just so that we don't have any phone troubles on the disconnect as we head that direction.
Yeah. Well, I guess what we could do is if I have to call you, you can just hold your hand up, and then I'll call you. Figure out some kind of a system. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. That is strange. So I'm going to stroll over here. It looks like over at the long jump and triple jump, we've got jumpers going in opposite directions. Looks like the girls are working on the triple jump right now. I'm assuming that would mean the boys are long jumping.
Yeah, they go boy, girl, right?
Well, what they usually do is they get the boys going one direction because you end up with a lot, especially in the jumps, the triple, the long jump, you end up with a lot of people that do both of those events.
Yeah.
And so usually they'll have the boys going one way doing long jump while the girls are triple jumping, and then they'll switch.
And that's what they're doing.
So the girls are triple jumping right now. See if I can find the girls' triple jump documents here. Or is the list? There's the girls' long jump. Triple jump. I'm trying to keep my phone down in my case and then just talk into it.
Yeah, we'll need to get you one of them little mufflers for it like we got on our mics.
Just a beanie and wrap my phone in it. All right.
That might work.
In the girls' triple jump, we've got Amelia Lattes of Eunice, got Haley Sharp of Texaco, Gwen Hernandez of Tatum, Sammy Madrano of Hagerman, Briley Rodriguez of Hagerman, Lupita Mendoza of Hagerman, Christina Lindsay of Loving, and Price Raylan. Maybe Raylan Price. I'm not sure. Maybe it is Price Raylan of Loving. It says Price Raylan, so I'm going to go with that.
Okay.
So,
And about the time you get down that end, they're doing the pole vault again.
I hear them say, let's go, Sam. So I'm assuming it's going to be Sammy Madrano of Hagerman. And she is up next here in the triple jump.
Getting stretched out, ready.
Got some bright fluorescent shoes on, and she's coming down the runway.
That's a nice jump.
And they're going to mark her there, so that'll be a good jump. We'll see what the measurement is.
So triple jump, they have to jump 3 times, right? 1, 2.
Yeah, it's the name triple jump.
Yeah, okay.
I was listening. I didn't hear the distance. And then over on the other end, we've got the boys' long jump. What I may do is jump over to that other side, and then I will. I'll see if I can get the boys.
Kind of hear the distance and all.
Yeah, kind of because you got to get. I mean, as you can imagine, it's windy down here. So if you're not over there close, or if there's any background noise, you don't hear what the distance is. Let's see here if I can find the boys' long jump.
Yeah, she missed that one.
That was a scratch there.
Yeah. Comes a long jump.
Trying to see who's going to be low. We've got Raylan. This is Raylan Price. I heard him call her Raylan, so I'll stick with Raylan.
That'll be from Tatum?
Yeah, this is a young lady from Tatum. And she is up the runway. Heads down the thing.
Okay.
And I didn't hear him mark yet, but I think I'm going to go ahead and mark. So I'm assuming
I got some waivers down there.
Forward. So once again, did not hear the distance. They're definitely not saying the distance is very loud. Trying to wait to see who else we had triple jumping.
It's probably hard for them to announce and hear and everything else in that wind as well.
Yeah, it's blowing. There ain't no doubt about it. I believe this is going to be Christina Lindsay, or at least that's what the document says. No,
Okay.
she went over and said, well, that is not who that is. I tell you, there's a bunch of long jumpers on here. Looking at this boy's long jump,
Yeah.
there's a whole of boys long jumpers. That'll be a bunch. And
At least it's nice and cool today. It's not too blistering hot like it was yesterday.
yeah, I
And
don't
the
know
last-
if this is good.
I think Monday.
Good weather for a runner or jumper, but it's good for us broadcasters.
Yeah, it's nice and cool. Yeah. Of course, running, maybe a little better, except for the wind. Man, the wind is tough if you're running.
It's hard on the hammies and the muscles when it's cool outside.
Yeah.
Makes your butt. Let's see if I can figure out who's who. Woo-wee, there's a big gust of wind, almost blew me away.
That might be worth the video if it blows you across the field over there.
Yeah, for sure.
they got their money's worth then.
Looks to me like the girls' triple jump is already done and that they're about to transition to the boys. So.
Well, they got a lot of long jumpers, huh?
Yeah. That was a 19.7 jump there.
That's a pretty long
Even
jump.
with, I believe that's going to be Norbert Cervantes. Oh, and what they did was they measured through the spot that he would have been at without the step back, and it was 7.5. With the step back, it took 2 feet off of that, so he lost 2 on the step back.
So do not step back once you land and stick it, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. That's one of the reasons why they encourage long jumpers not to land on their feet. But this is a Hagerman jumper here. See if tell who it is. And I tell you, that wind is blowing down here. And that's going to be a scratch over the line. Was the Hagerman Bobcat there?
So he's got a toe over the line there.
Up is going to be Demetrius of Loving. Trying to see if I can see it. There it is, Demetrius Ansuarez. So this is Ansuarez, one of those athletes that we multiple sports.
Oh yeah, got them bright green shoes on.
Ready to come down the runway here. And I don't think he's got bright green shoes on.
Oh,
but,
I'm looking at the wrong one. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, that.
I was looking at the wrong. It's a long ways down there from where we're at, up in the bird's nest up here.
Yeah. That was a 15.11 jump there by Ansuarez.
Okay. So that 19 would have been good just without the step back.
Oh, yeah. I believe this is going to be Vargas of Jowl that'll be up next. So Vargas of Jowl will be next. Got them fluorescent pink shoes.
Okay.
Jowl's the guy in the blue, Charlie.
Yeah, I was looking at them shoes a while ago.
And there's going to be a scratch on that jump as well. So,
you know, you're sitting there looking at it, you think, man, that wouldn't be too hard. But it takes a lot of skill to do what these kids are doing.
So this is Xavier of Hagerman.
Okay.
Let's see if I can tell where he's at. It's Xavier Aguilar. Young man's best jump for the year, 17. He's in the pink shoes. Out here ready, warming up. So he definitely had a good toe on the board right there. We'll see what the measurement is. That's a 15.2 jump, 15.2.
Okay, not bad.
Next up is Alberto Sainz of Eunice. Best jump for the year, 17.6. And he is up there ready to go next.
I wonder if the wind has an effect on these jumps too.
But it definitely has an effect on the, on your run, getting your steps, that sort of thing.
Looked like a pretty good jump.
You know, it looked like a good jump. I didn't hear a mark, so I'm not real sure. Oh, they are going to mark, so we'll see where they spot him. So I'm assuming that must have been a scratch because there was no measurement taken there. And we had a young man running down already running down the runway, but we still had our
rakes in the middle. That would have been a bad deal.
Raking and leveling the sand.
So they need one of them refs, like the one of them baseball refs down there, to go scratch.
Yeah, and they usually use step. All right. So next up, young man from Loving. I believe this is Chavez. I didn't hear him say his name, but
And here he comes.
and he jumped probably a good 2 foot behind the board.
He wanted to make sure he didn't scratch that one, huh?
I think I heard him say 16-3.
Wow.
This will be Lucas Lopez, the 8th grader from Eunice. His best jump on the year 17-7.
He's
One of
looking,
his 8th class that the Cardinals have got this year that's done some good things in multiple sports.
mm-hmm. Some of these young up and comers, we're going to have some, good athletes just keep coming here.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely some youngsters that are athletic. So here comes Lopez. Lopez steps on the board. He gets a good jump. He's probably a good 4 inches behind the end of the board, but he definitely gets a good spotted jump there.
Yeah.
And that was 18-1, so that's going to be his best jump ever right there with 18-1
Wow.
for Lucas Lopez.
Nice. I'm sure he's happy with that jump.
This is going to be Jose Valenzuela of Jal that'll be up next.
So what does it take to qualify
Best
for
jump
state?
9, so he's got a 17-9 jump coming into it.
Okay.
He is on the runway and coming down. That trail leg hit the sand feet.
Yeah. So
We'll see.
is there a number like to get into the state track meet that you can get?
His jump was 16.6.
Okay.
Yes, there is a qualifying distance. I'm not sure off the top of my head what it is. I know that can automatically get in.
Right.
I think I heard something say 19 something a while ago.
Okay.
So this will be Grayson Meek of Eunice. He's got a 17.10.5 jump coming into the district track meet as his best jump of the year. And so he's on the runway and ready to go. Here comes Meek. And he's a good 6 inches over the board. So that'll be a scratch for Meek.
I noticed the ones going down to the triple jump, they're just like running through the dirt. Are they just practicing?
So this will be Nobert Cervantes. Nobert Cervantes.
Okay.
As far as the triple jump, the girls' triple jump is over.
Kelsey Wheeland with a qualifying height of 4'8" from Texaco. In second place from Gel High, it's Abigail Darden with qualifying height of 4'10". And in first place from Texaco High School, Zayna Hunt with clearing 5 foot.
So Cervantes with a good jump there. We'll see what the distance is. 17.5.5 for Cervantes right there. Yeah, so over at the triple jump, they're getting ready to start the boys. So the boys are warming up over there.
What's those strings they got down there? Are they measuring?
Yeah, that's the measuring tape.
See where to start at?
Well, that's right now they're
Final
measuring
call for boys triple jump.
the
Final call for boys triple jump.
warming up and getting everybody's steps over there.
Right.
So over here is going to be Omar Armendariz of Eunice.
Okay.
Omar's got a jump this year of 18.6 coming into the district track meet. He got a good spot on the board there, and see what the distance is. $16 feet.
Yeah.
So Arian Lopez of Loving will be up next here in the long jump. So this young man will be from Loving. Yeah, what you're seeing them do over there at the triple jump is they're measuring their steps. Everybody has you want to be able to, in theory, to run with your eyes closed and jump from the same single spot every time, and your steps should be the same. And so they measure where their steps should be. And there's a good-looking jump there by that young man, Arian. from Loving. We'll see what the distance is. That was 18 feet 5 inches for Ariel.
Wow, that's pretty good.
Yeah. This will be Tyson Coy, I believe. Tyson Coy, best jump of the year for him is 19 feet 10 inches.
Wow.
Tyson hasn't ran track until this year. He just started like in the middle of the season, so he's kind of a one that decided to start running in the middle of the year and came out here, and in his first track meet jumped 19 feet 10 inches.
Wow, that's pretty good.
And so he's on the runway ready to go.
Wow.
So Tyson Coy, and only his third track meet of his entire life. Let's see what his jump is. 18.5. So not the
not bad.
Last track meet, but still a good jump there. 18.5. I was trying to listen. That may be the complete. A lot of times in these district track meets, just so that everybody knows, what they'll do is they'll have everybody will have 3 jumps. Once they finish their 3 jumps, then they'll have the finals, and you'll be allowed usually 3 more jumps in the finals. So those youngsters that, like a lot of times Chloe, what she would do is she would jump her 3 jumps, and if she had jumps that she didn't think anybody was going to beat, a lot of times she might not jump again in the finals. She'd just take her best jump and move on to her next event so that she didn't have to jump 6 times and wear herself out.
Right. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Especially if you do multiple events.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, like for her, she always had 5. That's the most they allow you to do. So, anyway, some discussion going on about who's up next and that sort of thing here at the long jump. I haven't seen, some of our top long jumpers like Maddox Mata, Hector Sosa, Moses of Texaco, who's got a jump of 20 feet 6 inches, and Aguilar of Hagerman, a young man that we've watched win here before this year, who's got a best jump of 23 feet 3 inches.
So if they jump throughout the year, if they get a qualifying jump, does that put them in the state meet, or do they have to do it during the? Yeah. Yeah.
No. A lot of these youngsters have already qualified.
Okay.
This is just your at last opportunity. So if you make it to this part of the year and you haven't qualified in a certain event or in your event, then this is your last chance to try to make it.
Right.
And so you've got to get your you got to get your steps right. You got to get everything right. You got to give it your best jump if you haven't, gotten there yet.
Yep.
And this is your last shot.
And
once again, you can qualify for state either by running the time that you need to or below, by jumping the distance, throwing the distance, whatever it might be, or by finishing first or second
here today
here in the district track meet.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Nice.
So the long jump has kind of came to a pause here. They may have done them in groups because there was so many. They may have had 10 guys go first and get their 3 jumps in and then transition over to maybe the next 10. I'm assuming that's maybe what they got going on here. And once again, the triple jump is they're warming up over there for it. While we've got a pause, I may stroll over there I may stroll over here and see if I can see any of action over in the throws.
Okay.
See if I can get across this track without having somebody run over me. That'd make for good TV.
Yeah, that would be some good footage. So.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. So I'm gonna stroll over here toward our throwers. They're over here on this backfield, so we'll see what we can get of them for sure. And so and that wind is blowing. Looks like we've got the girls throwing the shot right here outside the fence.
Can we get somebody to come remove some of this brush and trees here?
That's what Rosendo said last time. He said, I think I know somebody on the school board, and I'm going to have to cut some brush down.
At least trim it a little bit or something.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is the shot. See if I can find these sheets here for this. Young lady from Texaco chunked it out there here on the put. Trying to look at this sheet. Man, there's a bunch of shot putters.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of them. Yeah, there's a bunch of them. So I have no idea who that was.
Yeah, we'll need one of them portable camera packs to carry around.
Yeah, for sure. That would be good.
Own battery pack and the whole deal.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that would work good. A little portable camera. Young lady from Hagerman. She's gonna rip it out there. I recognize that young lady. She's been a basketball, volleyball player for years for Hagerman. Heard them call for Mendoza of Jow. Trying to see who that'll be. Isela Mendoza of Jow. Young lady's best throw on the year is 29.6.5. She'll step in the circle. Man, she threw that one out there pretty good. We'll see what the distance is.
Threw that one out there, almost hit my truck.
Yeah. Yeah, she'd have give you some hail damage with that one.
So how heavy is that item?
So Jackie Boyd now steps out there. So Jackie Boyd, young lady, has done some big things the last couple of years. Best throw of 31 feet on the year.
Yeah, that's a long
and she chunked
throw.
it out there and looked like a good throw. And so they called the scratch there. So,
Or they have a line they can't cross over, or what is it?
yeah, can't step outside the circle. So Boyd with the scratch right there. And so that'll bring up Gaetan. Lizzie Gaetan will be your next thrower.
Okay.
Or I guess putter.
So how heavy is that shot put?
It's heavier than my baseball that I used to throw around every now and then.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. He threw that one over there and almost knocked out Bobby Reed. Bobby Reed was bobbing and weaving over there. He almost took a shot put to the shin.
Yeah.
And so that'll bring up Alina Rodriguez. Alina Rodriguez steps into the shot put ring. She'll cross that ball over and go between her legs behind the back.
And then hit a three-point shot.
Yep. She throws that one out there. And
Tell her just act like it's a three-point shot, and she'll get it on over there.
That's right. Yeah, so they'll mark the spot there, basically saying that it wasn't quite an improvement, so they won't measure, and we'll keep on going over to the next one. And we've got Miss Boyd here. She's probably got some interesting things to say on the air live here.
Yeah.
All four of our girls made finals.
All right.
Our girls made finals. Well, Jackie didn't have a PR, but Jackie won.
Oh, yeah?
Nice.
From her first. But all Gretchen Ball, Alina Rodriguez, and Lizzie
All
Gaetan
qualified.
all had no, they didn't qualify, but they all had personal bests. So we are
Okay.
very proud of the work that they're doing. And Lizzie and Alina and McKenna all made finals in javelin. So
Awesome.
they're
All
getting
right.
work done.
Awesome.
I got to go work javelin.
We appreciate
Excellent,
you.
excellent.
Thank you for the update. That's awesome. Yeah, so they are wrapping up here with the shot put here on the girls' side. They said Jacqueline Boyd is going to be, I believe they said she won.
Nice.
I think that's what I heard.
Sound like a proud mama there talking.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely. And so trying to look around over there. Look like they got a little discus going over here in the back.
And that's over there by the backstop, huh?
Yeah, that's way over there. I'm not sure how far over that way I'm going to make it. You know what? I'll stroll over that way. You know, they said that Jacqueline had won, but you've still got girls throwing here. This is going to be one of those young ladies from Hagerman that's been around here for quite a few years playing multiple sports. And she threw that one into the dirt. So, no, you do. I may walk over, see if I see anything interesting going on over here with the discus.
Yeah, I got them in. At least I can see them.
Yeah.
The shot putters, you couldn't really see them. You could just see brush.
Yeah, well, I mean,
but
you know, if you can see the tree, you're in business.
Yeah. I need to trim that bush a little bit.
Yeah, you got to do that every now and then.
Got to.
So, young man from Texaco is going to fling that one way out there. Let's see if we can hear a distance. Definitely, we're definitely way over here for sure.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Good. How are you guys? Yeah. So we'll jump over here and see if we can watch a little discus. And the wind is blowing. That is for sure. Trying to take a look and see if I can look at some of these competitors in the boys discus. So we could at least touch on some of those folks that are over here from Beach. And another one of those long sheets. There's a whole bunch of competitors in the boys discus.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So the boys discus, woo-wee, it's a long one. Trying to look here. I'll give some of our discus folks. Nikolai Mason of Loving.
Okay.
Salvador Rodriguez of Loving. Aziel Dominguez of Hagerman. Sergio Hernandez of Loving. Joe Angel Anguiano of Eunice. Jace Munoz of Loving. Atlee Ball of Eunice. Ryan Echeverria of Loving. Steven Cervantes of Jal. Baldo Lara of Loving. Alejandro Melendrez of Loving. Liam Charo, somebody I know from Eunice.
Mm-hmm.
Isaac Murillo of Loving. Joel Sosa of Eunice. Trevor Pope of Loving. Eduardo Martinez of Tatum. Alonzo Salazar of Tatum. Daniel Harrison of Texaco. Jonathan Lance of Jal. Luis Ibarra of Tatum. Danny Gonzalez of Hagerman. Lane Casey of Texaco. Jesus Mancinas of Hagerman. Heron Rascon of Eunice. Jose Olivas of Loving. Jonas Martinez of Tatum. Adair Munoz of Hagerman. Baron Ramirez of Texaco. Joshua Barnes of Loving. Ismael Silva of Texaco. And Luke Gray of Hagerman. Those are the competitors.
A lot of names there.
Yeah, that's why I was saying there's so many of them. It's definitely hard to see or tell who's doing what.
It's must be a pretty popular sport.
A lot of discus throwers.
Activity.
I was trying to wait and hear what that distance was, as they're still spending some time out there measuring. In this, coming into today, the best throw is from Luke Gray of Hagerman with 118.9. Got a Texaco Ismael Silva with 115.10. Josh Barnes of Loving, 106.9. Baron Ramirez of Texaco, 103, 2.5. The best Eunice thrower coming into today is 99, 4.5 from Heron Rascon.
So a lot of throwing of that disc.
Yeah, waiting on them to get the. They're still taking some measurements here, so it looks like throwing a few and then measuring and throwing a few and measuring.
I was going to wear my long sleeve shirt today, but after watching y'all on Monday, I thought, man, it's going to be hot.
I had one of the Eunice. One of the Eunice throwers was excited. They just measured his. He said that he threw 105.9.
Nice.
That's a good throw. I mean, that puts him, as far as if you look at this list, that would put him up in maybe the top 3 or 4.
Yeah.
And I'm not exactly sure. I was trying to look and see. Maybe Utley Ball. Yeah, maybe that's Utley Ball that I heard say that. If it is, man, that's a 30-foot improvement on him if that was the throw.
Wow. Maybe a personal best for him.
Could be. Like I said, it's hard to tell. They're a ways away from me, and the wind is blowing 900 miles an hour.
Yes. Yeah, I think our booth up here is rocking a little bit because of that wind.
Oh, man. It is blowing. I'm over here leaned against this little stone for the gate. So, once again, it looks like they have a few people throw, and then they
take a little break.
Well, what they do is they measure several at a time, so they mark stakes, and then they're running around measuring them all right now. So that's what the holdup is here.
I guess after throwing a basketball or a baseball, it wouldn't be. I mean, after throwing that shot put, it wouldn't be nothing to throw that baseball or basketball.
Yeah, you would think it would.
It's like a medicine ball.
I think so. Yeah. So anyway, I think I'm going to stroll back over toward the field. It's hard to.
Yeah, it looks like they got several pole vaulters kind of lining up over here. The ladies.
Okay. Getting ready to start that girls' pole vault.
I think so. Yeah.
Be nice if we could figure out a way. I'm sure somebody could do it for us, but where they could run us the results as they start getting some of those in, and then we could start to know.
And let everybody know what we got.
Yeah, for sure. Giving them an opportunity to get some of those folks who's already punched their ticket and whatnot. That way they could get announced. We get them going. Here's my main man, Jose Calvillo, and the big dog right beside him is ready to go. They're ready to eat today. Ready to eat.
Eating's not a bad thing at all.
That's right. So we're working my way over here trying to get back into the main field. There's Miss Lizzie Gaetan. She's an all-star.
Here are the results for girls triple jump. In 6th place, Gwen Hernandez. 5th place, Riley Rodriguez. 4th place, Sammy Madrano. 3rd place, Lupita Mendoza. 2nd place from Loving High School with a qualifying jump of 31.3.5, Price Raylan. And in 1st place with a qualifying jump of 31.7.5 from Loving High School, Christiana Lindsay.
So that was the result of what?
I believe the ladies, I think she said triple jump.
Jump. All right. So that's your triple jump results. That's one way for us when they start announcing.
Yeah, kind of listen up.
Yep.
And you folks out there can probably hear.
Boys shot put, please go check in. Boys javelin and boys shot put.
Yeah, I wish we could see the javelin, but it's right directly behind the stands over there. There's no way the camera shot would get it.
I walked over there and looked. There's absolutely no way we can see it.
Yeah.
So that jump was 17.3 by a young man from Loving. And so now we'll have Tyson Coy back up.
Okay. Probably the
So
final
Coy
round
back,
here.
Yep, back on the runway here. I'm assuming this is going to be the finals. Is what we've got going here. So here comes Tyson Coy.
How do you planted that landing?
I didn't hear whether it was a spot or a scratch. So it must have been a scratch for Tyson Coy, the senior who just decided to run track about a week ago.
Yeah.
Definitely making his presence known here.
So let me show you what I got.
Yeah. Yeah, a young man that's definitely been impressive in his few weeks to join the track team here. Young man from Tatum.
So if you fall and you lean and your hand goes back, do they mark it where your hand is?
Yeah, it's the farthest spot
okay.
back.
Well, what touches?
If you reach back, if you stand back, if you whatever, the farthest spot that touches closest to the board is where they measure from.
I gotcha. Okay. So keep your hands in front of you, huh?
That's right. So this is Hector Sosa of Eunice. He's up next.
Okay.
Coming into today, he had the fourth best jump in the district. So Hector Sosa on here, ready to go. Had a good-looking triple jump going the opposite direction there.
Kind of get it back a little bit. We can see both, maybe. It don't seem like it's zoomed in enough, but if you're looking at it on a big screen, it's probably a lot better.
So Sosa with a good-looking jump there. We'll see what the measurement is. $19.9 for Hector Sosa.
Okay.
Not a PR for that young man. His PR is $19.11 on the year. But that's right there close. And so next up, that'll bring up Maddox Mata, the senior from Eunice. Maddox's best jump of the year is 20 feet, 3.5 inches.
And here he comes.
Mata with a good-looking jump. That trail leg kind of drugged the ground almost probably 6-8 inches behind the top, and then they're going to say that he stepped over the board about a toe's length. So they have scratched him on that jump.
So he'll get another. They have what? You said they have 3 this time too, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Good-looking jump right there. His left leg, the left leg of Mata hit the sand probably 6 inches behind the right side. And so now we've got Tatum up, and I believe this is going to be Anthony Montes. Young man's best jump of the year was 19 feet 10 inches. As he steps onto the runway, ready to go. Good-looking jump again. Once again, kind of a recurring theme here. 18-11 on that jump. Kind of that recurring theme that you see in so many, especially the jumpers at the high school level. You see a lot of them drag that left leg. You see a lot of that. That left leg lands about 6 inches to a foot behind the other side as they start to. Yeah, it costs them a good 6 inches to a foot each jump.
Oh, and you start when it's jumping.
It looks like we've got the young man from Tatum next in line. They're trying to give him a second to get a breath. As Montez from Tatum back over here. Tell you what, I'll watch this one, and then we'll stroll down and watch some pole vaults.
Okay.
You know what I might do is try to catch Adam Montez over here on the triple jump.
Okay. Is he up next?
You know, I see him walking over that direction, so I'm assuming that maybe he's not. Looks like you've got a young man from either Hagerman or Texaco. It's Green up next, and then Adam after him. So we'll catch us some Adam Montes.
Okay.
Adam Montes. Adam Wattis. Guess I can call him whatever I want to call him.
My man, Adam.
But no, they do have Adam. Adam is on the runway, and he is getting ready to go here as he steps onto the runway ready.
And here he comes.
And here comes Adam. See what he gets here.
Oh.
Aye. Chopped his feet,
Yeah.
so that'll be a scratch for Adam. We may have jinxed him there. We may have jinxed Adam.
He said, y'all quit talking about me, man.
Yep. Alondra Maureen on the runway here. Going to jump in there and get a jump out of the way. And maybe I think they're just checking steps there. So, anyway, so it looks like the girls getting ready to get started. And I can't tell, Charlie, on that other end, do we have people warming up for the pole vault, or is that event still going?
They got a bunch of poles in the air. I mean, it looks like they're lining up over there.
Yeah, usually that's what they do when they're practicing or warming up.
Okay. So that may be it.
First call girls 800-meter relay.
They are doing some high jumps as well.
Yeah. So they are calling the first call for the girls 4x800-meter relay. That is the 2-mile relay. Each runner going to run an 800.
Okay.
Definitely not what I consider a fun one.
Yeah, I used to like running, but it seems like the last 30 years or so I didn't like it so much.
Don't like it as much anymore, huh?
No.
Yeah, so it looks like they're warming up, getting ready to start the girls' long jump here. It's it's windy.
It's pretty windy.
I tell you what, as I stroll onto this track, I see a couple of celebrities here. We've got Mr. Woods and Mr. Coy here. I was looking for Mr. Woods. They don't realize they're live on the air here, so if they need to say anything that's offensive to anybody, now is the time to say it. Yes, that's exactly right.
Yeah, you got our ears.
Yeah, you got everybody's ears, huh? And they can rewind you and watch you again later tomorrow or whenever it is if they really liked it.
Well,
definitely.
If you're campaigning, this is the way to go right here, boys.
That's right. We're running for office. I think Woods right here. He may be running for something. We don't know exactly what yet, but he's going to run for something. We've got a Julius Woods sighting.
Yeah.
You know, it's a good day when you got the jewels in the house. I'm going to stroll down this other way. We'll see if we can see what these pole vaulters are doing down here. As the pole vaulters seem to be getting after it. I'll ease down that way and see if I can catch either them or maybe some high jumpers.
Okay.
Lucindo still hasn't made it, huh?
No, not yet.
He's probably sitting somewhere eating a cheeseburger and taking it easy. Yeah.
Watching, going, man, I'm waiting till that wind dies down to finish this cheeseburger.
That's exactly what he's doing, waiting on the wind.
We know you, Rosie. Yep. No, don't try to fool us.
He's, what do you always call him, the scab or whatever?
The blister.
There you go. I knew it was something like that.
That's what happens when the work's over. That's when the blisters arrive.
Crescendo. That's him. Man, looking over at the high jump, looks like the bar is
pretty
high over there. Yeah. I'm assuming that's got to be the boys' high jump. The girls warming up in the pole vault.
Yeah, a lot of poles standing straight up. Looks like they're building the fence over there or something.
Yeah. Interested to see how the pole vaulters in our district look. Yeah, definitely. You know, pole vault is one of those specialty events that it just requires somebody that can teach it and that has all the equipment needed to do it. It is just not it's not one of those events that you can just take your random person and throw over here and say, hey, teach people to pole vault.
Right.
I will tell you that it is a very, just a lot to it. And so.
Yeah, I've coached some, little girls softball and stuff, but I couldn't coach pole vaulting, I'm pretty sure.
No, I guarantee you. Yeah. Yeah, definitely not one of those events that your average person can jump over and just coach for sure. It's just not and I include myself in that discussion of folks that aren't necessarily qualified to coach it either. I mean, it just requires some knowledge. I will tell you, watching a few of these technical pole vaulters, it looks like somebody's teaching them some good stuff.
Yeah.
And it looks like they've got good equipment. Just looking, I mean, those Essex poles, those black and yellow poles are really good poles.
Well, it was a nice high jump out there.
Yeah, Texaco with the big high jump there. Not sure who that is, but the young man from Texaco with the clear. And to scroll through these sheets to find my pole vaults. Here's my girls' pole vault sheet. So in the girls' pole vault, we've got Gemini Ornales of Loving, Tatiana Ortiz of Loving, Olivia Ramirez of Jow, Janet Torres of Hagerman, Kinley Allen of Tatum, Breely Kane of Texaco, Kaylee Whelan of Texaco, Emery Parr of Texaco, and Aspen Kane of Texaco. So a lot of young ladies from Texaco. They've got several vaulters over 8 foot and a 9 foot vaulter here.
Wow.
And there's another Texaco jumper up and over the bar over at the high jump.
It looks pretty high.
I don't know what it's at, but it definitely is not. It's not very low. It's above Racindo's head.
Oh yeah, that don't take a whole lot, but it's still pretty tall.
That is true. That is true.
Rosendo, you're not here to defend yourself, so we're gonna pick on you.
That's right. That's right. We gotta throw some stones at him while he's not here.
Rosendo's like my like Angelica, she'll be in the back of the house and I'll say something and I'll say Angelica and she'll say, Dad, are you talking to me? I said, no, I'm talking about you. Don't go on about what you're doing. Dad, quit it.
Yeah.
I'm not talking to you, I'm talking about you.
Yep.
So how's the weather? I mean, is it cool down there? It's pretty cool up here.
When that sun goes behind the clouds like it is right at this moment, you can feel the coolness. When that sun pops out, just the sun itself is enough to cool you or to warm you up real quick. So when the sun pops out, I think I should take my jacket off. When the sun goes behind the clouds, I'm glad I got it on.
You'll be back and forth all day.
Yeah, for sure.
So are they going to start setting the bar up for the pole vault, or what are they going to do?
Right now they're all still warming up and practicing. So you've got a lot of, these are just warm-up drills that a lot of pole vaulters do. And there's they're just kind of letting them all continue to warm up, basically.
I'm just keeping the camera down here on the high jump. They got several doing the high jump.
See if I can find that list. See if I can find that list of folks that are high jumping out here today. There's the shot put, the discus. See if I can. There's the triple jump and the javelin, and there's the boys' high jump right here. Not quite as many as some of these other events that we've seen here today, for sure.
Yeah, that's a little more specialized, maybe, huh?
Yeah. In this event, you've got Jesus Soria of Loving. You've got Jake Garrison of Texaco, Nathan Autry of Texaco, Fernando Zamora of Hagerman, Sebastian Rodriguez of Eunice, Elijah Melanson of Eunice, Alexander Fuentes of Texaco, and Keaton Dumas of Texaco. Dumas comes in today with the highest jump of the season from anybody in our district, with a best jump of 6 feet 3 inches.
Wow. Yeah. That's a high jump.
Yep.
Reckon he can dunk the basketball?
Yeah, I would guess that would be my. Yeah.
If you can get 6 feet off the ground, you can put it in at your waist.
Typically, if you can high jump 6 foot, you can usually dunk a basketball. So anything over that,
yeah,
for sure. Yeah, that's kind of the running thought. If you can high jump over 6 foot, you can usually dunk a basketball.
4 by 800 meter relay, girls and boys. Second call.
So we're calling the second call for the 4 by 800.
Good.
First call for
Well, thank you. Thank you. Trying to hide my mic down in my thingy here so I don't blow so bad.
I'll give a quick shout out to our sponsors here during this while we're sitting here. NMR Pipeline, Thomas Welding Service, Guns Up Services, Redbird LP Gas, Eunice Pump and Supply, Parker Energy, Cardinal Hardware, Eunice Health Clinic, Badger Hydrovac, Eunice Wrecker and Rental, City of Eunice, Eunice Schools, and Redbird Garage. Them sponsors for today's track meet. The Eunice sponsors.
District track meet. We wish our athletes a safe and productive afternoon. Good luck to everyone. And we'd like to wish a happy birthday to Gwen Hernandez from Tatum High School. And Coach Boyd, the Eunice head coach. Happy birthday.
Okay, a couple of birthdays. Grant Hernandez from, I think she said Tatum. And Coach
Boyd.
Coach Boyd, yeah.
Pardon?
Happy birthday to you. You live in a zoo. Oh, wait a minute. That's another song.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, y'all.
Looking at this, it looks like we've got a couple of Texaco jumpers is all that remains.
Yeah.
Here, the girls shot put.
Gretchen Bell of Eunice. In fifth place, Harley Gamby of Tatum. In fourth place, Mariah Bachicha from Texaco. In third place, with a qualifying distance of 30 feet, 3.5 inches, Jimena Churro of Huron. In second place, with a qualifying distance of 30 feet, 9 inches, Isela Mendoza of Jal High School. And in first place, with a qualifying distance of 30 feet, 9 inches, Jackie Boyd of High School.
All right, so Jackie Boyd did win the shot put. Qualified.
So she gets the first place and the shot put.
Nice.
I was trying to give them a chance to get the pole vault up and running. Looks like there's only a couple of jumpers left in the high jump.
Long jumpers, please report to long jump. The Texaco girls long jump. Please report to the long jump. And javelin boys, you need to check in, please. All javelin throwers, boys, need to check in.
So I guess they're. Oh, still got another one.
Yeah, I'm assuming that they're about to get this up and running here. And
On the
so
pole vault.
I was going to try to stick around at least long enough to get the pole vault started here, and at least maybe catch all the jumpers' first jump. That way, at least we could get up and running and cover a couple of the jumps before we move on over to the long jump.
Right.
Interested to see what they're going to start off at today.
Come down. Come up together. Come up together. Keep coming up. Good talk to your business. Come up here. Come down a little bit. Good. Come up here. That's it. Right, we got lots of people left. Huh?
Do you have the picture, sir?
I do the pole vault.
Oh, shoot,
Yeah.
it has. Wait,
Final call for the girls and boys.
I'm not
4
wrestling
by
it. I think he
800
is.
meter
I'm
relay.
broadcasting live
Final
on
call
TV. So you're
for
on
the girls
TV, right?
and boys 800 meter relay.
You know, it ain't candy,
Call for
camera.
3200 meter
Yeah,
run.
But I
girls
do have
and
a piece of
boys.
candy in my mouth.
Second call
We
for the
got some
3200
young ladies
meter
from
run.
Mexico with a
Girls
little
and
TV time
boys.
right there, live on the air.
First
So,
call for the 4
anyway,
by
just-
100 meter relay.
she-
First call for the 4 by 100 meter relay.
Yeah. So we.
what are you starting off at, Coach? 5'6". So they're going to start off at 5'6"
We have
here
another
in the girls'
birthday
pole
today.
vault.
Happy birthday to Coach Simmons from Jow High School.
Coach Simmons from Jow.
Once again,
Happy
they're gonna start
birthday to you.
They'll start the girls' pole vault at 5'6". You'll have the young lady from Loving, Miss Gemini Ornalis, will be up first,
Okay.
trying to get her standards set where they want them. You know, in all of these events, so you won't find too many with as many
In sixth place,
flexible
Elizabeth Gaitan
parts
of
as the
Eunice.
pole vault. You move your standards up, back, kind of get them set where you want them, trying to get your steps on right, your pole right.
Gaitan of Jow. In third place, Mariah McGuire of Eunice. In second place, with a qualifying distance of 99 feet and 4 inches, McKenna McBee of Eunice. And in first place, with a qualifying distance of 109, 7 inches, Luann Villasener of Tatum.
So Luann Villasenor with the win in the javelin for the Tatum Lady Cowboys.
All right.
So the young lady from Loving with the miss on the first attempt there. Now you'll have Tatiana Ortiz up from Loving. She'll be stepping up there onto the runway next. And she's up and over.
Yeah.
So she'll move on to the next height, and I believe that'll bring up Olivia Ramirez of Jow. Her best jump coming into the year was 6 foot earlier in the year.
That's pretty neat watching them do that. I mean, that's a different kind of a activity. You know, it's
Definitely.
interesting.
This is exactly how Chloe blew her second ACL in the last year.
Yeah.
So here comes Ramirez, and she's going to scratch on her first one. That'll be a miss when your feet leave the ground after the plant, or if you break that plane between the crossbar and the back of the box, it's considered a miss.
So I thought she was
That'll be a miss.
I thought she was going to limbo under there for a second.
There you go. So that'll bring up Janet Torres of Hagerman. Young lady's best jump on the season is 7 foot.
Well, it definitely, and some things you say, well, it looks easy. It's not as easy as it looks, but it looks hard. So
for sure,
it's probably harder than it looks, and it looks pretty darn hard to me.
So there's Torres, and she's up and over easily. So Torres clear. She'll move on to the next height, and that'll bring up Kinley Allen, I believe, of Tatum. Oh, no, she must be going to pass this height.
Don't want to waste the
Allen
energy.
will pass this height. Yeah. You know, it's kind of like what we saw earlier in the boys' long jump. You had a couple of jumpers that, after their first jump, had already jumped far enough that there was no doubt they were going to make it into the final, so they passed.
Yeah.
In the pole vault and in the high jump, a lot of times vaulters or jumpers will pass those first couple of heights if they know that's a fairly easy height for them, and they'll move on up so that they don't waste their energy or risk getting hurt or something on a low height, and that's going to be a miss there on the first jump.
So do they just
that's
get
Gemini?
They get one
Gemini
chance?
now. No, you get 3 at each height.
Okay.
So if you miss 3 times, then you're out at a height.
Okay. But if you're out at that height, you can't go up to another height.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, that is correct.
Getting all these ground rules down. Honestly, I think this is the first track meet I've ever been to.
Oh, man, well, you've been missing out.
A lot of interesting things going on here.
Well, and I'm assuming that they jumped into the girls' 2 mile, I think is what you've got going here.
Yeah, 4x4, 800.
No, I believe this is the 2 mile.
Oh, okay. Well, this young lady in the green shirt is way out front.
Yeah. Yeah, she's running faster for 2 miles than you run to your refrigerator for your next snack. In between shows.
Way faster.
Yeah.
2 miles. That's wow. I used to be able to do that back in the day, but it's been many days.
That's farther than Rosie runs from his office out there back over here to get on the broadcast.
Telling you.
All right, so we've got another Loving vaulter up, getting ready to try to go up and over here.
So that race there, that's not really a race. Like you got people like racing side by side. It's like I'm way out here. Everybody else is way back there. Oh.
Yeah, these long ones can get that way for sure. So that was Gemini Ornelas with her. I believe that's her second miss. Young lady from Hagerman, I heard him saying, "Come on, Lupita." So I'm assuming her name is Lupita.
Well, I'll tell you what,
she is out making her.
She's a half a lap ahead of the second place girl.
Yeah. Yeah, these long distance runs, you'll see a lot of that. Oh, man, she whacked her. Thought she hit herself on the head, but that's Olivia Ramirez. So that'll be her, I believe, that second attempt. Oh, you got it. How about you? Once again, hoping to get some of these pole vaulters covered before I run back down and start covering some long jump. So those must have been the third attempts where I was saying second.
Oh, okay.
And so I think they'll be moving up to 6 foot at this time. So,
I wonder how discouraging it is if you're doing that run and you're looking at the other end of the field and she's already halfway around.
Well, I can tell you that, at least in my opinion, what's even worse is when you're running and all of a sudden somebody passes you. And you get to thinking like that person's a whole lap ahead of me.
Yeah, it's not so bad if it's somebody you've been side by side with, but if she was in front of you a while ago and now she's passing you, that's not good.
Yeah. So trying to get this bar where they need it here. Once again, I believe this next bar is going to be placed at 6 foot here today. So trying to get this bar to 6 foot. How are you, sir? Good. Yeah, so they're trying to get this bar balanced out. You know, the last track meet, we talked about this a little bit, but that is one thing that, we've got an amazing track and an amazing football stadium and whatnot. Our standards are about as cheap a standard, just being honest, as I've ever seen at any track. They're just very flimsy, and the wind blows just a little bit. The whole thing's moved back and forth. And there's no marks on the track to show where they need to be set at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
So every time they have a track meet, they spend 30, 45 minutes trying to line up the standards and get them in the spots where they need to be. And just a little bit of wind makes them kind of sway. They make them a lot more heavy-duty, strong ones that definitely are a little better than what we've got, no doubt. These look nice when they're just sitting here and they're not doing anything, but when the crossbars on them and the wind's blowing, they sway all over everywhere.
We need to get a hold of somebody that we know that works for the school board and kind of ask him about that, reckon?
Need to tell that Caballero guy that we know.
Yeah, old Caballero. He's due to be coming in here.
Oh, yeah,
20,
is he
20
entering?
minutes. About 20 minutes he should be here.
I think he stopped and got him a cheeseburger or something.
He's sitting in the recliner watching the 100-inch that he's got in his living room, eating a cheeseburger.
So Tatiana Ortiz is up, and she's knocked that one off. And so Ortiz with her first miss at this height, and that'll bring up the young lady from Hagerman, Torres.
I wonder what the qualifying height is to get to state.
I'm not certain anymore. I want to say it used to be 7'6" or 8 foot for girls, but that's been a couple of years ago. I hadn't really followed it the last couple of years, so I'm not certain.
What kind of heights does Chloe vault at?
Well, and that's a good question. So Chloe last jumped in meets as a junior, and I believe her junior year she jumped 9 feet.
Wow.
And that was while she was very inexperienced and still doing what we call a stiff pole.
Mm-hmm.
And then after her junior years, when she started training with that Texas Tech group, and things had gotten significantly better, and then she blew her ACL.
Yeah, that's tough.
And this young lady is up and over, so Jeanette Torres with the clear for Hagerman.
So those poles, I guess I'm used to watching the Olympics, and these poles don't bend like the ones in the Olympics.
Well, and that's because a lot of that has to do with technique, pole size. There's a whole bunch of different factors for that. And that's what I'm talking about. When Chloe jumped her junior year, she basically stiff poled like the little same thing that you just saw that young lady do that just went over. After she started going to that Texas Tech group and training with them, now you start bending the pole and learning how to really pole vault. If you're doing what that last young lady did, stiff poling, that was good enough to get Chloe a second place in state. But as far as going to the Olympics, things like that, you won't see too many people. You won't see anybody stiff poling and doing that sort of thing at the Olympic level. And that's kind of what I was talking about at the beginning of this whole deal about having good coaching and equipment. If you're going to be a high level, real deal pole vaulter, you got to have good coaching. You got to have good equipment, and that's why I said just watching some of these young ladies from Texaco. I've been around the pole vault for 40 plus years, 45 years, I guess. My brother was an All-American pole vaulter, and so he jumped in college, and of course I jumped, forever, and I will tell you that if you've got good coaching and you got good equipment, you can see it right away in jumpers, especially at the small school level like we've got here. And so as soon as I watch those Texaco jumpers, I'm like, hey, they got a couple of kids that can actually vault and know what they're doing.
I'll just ask questions I don't know. I mean, the only thing I knew about poles is I dated a lady one time when I was in the Navy, and she worked around the pole quite a bit. But the pole stayed still. I mean, it didn't ever bend.
Yeah, that's a completely different situation.
Oh, I got you. So these poles are the same They do, and they will bend. These kids are just not
Yeah.
bending them. Okay.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right. Yeah. So I will tell you that, like, when I was a kid, I moved to Eunice, and although we had some great facilities and great stuff coming from Arkansas, which is predominantly a track and field state,
Right.
when I got here, where I might have one or two poles that kind of almost fit me, it was a complete shock to my system because, you know, like when Chloe would go over and pole vault with those kids that were jumping at Texas Tech, they've literally got a couple of hundred poles, all different sizes. They make them for different weights. They make same weights, different flex levels, different lengths. And so when you have that stuff, it's a game changer.
Right.
And when you have, you know, coaches that understand all of that stuff, and I'm like I said, I'll be honest with you, a lot don't, and I don't even always.
Yeah.
Which is why we had started taking Chloe over to Lubbock, and it's a complete game changer in the pole vault.
Interesting stuff.
Yeah, it's pretty neat. So,
and that Hagerman, I wish we knew what her name was. She's way out ahead. I mean, she may pass them other girls.
let me see if I can figure it up. I think we're at 6'6" now.
Okay.
There's the boys' 3,200 meter run. Let me see if I can find that girls. So the girls' 3,200 meter run, you've got Hagerman's got 3 runners: Maya Ornalis, Lupita Mendoza, and Natalie Martinez. Cal has Miranda Olivio, which just passed behind me here. Yeah, so those are your runners in the 3,200 meter. And once again, they're still making their way around the track more times than that'll make me dizzy.
I think maybe one of them dropped out because I can't see but 3 running.
Yeah. This that just went behind me is going to be Lupita Mendoza of Hagerman.
Okay. Now she's the one that's...
She's going to make her way around. She's out in first place easily right now. The young lady's best time on the season is over 30 seconds better than her closest competitor in this event.
Right.
And so now we're back to the girls' pole vault with Janet Torres of Hagerman. I believe this is going to be the bar, I think, is at 6'6" here. And she is up and over that, and so Janet Torres with a jump at 6'6". I believe that's 6'6". It's either 6'6" or 7. I think it's 6'6". So I just heard the gun go off, so that'll be the gun lap for Lupita Mendoza.
Right.
She is on the gun lap here for the 2 mile.
And I believe she's probably going to pass these other 2 before she gets around that lap.
Yeah, it is very likely. Very likely.
So I wonder if she's got some juice where she can kick it.
Well, young lady
nice
from
jump.
Tatum is up and over. That's Kinley Allen.
Okay.
She's easily up and over 6'6". Once again, trying to drag my feet long enough down here before I head back over toward the long jump in, just to make sure that we get some of these pole vaulters covered, and before I head to the other end to cover some long jump. Got the girls' long jump going on at the other end of the stadium here. Looking out across there, looks like we've still got some javelin throwers, some discus, some shot going on as well.
In the grass part of the field.
Yeah, over on the backside in the old parking lot area.
And this young lady is kicking it. I'm gonna have to zoom in for her just a little bit.
Yeah.
She just passed the other 2. And I think this is her last lap.
Yeah. Now that was her last lap. That is the end.
Wow. I think those other two still have one more lap to go around. Wow.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Okay.
I think you're right.
Call for the boys
Nice
3,200-meter run.
And now they're getting ready for the boys'
Second call for the
3,200-meter
girls
run.
4x800-meter relay.
And then
First
after
call
that, you'll
for
have
the
the
boys 4x800-meter relay.
4x8 relay. They'll start warming up after the boys'
Right.
2-mile run. So once you pass a number of heights, you get to do a couple of warm-up run-throughs again. And so some of these young ladies you'll see, they'll get to take a couple of run-through jumps to warm up again and get ready to go. So for Texaco, the young ladies that haven't come in yet, you'll have Breeley Kane, Kaylee Whelan, Emery Farr, and Aspen Kane. Those are the young ladies that have not come in yet that'll start.
So they passed on the first couple of settings, huh?
Yes.
Okay.
When I was a little kid, my brother was a vaulter, and like I said, he won the National Meet of Champions when I was in about the 5th grade. And he used to come in at about 10 foot, and he'd do front and back flips over it, and then he'd sit down and pass again until they got to about 15 and come back in at the end. So
wow.
Kind of, it gives you the idea of how much or what type of different levels there are. There's definitely different levels to this stuff. Chloe was jumping over at New Mexico Junior College this year, and they've got a young man from Columbia on her track team that's jumping 17.6 on the season.
Wow.
And
that's getting on up there.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's 17.6. Yeah, I think it's 17.6 is what he ended up has been jumping so far. They were at Texas Tech jumping yesterday, and so that's one of the reasons why I was able to cover this track meet today, as I had taken off to be at the Texas Tech track meet.
Right.
Yesterday, today, and tomorrow, and they ended up moving the days around on it, and then Chloe got hurt, so I wasn't going.
Right.
All right, so now Miss Janet Torres for Hagerman will be up first at this height.
And what did you say the high was this time?
I believe this is going to be 7 foot,
okay.
I think. So we will see if they get this bar set. Once again, I'd like to be out here for at least a couple of these young ladies who have passed, cover a couple of their jumps, and then I'll head down to the other end and cover some long jump. I know we got some long jumpers down there waiting on us.
So quick shout out to our sponsors again while we're waiting for the next jump. Redbird, hold on, get up here. Redbird Garage, Eunice Schools, City of Eunice, Eunice Wrecker and Rental, Badger Hydrovac, Eunice Health Clinic, Cardinal Hardware, NMR Pipeline, Thomas Welding Service, Guns Up Services, Redbird LP Gas Company, Eunice Pump and Supply, and Parker Energy Services. Proud sponsors of the day's meet here, district meet here in Eunice. First time, second coverage, I guess. You and Rosendo covered one on Monday, kind of a practice run.
Yeah.
And, so a little difficult with just the one camera up here and trying to do it the way we're doing it, but we're trying to get, a little bit of everything in. So.
Yeah, we've covered baseball, we've covered softball, basketball, football. We've covered all these things. We've never covered track before, so we just decided last week that we'd try our best to jump out here and give it a shot. It's a little different for us, having to walk around and do our kind of mobile thing here, but it works, and it gives, especially those folks like your grandparents and things like that are off in other towns or aren't able to come out here and sit in the bleachers all day long gives them an opportunity to at least see some of their kids.
See some of the kids, do some of the events, and not a
Yeah.
perfect system. If we had 3 or 4 cameras, it might be a little better. And there goes the boys.
So, boys 3,200 meter run.
Yeah, and they started off pretty strong, but 3,200 meters is a long ways.
Yeah, that's 2 miles.
Yeah.
That's 2 miles. Trying to see if I could find that sheet. Trying to see if I can find that sheet, and I'll give you a rundown as to who's in that race. Looks like we got a lot of Loving runners. Leonel Anzuarez of Loving, Keel Reyes of Loving, Uriam Zarate of Eunice, Corbin Peabody of Texaco, Roberto Munoz of Hagerman, Jaden Martinez of Loving, and Donovan Anzuarez of Loving. So 4 Loving runners in that race, 1 from Eunice, 1 from Texaco, and 1 from Hagerman. That is the 3,200 meter run that's happening right now.
Looks like the Hagerman runner is in the lead right now.
And so Janet Torres back up for Hagerman.
Okay.
And I've been calling her Janet, but I hear I'm calling her Jeanette. So Jeanette Torres with the miss there.
Okay. So she'll get a couple of more tries at that height.
Yeah. So listening here, it sounds like we'll have Kinley Allen of Tatum
coming up.
The bar is set at 7 foot, I believe, and Kinley came in at 6'6", cleared 6'6" easily, but anyway, so now she'll have an opportunity at 7 foot here. So Kinley Allen is up and over 7 foot, and she easily clears that one. And so that'll bring in the young lady from Texaco with her first jump. And I believe this is going to be Breeley Kane.
And we hear all these names in different sports.
Yeah.
You know, they're all athletes. A lot of them play every sport, pretty much.
Definitely. Yeah, as we float around to these different schools and cover different folks, you definitely hear a lot of the same names over and over again.
And there she comes. Oh, missed that one. And in the background, the runners run by in that 400 or 3,200.
A young man from Hagerman out front.
Still in the lead, but he's not as far out as his cohort there in the girls' heat. So he's got somebody right there on his tail.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, that's a long ways. I used to, right before I went in the service, I was running 3 miles a day, but I wasn't running at a real quick pace.
Easily
got
up
over
and
that.
over. I believe that's going to be Emery Farr with a good-looking jump there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now they're going to move the standards back again for Jeanette Torres, Hagerman. So up and
she's
over is Jeanette Torres. So Torres up and over 7 foot. And that'll bring us back to, I believe this is going to be Breely Kane. So Kane is Texaco back up here. And she'll be back up on the runway ready to go.
So
I'd be interested to see what her grade is, because she looks like a youngster.
Yeah, maybe 8th. Is 8th the lowest they can participate? I mean, nothing below 8, right? It's like all the other sports. Okay.
Right. So big gust of wind right there as she was getting ready to start her run, and that is one thing in the pole vault that you get those big gusts like that, you kind of got to stop, put your pole down and go, okay, let up wind. So now she's got her pole back in the air ready to go. And she is up and over.
Nice.
Yeah, a good jump there by Kane, and she is up and over her first bar of the day. And so I believe now they will go up again. All right, so we've got 2 runners from Texaco that are going to be in some of these other events. So usually that means we're going to be waiting a while. So I'm going to head down to the long jump.
Okay.
Let's see if we can get over there and cover a few of these long jumpers that are down on the other end.
In this 3,200 race, man, the Hagerman kid
The
is still
results
out
of the girls'
front.
triple jump. In 6th place,
There's the girls'
Lynn
triple jumper
Hernandez
result.
of Tatum.
Okay.
In
Tatum,
5th
6th
place,
place.
Briley Rodriguez of Hagerman.
Briley Rodriguez,
In 4th
5th.
place,
Yeah, we can hear it
Sammy
clear on the-
Medrano of Hagerman.
Okay.
In 3rd place, Lupita Mendoza of Hagerman. In 2nd place, with the qualifying distance of 31 feet 3 1/2 inches, Price Raylene, or Raylene Price of Loving. And with a distance of 31 feet 7 1/2 inches, also qualifying and in 1st place, Christina Lindsay of Loving.
So first place, Christina Lindsay of Loving, huh?
Yeah, so a Loving jumper with first place. I believe that was the triple jump. Is that correct?
I believe that's what she said.
All right. So over here on the other end, once again, looks like we've got some long jump action going on. Oh, there's a high
In
jump.
4th place, Camilla Beza of Jow. In 3rd place, Kelsey Wayland of Texaco with a qualifying height of 4 feet 8 inches. In 2nd place, Abigail Darden of Jow with 4 feet 10 inches. And in 1st place, Zena Hunt of Texaco with 5 feet. Congratulations, ladies.
Oh. So back down to the long jumps. And there she goes.
Trying to see exactly who that was, because I'm not 100% sure. I'll try to 11 even on that jump. See if I can find my seats for the girls' long jump here. You got to kick it in. Let's go, boy. You got this. Come on. You got this. Keep it up. Coming through the sheets here, we'll find this girls' long jump, and then we'll go over some of these with you. All right, this is another one of those that has a lot of entries, a lot of folks entered into the girls' long jump.
All right.
And see if we can hear when Coach Gaetan calls us Smith. Smith. Okay, so this is J.C. Smith of Loving High School.
Okay. That looked pretty good.
Smith, toes right on the front edge of that board. See what kind of jump we've got here with Smith. 12.9 for Smith.
Okay,
12 feet 9
12.9.
inches for J.C. Smith. And that'll bring up Haley Long of Loving. Haley Long. Long's best jump on the year is 13 feet 11 inches.
And
there goes the bell of the gun lap.
And I tell you, the Texaco and the Hagerman kid are like neck and neck. Texaco pulled ahead, and now Hagerman came back and said, "No, I'm coming back ahead of you."
Final call
Yeah.
for the girls
So
4x800 meter relay.
kind of
Final
neck
call
and neck.
for the girls 4x800 meter relay. Second call for the boys 4x800
So Haley Long
meter
with a
relay.
good jump. Her toes
Yeah.
were right
Second
on the
call
back edge
for
of
the
that board, which
boys,
is right where you want to be.
4x800 meter relay. First call for the girls 4x1 meter relay.
13.8. So 13.8 for Long.
Not bad.
So that brings up Raynan Gonzalez, a 14-foot jumper earlier in the year. She is from Loving. So Gonzalez from Loving up next.
I'm going to show this this race here. They've got a Hagerman and Texaco kid that's trying to catch him. Did earlier, but looks like they're going to finish first and second with Hagerman in the lead. Nice.
So Gonzalez just about an inch over the board, toes just over the board there.
For a scratch.
It's back to a Eunice Lady Cardinal in Mariah McGuire. So Mariah McGuire, the senior, 14-foot long jumper this year coming in. And so here comes McGuire. And she chopped her feet. The last probably 3-4 steps, chopped them up, and then was a good foot behind the board.
Yeah.
We'll see what the jump is. So 13 even for McGuire.
Well, she gave up a good foot, like you said. She could have had 14.
And next up, I believe, and listen here, I believe this is going to be Aspen Kane. She's one of our pole vaulters that we were waiting on when we were over on the other end. Oh, man. And she jumped 2 foot behind the board. So whatever, at about 2 feet to that would have. Yeah, definitely her steps off. 12.10. So, yeah, she's
been 14.10, huh?
Yeah, so important in all of these. The triple jump, the long jump, the pole vault, the high jump, those steps are so important. And I believe that'll make this one Kaylee Whelan. Young lady's got a jump of 14.6 on the year. She's from Texaco as well. So Whelan back on the runway, ready to go. And here she comes. Oh, man, she's like the width of her toenail over the line.
Oh, man.
Scratch. Good-looking jump, too.
Yeah.
So let me see where we're at here. This is Jow.
Yeah.
I believe this is going to be Caden Lujan. It is. It's Caden Lujan.
Okay.
Young lady brings me cool Christmas gift when we're broadcasting during the year.
I watched her play a little softball yesterday evening.
A good jump there by Lujan. And this young lady's just an 8th grader, so a good jump there from an 8th grader from Jack. 13-10. So 13-10 for Lujan.
Not bad.
She's got the best jump of 14 feet 10 inches coming in today. So, so now we've got I believe this is going to be Lindsay of Loving High School. And she is up there on the runway waiting to go. A good-looking jump right there.
Yeah,
She's
she
probably
flew through there.
forward, and man, the jump looked really good. Take whatever she jumped and add 14.2. She easily's got 6 inches or more in. That was a really good-looking jump from her, and she's definitely got more in the tank with a 6-8 inch behind the board jump there. And then that board's about thick itself, so you're looking at probably of extra jump that she's got left in the tank.
Yeah.
And I believe that'll bring up Raynon Gonzalez. No, that's not right. Kai Cooper. And Cooper with a pretty good-looking jump as well. Waiting on him to give me a distance. 14-10. So 14-10.
Nice.
For Cooper. You know, a lot of these young ladies, probably the last 4 young ladies, had what looked like good jumps, but not the distance that they've been jumping throughout the year.
Right.
That'll bring up, I believe this is going to be Emily Acosta of Jow. She's got a 15.7.5 jump on the season. And so Acosta's up and ready. Here she comes. You know, she really overstrided at the end to reach for that board, and that'll usually kind of kill your momentum. Still a decent-looking jump, but 13.2. Yeah. When you see them, like, really taking big, overstrided steps there at the end, that usually kind of kills the momentum down the runway.
Better to have it all smooth, huh?
Yes. Natalia Rivera will be up next, young lady with a 15.10 jump earlier this year. 15 feet 10 inches is her best this year, and so from Dow. And a good-looking jump there from Sarah, and she probably was 5 inches behind the board as well. $14.3. That's that young lady's almost a 16-foot jumper throughout the year, and that's a 14.3, so almost 2 foot below what she's been jumping.
Wonder what's causing that. It seems like they're all jumping like shorter today.
One thing about it is the wind is blowing pretty hard from where I'm standing, my right to my left. So from the east to the west, that would be right in these jumpers' face. But most of them are right into a headwind down the runway, which can mess with your steps. It can mess with your jump, and it can hurt your jump for sure, as we've seen in these last few that have went up. And so now we've paused. I wonder if we've got runners here that are long jumpers that are out running. We'll have to wait just a second and see. As they're getting ready to start the 4x800 relay, the 3,200 meter relay, the 2 mile, 4 competitors, each one will run 2 laps. So each one runs an 800 meters or 2 laps around the track.
Wow. And there they go.
So they just finished up. It sounds like the preliminary jumps here in the long jump, and so now they will be moving to the finals.
The result of the boys' discus. In 6th place, Luke Gray of Hagerman. In 5th place, Jonas Martinez of Tatum. In 4th place, Dusty Moorhead of Tatum with a qualifying distance of 118.5. In 3rd place, Aiden Denahue of Hagerman with a distance qualifying at 132.1. In second place, Felix Chacon of Hagerman, qualifying with a distance of 137, 8.5 inches. And in first place, Tay Smith of Texaco with a qualifying distance of 141, 11.25 inches.
And what event was that they just announced, Charlie?
The boys, I think, discus.
The discus. Okay. All right. So looking at this 4x800 relay, you've got Texaco out in front. You've got Loving and Hagerman neck and neck in the second, third position. Back about 100 meters, you've got Jow. You know, the one thing about this 4x8 that I always tell teams is find you 4 kids that you can put out there, because like Jow right here, even if they don't win this, unless they step off the track, they're going to get they're going to get points for that 4th place finish for their team for the championship.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, Eunice doesn't have a team out there. I think my opinion doesn't count for a whole lot.
Put them out and get some points, right?
I would have found me 4 8th graders and said, hey, we'll move you up to the varsity and just go out there and run the lap for us. I don't care how fast you go. You can walk it. Get us our 3 points toward a district championship. It's like if you look at a few of those long races, a lot of times they'll only have a handful of people in them. So anybody that enters gets 3 points
someplace.
Yeah. But that's hard sometimes for everybody to kind of understand and whatnot. But I'm going to stick around here for one more jump for all these long jumpers, and then I think I'm going to move on somewhere else maybe. We'll see what's happening here. 13.9 was that first jump by the young lady from Loving. So Texaco has taken the lead, Loving in second, and Hagerman in third. Still no sign of the blister?
No, he's still blistering somewhere. He's still chewing on that cheeseburger, I guess.
Yeah, he's pulling the fast one on us.
He sure is. Sure enough is.
So I think this is Christina Lindsay. I'm not 100% certain.
Oh, that's a nice looking jump.
Right there, yeah. Yeah, and she was right at the bar, right where you want to be. That was a good
the boys triple jump.
Boys triple jump results.
In 6th place, Cross Fig of Texaco. In 5th place, Landon Lucero of Hagerman. In 4th place, Adam Juarez of Jow.
Adam.
In 3rd place, Javier Zamora of Hagerman. In 2nd place, Aaron Marizikal of Tatum, going to state with 39 feet 4 inches. In 1st place, Ryder Gonzalez of Loving, going to state with a throw of 42 feet and 4 inches.
Oh, that wasn't a long jump because he said a throw.
Third and final call for the boys 4x800 meter relay. Third and final call for the boys 4x800 meter relay.
So a couple of young ladies
for the 4x100 meter relay. Girls
will be up next.
Second call for the girls 4x100 meter relay.
This will be
First
Natalia
call for the boys 100 meter relay.
Natalia
Rivera for the boys 100 meter relay.
Oh.
And she jumped once again from probably a foot behind the board.
Yeah.
And she kind of had a funny landing. I couldn't hear what.
Yeah, they were doing first calls for I think the boys 4x800 relay.
Yeah, I couldn't hear what people saying the distance was. So next up, we've got Lujan on the track here for Jow. And she chopped her He had
Did she?
had a good jump, chopped those last couple of steps. $13.9 on that one.
Okay. Is that young lady from Hagerman or Texaco that's in the lead?
I believe that's Texaco that's in the lead.
Okay, she took a
Hey,
big old lead
third.
out. Yeah.
The young lady from Hagerman that's in third is the
Okay.
same one we were watching pole vault a while ago.
Okay. Okay.
An overstride on the step. Once again, those steps are so important.
Mm-hmm.
And the long jump, when you start overstriding or reaching for that jump mark, it can really kill your momentum.
Oh, Texaco they're almost about to catch her. Look like the little girl in red from maybe Tatum.
No, that's Loving.
That's Loving? Okay. Okay.
Yeah, you've got the young lady from Loving starting to really gain here on Texaco as she is closing the distance. And so Loving really closing the distance here on Texaco as they make it around
the girls 3,200 meter run.
the long jump.
First place, Miranda Olivio. In second place, Natalie Martinez of Hagerman. And in third place, Lupita Mendoza of Hagerman.
Okay.
And that's the 200 meter run. So right there's only 3 competitors in that race.
Yeah.
You take 5 of your 8th graders and throw them out there. You get 3 points for that towards your team towards the championship. Even if they don't win, just throw them out there and let them walk.
Yeah. 4th place, 5th place, you get points, right?
4th, 5th, 6th, get points. Yeah.
The result of the boys' high jump. In 6th place, Sebastian Rodriguez of Eunice.
8th grader.
In 5th place, Fernando Zamora of Hagerman.
This is the high jump.
In 4th place, with a qualifying height of 5 feet 8 inches, Elijah Melancon of Eunice.
Melanson.
In 3rd place, with a qualifying height of 5 feet 10 inches, Nathan Autry of Texaco. In 2nd place, with a height of 6 feet, Alexander Fuentes of Texaco. And in 1st place, with a height of 6 feet, also qualifying, Keaton Dumas of Texaco.
Okay, Texaco took the top 3 spots in that one.
Okay,
Yeah.
come on, Jason. You got to catch her. Come on, you keep going. Let's go. Come on.
So Texaco looked like way out in front on this 4x8.
Yeah.
Result of the boys' 3,200 meter run. In 6th place, Donovan Onsuras of Loving. In 5th place, Gil Reyes of Loving. In 4th place, Jaden Martinez of Loving. In 3rd place, Yuriam Zarati of Eunice. In 2nd place, Corbin Peabody of Texaco. And in 1st place, Roberto Eunice of Hagerman.
So this will be the last lap for Texaco on this 4x800 for ladies.
Yeah.
And Hagerman coming along in second, followed by Loving.
You're starting to see Loving start to close that distance here from the second and third spot. They're definitely making a run for it.
Yeah.
Here goes Rivera of Jow in the long jump. And she gets dumped right on the toe line there.
Was it
And
a
so
scratch
Rivera-
then? Or?
Yep. No, it's a big jump.
Okay.
I couldn't hear the distance. I don't know if he said 15.5 or right about the time he hollered out the distance, something else was going, and I couldn't hear what he said. And so that'll bring up Lujan, Caden Lujan, the 8th grader from Jow.
It's just amazing, you know. I'm sitting there watching her hit a softball yesterday, and here she is doing this.
So once again, a chop step right at the end. It's a pretty good jump. That step is just not on, though. 13.8. That's definitely not her best jump, but I, you know, it's that step right there at the end. An 8th grader. I mean, she's got a lot of time left to do great things.
Oh yeah.
Man, I think she's still got another jump here as well. And that one was a stretch for the bar. I believe that's Emily Acosta. So 14-1 on the jump, but there was a scratch, so it won't count. That's just what they call a courtesy measure.
Right. Just here's what you would have done.
Yep. So now all of these young ladies are on their final jump here. So really reached for that board right there and just a toe over the edge. Three loving competitors remaining in this long jump girls final here at the District 4 2A track meet. So this will be Christina Lindsay from Loving. And the Loving.
Oh, nice.
So once again, a chop step at the end, but they did get a good-looking jump.
Yeah, the jump looked good.
Some celebration here from some of the Loving faithful saying that their 3,200-meter relay team just qualified for state. Don't know if that's official or not, but that's what they're down here jumping around, celebrating, and hollering you hear in the background.
And they come in 3rd place, so I guess first, second, and third qualified.
Well, it must have been their time.
Yeah.
Their time must have been under the qualifying mark.
Right. That looked like
So a good look jump there. Yeah, I agree. 14-10 was the jump. Young lady from Jow is up next. As she makes her way down the runway. Scratch. Yeah, she's probably an 2 across the board there.
Yeah.
And so that'll bring up the 8th grader, Caden Lujan. So she is up here ready to go. That last jump was 14.6, they said, so a good jump there. So here goes Lujan, once again running into a headwind here in Eunice on a windy afternoon.
Yep, this wind hasn't really let up much. It's still kicking pretty hard.
So right as she's getting ready to go, that wind just picked up and blew right in her face. So here we go. The step looked a little better that time for sure. I'm going to guess that one's probably not better than her 14.1, so definitely not better than her best jump of 14.10. I believe that'll be her final jump, so we will.
And one more?
No, well, there may be another jumper, yeah. And that'll be Natalia Rivera. So Rivera back down here ready to go. And I believe she'll be the final jumper and a pretty good looking jump.
Yeah. As long as you didn't step on that board.
So 15-3 for Rivera.
Oh, that's nice.
I think that'll do it for the long jump. I may stroll. Let me see. Trying to see what we've got here. I believe this is going to be the boys. 4x8.
4x8.
Stop.
Right.
Stop, 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 stop.
Why are they stopping them?
I don't.
What happened?
I'm assuming that so our system that they use here in Eunice is a digital computerized system.
Uh-huh.
And your gun and the sounds that you make are connected to a computer that's in that little blue pin over there near the finish line.
Yeah.
And we've had some problems with it this year when they, when they say on your mark, it sets that timer ready to go off.
Oh.
And then when the gun goes off, they've got a little box that they hold by the gun. When that gun goes off, it starts the clock.
Oh, I got it.
Up across the finish line, there's a laser that measures their stop time. And
digital.
Anyway, yeah, sometimes, like everything else with technology, when it works great, it works great. When it doesn't, sometimes it doesn't. I was telling Rosendo, I can remember when I was a youngster in some track meets where you would have folks that would go out and, like, I might get first place in the 300 hurdles, but you had like 8 guys standing over there holding a stopwatch. And when we would get to the finish line, the guy with the number one would come out and have me, and he'd say, okay, you just ran 41 seconds or whatever it happened to be. And then the guy that was in second place behind me would have a faster time on his stopwatch than I have on my guys because then it's all just somebody's thumb touching the.
Yeah. There
anyway,
they go.
And they blew it again. It didn't work again.
I thought somebody.
And I will tell you that. That can get really frustrating when you're a competitor and that's going on as well.
Yeah, you're sitting there.
Yeah.
I thought he shot, and then somebody shot him. Like, I'm shooting back. And something happened. There was 2 shots.
Yeah, for sure. So anyway, I'll make my way back down toward the other end for a moment.
Okay.
See if we can catch a little pole vault action happening on the other end of the field for sure.
With the boys pole vault coming up.
Are they already started with that, or are we still doing girls?
Oh.
I think it's still girls. They stopped when I left.
Okay.
Because a lot of those girls were in those long races, and there was even a couple of them long jumping.
So they probably still got a few more of the ladies to go.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about the other day earlier. In that last track meet when they finished the track meet, the last event that was still going was the pole vault, and it was the first one that started that day. So looking at the pole vault here, it looks like standing out there on the runway is Kinley Allen of Tatum. And we will see if that young lady is going to make an attempt here.
Getting ready to do her thing.
Yep. So trying to get everybody back situated from some of these events that they've been in. We're back over here to the pole vault. Kinley Allen of Tatum.
And there she goes.
And she is up and over.
Nice.
So I believe that's going to be by far her best jump of the season for Kinley Allen of Tatum. Previously, she had jumped 7 foot, and so now she's going to have a little bit better jump for sure.
What are we at, 7.5 or 8? How much do they go up each time?
They usually 6 inches, but I don't know where they're at. I haven't been down here in an hour, 45 minutes, so I'm not sure what's been happening while I've been going.
I don't think they've been doing any pole vaulting.
Yeah. I know some of those girls were over there on the long jump, and some of them were running that 4x8 relay a while ago. So I just heard them say 7'6". So this is 7'6". So that is the best jump of Kinley Allen's high school career.
She's happy with that. I seen her getting a big hug from maybe dad or maybe coach. I guess coach.
No, that's actually the JAL coach.
Oh, it's the JAL coach. Okay.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah, the JAL coach was hugging on her.
Well, it was a pretty good jump, young lady done. And those boys on the 4x8 are on their way.
Yep.
Looks like, is that? I can't tell because the green is like, which one? One's Tatum, one's Hagerman.
Yeah, this is Texaco. Tatum Breeley Kane was up and knocked that bar off. Eunice does have a runner here in the 4x8 relay. They are currently in second. It's Texaco in the lead, Eunice in second, and Hagerman in third.
Boy, Texaco is kicking it.
Yeah, I concur. So the young lady from Texaco now back.
Ready?
So once again, we've got the 4x800 relay going on behind us here. Texaco in the lead, Eunice in second, Hagerman in third, and we're back over here at the pole vault.
Go get it. Go, Christian. Move. Christian, you go home. I'm good ahead of you, bro. Push. Come on. Go, Christian. It's in you, Christian. Go.
There she goes.
And she's easily over.
Yep. That's 7'6".
So now we'll have the young lady from Hagerman, Jeanette Torres, young lady that also was one of those 3,200 meter relay runs just a few seconds ago.
She might be tired, I reckon.
Yeah, you've got several of these young ladies that have been running back and forth between the pole vault and either the long jump or the 3,200 meter relay. So multiple jumpers that are doing multiple events.
Corrected results of the boys' discus.
Boys'
In
discus.
6th place, Jonas Martinez of Tatum. In 5th place, with a qualifying distance of 118 feet 6 inches, Dusty Moorhead of Tatum. In 4th place, from Eunice, with a distance of 120 feet 5 inches, qualifying, Atlee Ball.
The Torres a little short.
Yeah. With a qualifying distance of 137 feet 8.5 inches, from Hagerman, Felix Chacon. In 2nd place, Tay Smith of Texaco, with a qualifying distance of 141 11.25 inches. And in 1st place, Aiden Donahue of Hagerman, with a qualifying distance of 145 feet 6.25 inches.
Hold on the back from the inside.
All right, so I believe that's going to be Breeley Kane here in Texaco.
Yeah, Texaco looks like they've got some good technique on those pole vaults.
Yeah, definitely. You can you start to recognize that stuff for sure.
Yeah.
The more you look at it, you're like, okay, yeah, I
for
see.
the girls 4x100 meter relay. Second call for the boys 400 meter
Texaco
relay.
out in the lead
Second
easily here in
call
the
for the
4x
boys
relay,
100 meter relay.
and they are making
First
the
call
second
for
call
the
for
girls
the
100
4x100
meter
relay,
hurdles.
and the first call for the 100-meter hurdle. So we'll get into those running events here pretty soon.
Yep. Oh, couldn't get over that. Is Hagerman almost a lap behind on that run?
I don't know that answer. I don't think so.
I think I've lost track.
No, I think they're in second. I think Eunice is in third, right, or no?
Well, okay, so the one, the solid green, is that Hagerman or is that Texaco?
No, that's Texaco. They're way out in the front.
Okay. So, yeah, then Eunice will be in the third spot.
Yeah, you got me confused now.
Well, I was thinking the one from in the white and okay. Everybody's hollering.
I know you're back there, Bobby.
So here comes the young lady from Hagerman, Torres. And young lady that just competed in that 4x800 relay.
Yeah.
So waiting on Torres here. And here she comes. Big gust of wind right as she started down the runway. And she is up and under.
And that might have threw her off of her game too. That wind.
That wind will mess with you, especially when it's a headwind like this is. That wind is right into their.
We got, bro. Got it. Come on, Fergus. Come on, Fergus. Come on, in that thing, you back. Come on. All right, you got the gap, bro. Come on.
All right, so this is Bree Kane from Texaco. Omar Armendaro is running right here behind me at the same time. And she's going to inch herself over that one.
Wow.
And definitely not the ideal jump, but boy, at this time in the year, to go over and keep on trucking. So that was a good jump, and she is successful as Miss King from Texaco.
Well, I guess as long as you get over and the pole don't fall down, you're good. Or the crossbar.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fight, Fern, fight! Come on, Fern! Fight, Fern!
I was trying to see if I had in. Maybe the young lady from Hagerman still had one more jump, maybe?
And Texaco won that race by a long shot.
Yeah. Hands down, for sure.
And look like Hagerman will come in second, and Eunice is dragging up the rear.
I tell you what, I think I'm going to work my way up to the press box.
Okay.
We are up all of these field events, and I'm going to ease up there to where I can start paying attention to some of these running events.
Yeah.
because they will start these
hurdles and all that.
Yeah, the 4x1 relay is they're already standing on the track waiting on the gun here, so we're going to jump over here and get out of their way. That way we can take a look at these relays.
I just
walking that. They're going to run the 4x1 here in just a few seconds. So.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm going to head back up. They've already got the girls 4x1 standing on the track waiting on that.
I'm ready for the official.
Yep. Yeah. So I know that I saw Misa Brito, or not Misa Brito. This is the sister. What the heck is her first name? The twin sister. It's Brito.
Oh yeah.
Lord. I know it. Hold on, my brain ain't working. Anyway, she's set up in that last leg, so she's right there in that last leg for that 4x1 relay.
She's ready to get it done, huh?
I'm breathing hard.
Well, the wind is kicking pretty good.
I tell you what, Charlie, that school board, we're going to have to get on them a little bit about making me and you an elevator as we get older to get up to the press box.
I mean, it's all I can do to get me up, and then you got to carry that 4,000-pound box up here sometimes.
Can you let me in this door? But
all right. So, them ladies are all lined up and ready here. Watch them get the start.
And I am breathing hard.
Yeah, by the time I got up to started coming up them steps with that box, I was happy to see you coming down. I was like, man, I'm going to make it.
I definitely was thinking the same. So this is the 4x1 relay. I'm going to crack this window so
I just had it.
So I can see.
I was starting to get a little chilly.
All right, so we've got Loving, Tatum, Texaco, Jal, Eunice, and Hagerman all in this for the Lady Cardinals. Diana Anguiano, Amaya Brito, Kenna McBee, and Michaela Pierce looking down there for the cards, trying to figure out who's starting this. I think that's Anguiano. And then I believe I see Pierce over there as the third leg. No, you know what? That's Kenna McBee in the first leg.
Right.
And so I'm going to assume.
And this is the 100?
No, it's the 4x100 relay.
So that's just one lap or what?
One lap. Each competitor is going to run 100 meters.
Okay. Girls down there getting their legs stretched out. And
I hustled up here and I'm breathing hard. All right. So
white flag's out. What does that mean?
That means they're good. See, there's one over there that don't have white and they've got red, so that means hold. They're not ready yet. When they put up the white, that means they're.
So can they run this at the same time?
What are you talking about?
Like you got one on the one side of the track, one on the other side of the track.
We're going to have to give Charlie some instruction on how a relay works. This is the 4x100.
So
each one is going to run 100 meters, and they're going to hand the baton off. There you go.
So we start over here.
No, you start over here.
Oh, well, I'm on
You're
the wrong
pointed
end,
at
boys.
the wrong direction.
Boys and girls, what am I doing?
Charlie's intro to track and field today.
Told you this is my first track meet.
Starting line will be down here. So you'll see Mr. Hatch down there. He's our gun guy. He's the one guy that'll be screaming on your mark, but he won't say that until all of these flags are white. See, you've got a white flag in the third exchange, which is down here.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's waiting on the second
two, they all both got
and
red.
first exchange. And once those are white, then he'll.
We got a second white, waiting on the third.
So now one more white to wait on. For the Jal Lady Panthers, Natalia Rivera, Marin Nieto, Emily Acosta, and Camila Baeza. For Tatum, Sydney Rice, Aubrey Young, Luann Villasenor, Drennan Young. Trying to look here. For Texaco, Destiny Myers, Emery Parr, Macy Dumas, and Desiree Holman. And for Hagerman, Alia Andrews, Rayan Telemontes, Natalie Martinez, Arely Magallanes.
All relay races should be run in lanes 2 through 7. All relay races are run in lanes 2 through 7.
Anyway, for Loving, you've got Kai Cooper, Christina Lindsay, Karen Solis, and Haley Long. Those are the folks that are listed. They can always substitute people on a relay. Like if you've got one that maybe pulled a hamstring in the long jump, they may throw somebody else in their spots. You know, each one's allowed up to 2 or 3 alternates that they can list. So that's who the sheet says is running. We will know more here in the next few seconds, that's for sure, to who's in there. But I believe that is Kenna McBee. Kenna McBee will be the first leg for the Lady Cardinals. And I don't have my glasses on, but I sure can't see to tell you who all these other folks are out there. I know looking down there at the end, it looks like for Jal, I don't know if that's, I think it's Rivera down there in the last leg. And of course, for the Lady Cardinals, you'll have Brito. So the gun is in the air here in the 4x100 relay, District 4 2A district track meet. So the gun is off, the clock is started, and here they go. Kenna McBee got a good start, but it looks like Texaco in that middle lane is already closing that distance. Texaco going to be tough if we can't get a good second leg, and we had a bad exchange there. Going to be close. Here comes Jal, though, passing everybody on the backside. Is that Lujan? I can't tell who that is, but whoever it is smoking people on the backside. Here comes the middle leg. Or the third leg, I'm sorry. Here comes Texaco, though, exploding across the middle in lane number 4. I believe it's going to be all Texaco as Texaco is running away with it. The Lady Cardinals and the 8th grader Brito trying to close some distance and get back in there. Jal pushing up for second, Tatum third. In 4th place, you'll have Loving, Eunice in 5th. And way back is Hagerman coming across the line about 40 yards later, 40 feet behind. And so that is the 4x100 relay for the girls. Nice. So let's see here if I can find what we got next. Should be the boys 4x1.
They're getting out there, ready.
There's the 4x8, and so that should put us in good shape to move on to the boys 4x100 relay. We've got that here in my hands. All right, looking at this boys 4x1, it's going to be one heat. It looks like you've got Jal in lane 2, Texaco in lane 3, Eunice in lane 4, Loving in lane 5, Hagerman in lane 6, Tatum in lane 7. For the Eunice Cardinals, Hector Sosa, Elgin Woods, Maddox Mata, and Elijah Melanson. For the Jal Panthers, Sebastian Arroyo, Zayden Lujan, Davian Navarrete, and Daniel Ornalis. For Texaco, some names we've heard of numerous times: Cross Fig, Jaheim Moses, Alexander Fuentes, and Edgar Mendoza. For Loving, Adrian Lopez, Kenius Ansuarez, Jace Foster, and Ryder Gonzalez. For Hagerman, Ricardo McTague, Christian Miranda, Jordan Aguilar, and Xavier Aguilar. And for Tatum, Daniel Palacios, Garrett Anthony, Aaron Mariscal, and Anthony Montes.
And we got the white flags everywhere.
Looking down there for the Cardinals, they've got Maddox Mata. He's in the anchor leg. Trying to look around the track there and see who else I see over there. I believe that's going to be Hector Sosa in the 3rd leg. I don't know. I can't tell whether that's Hector in the 3rd leg or the 2nd leg. Looks like maybe Elgin Woods leading this thing off for the Cardinals. So they've just called runners to your marks. And that wind does get a little
whipping,
gusty in here.
A little chilly.
Still on the runners to your marks.
Somebody's knocking.
And there's the gun, and here they come. Elgin Woods with a good start. He's pulling ahead there already in that middle lane. I believe he's in about 5, so a good start by Woods. Oh, their handoff wasn't perfect, but the Cardinals are still maintaining. They are pulling out, and Eunice looks to be out in front here as they're going to hand off in the third exchange, and we had a good handoff there. It's all Eunice. Eunice by 20 feet, but Texaco trying to close distance, and they're not going to close on Maddox Mata.
Nah, he's coming.
Here comes Mata down the stretch. He could go all the way. I believe he will. Texaco in second, Loving in third, Jow in fourth, Tatum in fifth, and Hagerman bringing up the rear. Let me check the door.
So Mata, once he got that thing, he's gone like the wind that's blowing through this window. He was moving.
Yeah, we were broadcasting. Thank you, sir. All right, so we are back. We are going, and we are getting after it. The Cardinals with the big win right there. As I lost my sheet. There it is. Rosendo was banging on the door. Let me see here. So now we've got Rosie.
He's like a bill collector. He's just banging.
At the wrong time,
had to get in,
too.
man.
I thought he was going to get the SWAT team up here with that big old thing they use to break
who's
the
that big
door
red
down.
machine up there?
So next should be the 100-meter hurdles, I believe, for the girls.
Of Texaco. And in first place with a qualifying distance of 137 feet, 8
The boys
inches,
dominated that
David
race, sir.
Gaitan of Jow High School.
Yeah, that was a nice race.
What we figured out, too, is when they're announcing the finishers,
You can hear it on the.
you can hear them clear
That
through
way
the
you- that way you
radio,
have
so
to
that way
repeat
you
it?
don't have to, well, because halftime we don't know who it
100-meter relay.
who it is.
Okay.
100-meter hurdles.
For the girls' 100-meter hurdles. Final
Let's
call for the
see.
girls' 100-meter hurdles.
There it is.
Second call for the boys' 110.
So we've got the boys and girls hurdles. The girls will go first.
For the boys' 110.
And
meter
Rosendo
hurdles.
has joined the show. Welcome,
First
Rosie.
call
Hello,
for
sir.
the
Sorry about
girls'
being late, but I had to go to
100-meter
work this morning.
Oh, man.
But y'all sounded good on the radio when I was listening to it. So
I can't believe people actually,
listen to us.
yeah.
You did good?
That too. So in the hurdles here, they're setting up the hurdles. We'll have the 100-meter hurdles. The girls run the 100-meter hurdles. The boys run the 110-meter hurdles. So a slight difference in boys and girls. For the girls, there's only, 5 competitors. You'll have Alondra Maureen of Eunice. She'll be in lane 6, according to our sheet. Noelia Vasquez of Loving will be in lane 5. Aspen Kane, another one of those pole vaulters that we've been watching from Texaco in lane 4. Sammy Madrano in lane number 3 from Hagerman. And Emily Acosta from Jow will be in lane number 2. The best time coming into today, Aspen Kane of Texaco running a 17.58 on the season.
Wow, that's pretty impressive right there.
Yeah. Yep.
So both or all those competitors are headed down toward the start line.
So they start in the same place, or they start on the?
No, this time we'll start down here.
Okay.
All of these races are slightly different. As we're going to have to get Charlie watching some track meets, Rosie.
He's been asking a lot of odd questions.
Yeah,
what's the
You've done very well answering them.
he's got his camera pointed like at the third leg of the relay to start on.
Why are they just standing up?
That's right. Why don't they get in the blocks over there in leg 3, you know?
Oh, Charlie. He never disappoint me, Charlie.
I just thought the pole vault was neat. Like I used to know this lady that done a lot of dancing with, or working around the pole.
But
it
it
didn't
wasn't
bend.
that kind. Yeah, I got you.
Didn't
I
bend or
got
none of that.
you.
I'm just teasing y'all
Charlie's
out there.
fired. All right, just so y'all know, and probably the rest of us are too for allowing.
I just showed up, guys. I have nothing to do with it. I'm enjoying my cooking.
They do that for exercise nowadays. That's what I was talking about.
Yeah, yeah, I get
Like
you.
yoga?
Like yoga, yeah. Yoga, pole dance.
Did y'all say Yoda?
Yoga.
I thought maybe he was using the Force or something.
Maybe you use the force on him.
The fourth be with you.
So all of the competitors getting down there, getting lined up, ready to go. The senior Alondra Maureen, her best time on the year is 20.12. Lovings Vasquez with an 18.52. Hagerman's Medrano with a 19:24, and Giles Acosta with a 20.71. The best time in our district is the young lady from Texaco, Aspen Kane.
So they got the ones that are sitting down on the track. They're just holding the blocks in place.
Yes. Yeah, sometimes when you push on those blocks, you push real hard, they move. And even they've got little spikes on them that look like the spikes on the bottom of track shoes. But sometimes when you push on those, they'll slide a little bit. So
that'll throw your game off
a lot of folks will get people to go hold them for them.
So Texaco is in lane number 4, correct? Yes.
Yeah, Texaco will
and
be in lane 4.
In 3.
Yes. Yeah, very similar outfits, probably like us in Loving.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell.
Yeah.
Talking about Loving, I was driving over here and I seen some kids from the Loving team coming from Dairyfreeze.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Drinking a
snackaroo, huh?
I guess so.
They probably threw the shot of the discus, and now that they're done, their coaches are like, hey, if you want to walk over and get something to eat, go ahead.
Stretch them legs out.
They said, walk by that gym, and while you're walking by, peek in the door and take a look at that ridiculous floor and laugh at it while you keep on walking.
This is the first time he said something about it.
Yes. Since our school board member got here.
Hey, man, I'm on the same boat as Jimmy is. I'm not really outspoken, but I'm pretty sure we came to an agreement
and it wasn't
on that floor. It was not that. I agree 100%.
But I'm going to tell you, we're going to have to really do something about that. We're going to have to do something about that elevator situation because carrying that big old black.
Time of 12:22:29, Texaco High School.
So that is Texaco, and I don't even know what event that was.
I don't know. It's 12:22:29. I don't know. It must have been a race.
Yeah.
Probably when they got third place over here, right?
I don't know.
On that last one.
Maybe.
Rosie, are you bleeding?
Yes, sir. When I was coming up them steps, I got cut up on the rail.
Hey, I know a good attorney.
This guy, you're just out. I want to vote yes on that one, huh?
Eunice High School in 3rd place.
All right.
In 2nd place, Hagerman with a time of 9:13:53. And in 1st place, Texaco High School with a time of 8:55:63.
That's the 4x800 relay.
Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, it looks like all the competitors are down there just waiting on Mr. Hatch. He just pulled his little machine out of his pocket, and he's got his gun in his hand. He's about ready to pop a cap.
He's going to bust a cap up in the air, and they're going to run.
I believe so. I think that's how track
they're
works.
They're going to run and jump. Oh, my glasses. Got to have them on.
Yep.
Yeah, we're talking about carrying that black box up all them steps. We really need a elevator or escalator. I don't care which. Yeah. Whatever's easier.
Or even just one of those little ropes that have like the loop in that you stick your foot in and it takes you to the top.
Yeah,
it's going to be a strong rope.
Charlie turned it into a bungee, huh? He'd be like bungeeing off the back.
These guys, I swear. At least we had this whole spot to ourselves, right?
Yeah,
yeah, we're going to
came
roll
up
around
here earlier, and I was like, man, this is pretty nice. I don't know about all that rolling around.
I had them windows closed a while ago. I was about to freeze in here.
Charlie had everything closed up when I got back in here a while
ago.
ago.
I was remembering you guys doing this Monday, and Jimmy talking about how hot it was and whatnot.
Yeah, but we were one level down.
Yeah.
And
it was an overcast.
And so I wore my short sleeve shirt, and we're fixing to go, boys.
Oh, yeah. He's got the gun in the air. We've got one that didn't run out of the blocks. Here comes Texaco in the mid lane. That is Kane, and she is out. She's alternating legs, running a four-step.
Nice,
you don't see too many four-steppers running the kind of time she's running. That's an alternate leg. Texaco in first. Hagerman easily in second. Alondra Morena Eunice in third. And then in fourth place, you're going to have Acosta of Jal. And so then, anyway, so the Lady Cardinals end up third in that one. And now we will have the 110-meter hurdles. That one is right here.
100-meter dash. Second call for the girls.
I guess you got it all in order.
Well, it's
first call.
They threw a wrinkle at me today. It's not quite as
smooth as it was Monday.
As it was Monday.
Why are they moving?
Even on the camera guy. Because they got to raise them for the boys.
Well, they got to raise them, and then like I said a while ago, the boys run 110 meters, the girls run 100 meters, and there's a different distance between each hurdle. So they have to move them for the boys. So the boys run a slightly higher hurdle, so it goes higher, and there's more distance between hurdles.
Is that in accordance with Title IX? Does anybody know?
Probably not. You'll have to check with your AD on that one. And,
We're asking too many political questions here, man. Let's just kind of keep talking about the hurdles, how beautiful day it is, how a lot of people are out there helping.
So in these hurdles, you've got 8 competitors. In lane 1, you'll have Ben Olivares, the 8th grader from Eunice. In lane 2, you'll have Giancarlo Marquez. Shout out to Omar and Lizette. He's in lane 2.
Yep.
In lane 3, you'll have the main man, Adam Juarez, in lane number 3 of Jow. Shout out to Adam. In lane 4, Isaac Melanson, another 8th grader from Eunice, and he comes into this race with the best time in the district. In lane number 5, Xavier Aguilar of Hagerman. In lane 6, Kenny Parks of Eunice. Lane 7, Gideon Hernandez of Tatum. And lane 8, Kobe Vargas of Jow. So the 8th grader Melanson with the best time in district this year run by anybody. And I tell you, boy, Melanson is an amazing athlete. Work on a little hurdle form, and that young man's I mean, he could easily probably run 15, 16 seconds. Because he's athletic and he's fast.
Yeah, and he's still young, so he
yes
has a lot of growing to go through out there.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so looking down there toward the pole vault, still got some pole vaulters getting after it. We talked about it the last track meet. It was the first event and the last event to go.
They're still doing it, huh?
Yeah, I'm going to give you my opinion because you know I give it to you whether you ask for it or not.
Surely not.
I think we give too much time in between people jumping and stuff down there. I've been
anybody take shoes off today?
I've been around that event for 40 years, and the last 2 track meets we've had, it's just so slow. It's like one person goes, and then we all got to go hug and jump around and talk about it for 10 minutes. Watch a video on somebody's phone. Then the next one goes, and we hug and talk about it for 20 minutes and hug and jump around, and it's just so slow. It
just takes up too much time. I mean,
well, and it's
keep things moving.
You won't find anybody loves the pole vault any more than me. I stand down there and watch it all day, but you got to keep that thing moving, or
well, yeah, you get tired of sitting there waiting and waiting and waiting to watch one pole vault.
Yeah. Well, and it just, a lot of these pole vaulters are in other events too. They run other races. And once the races start, they're like that young lady that just won the hurdles. She's one of those pole vaulters. In fact, I think she's the best pole vaulter over there. And, you know, it just makes it take forever. So the gun is in the air here for this race. This is the 110-meter hurdles. Melanson sets in lane 4. And he's out early. Side by side, though, with the young man from Hagerman. And now Adam Juarez starting to push ahead. Ben Olivares on the inside. He's extending the lead. The 8th grader, Ben Olivares, he's out. He's going to win this thing. Ben in second. Our main man, Adam Juarez. And in third, the young man from Hagerman.
Texaco.
Was that Texaco?
Yes, sir. The white and green, he has Texaco go down.
Now, that's Hagerman. Hagerman. There wasn't a Texaco runner on there. Okay. Xavier Aguilar. And so first, second, and third is Eunice, Jow, and Hagerman. Ben Olivares, the youngster, with the win. What a run by Ben.
Final call for the girls 100-meter dash.
Wow, surprisingly. Melanson did that great.
For the girls 100-meter dash.
So 100-meter dash for the boys. Let me see if I can find the girls. There's the girls. All right.
I don't even think I could run 100 meters, much less jump over them tall things in the middle of the track.
Man,
the hurdles.
Looking at these 100-meter dashes for boys, you got 5 heats. For girls, you got 4. The 100 is always the
race of the night.
It is. There's always so many people that jump into the 100. It's the one more people want to run than any. It's also the shortest race.
Well, yeah, you don't want to. Not too many people want to run 800 meters.
Yeah, I think you had 3 a while ago in the 3,200 meter, the 3,200 meter. You had 3 runners.
Wow.
And in the 100 meter, you got 4 or 5 heats in each division. So trying to take a look here at the girls. On the girls' side, Let's see. It looks like your fastest times are all going to be in the first heat. So that first heat is going to have Karen Solis of Loving, Amaya Burrito, the 8th grader of Eunice, Kai
Final
Cooper
results
of
the
Loving.
boys 4x100
I'll get
relay.
quiet so we can hear this.
In 6th place, Hagerman. In 5th place, Tatum. In 4th place, Jow. In 3rd place, with a qualifying time of 46 seconds.
46 minutes.
0.35, Loving. In 2nd place, 45.54 seconds, Texaco. And in 1st place, Eunice High School with a time of 44:04.
Nice.
So the Eunice Cardinals win the 4x100 relay. Anyway, back to this first heat of the 100-meter dash. Emery Parr of Texaco will be in lane 4. Sydney Rice in lane 5 of Tatum. Destiny Myers of Texaco in lane 6. Natalia Rivera of Jow in lane 7. And Mariah McGuire of Eunice in lane 8. Those are the top 8 times in the 100-meter dash for the district this year, and they're all in that first heat.
Putting all the top dogs on the first one, huh?
Yeah, definitely. Emery Parr of Texaco
The results of the
has
girls
by
4x100
far the fastest
relay.
time in the 100 this year.
In 6th place,
Girls
Hagerman.
400-meter
In
relay.
5th place, Eunice. In 4th place, Loving. In 3rd place, Tatum. In 2nd place, Jow High School with a qualifying time of 53:38. And in 1st place, Texaco with a qualifying time of 53:06.
2 seconds ahead, huh? Wow. Photo finish.
Yeah, well, we've got a minute, and they're walking around down there. I go back to my floor comment earlier. I bet I've had 24 people reach out to me about the floor saying, is that really what, like coaches from other places, saying, is that really what y'all picked to design that floor? And I said, man, don't even get me started.
I've had 5 actually people reach out to me and ask me,
Yeah.
y'all chose that?
Yeah.
I've had some
Quote, unquote.
people ask me about the scoreboard.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It looks
Yeah.
like it's like I got a bigger TV in my living room.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with
I didn't
that.
see the scoreboard. I just seen the floor.
You know, and I
you
didn't
can't hardly see it, buddy.
I didn't notice the scoreboards because I was so irritated about the floor. I didn't notice the scoreboards until later. I got to looking at them, and I'm like, man, I remember us looking, and we had like these, I don't know if they were books or what, but we were looking at these options of scoreboards, and they had big video boards and all this. And there was some discussion about, oh, well, we don't know if we have people around here that know how to run that. And I'm like, man, we can teach them. You know,
It's called training.
That's right. And anyway, so we picked some different boards from what I had in mind, and I was on the committee. And the floor design, I remember we had a design similar to that, and there was a discussion amongst all of us, and there were some of us in the room that wanted something a little more flashy, a little more wow, a little more pizzazz. And there was the comment brought up, well, that it might cost us more money. So we got on the speakerphone with a group from Albuquerque, and they were talking through Wilson, I believe, and they asked some questions about the cost and doing something a little more flashy and whatnot. And they ended up telling us, no, the cost is literally the same, and you guys can design it however you want. And we were like, okay, cool. And I don't believe we ever met again.
But last meeting.
But we got the one that we got. So
we didn't go back, I guess. I don't know.
That's right. Well, the end. Some people are like, man, you would complain about a new gold watch or whatever. And I'm like, look, man, I love that building. You don't know how many times a day I drive by and look at it.
As much money as you spend on that building, do the extra.
Do the extra. I'm the same way. You've got a wow gym when you drive by there. Don't do a 1970s PE gym floor in it. That
reminds me of that I'm going to mention no name.
So here we go. The runners are to their mark. The gun is in the air.
In the air.
Lane 2 is Amaya Brito, the 8th grader for Eunice. Texaco Emery Parr in lane 4. Sydney Rice of Tatum in lane 5. Those are some of the ones to watch here. And here they come in the middle. A good start from Parr. She's out slightly in the lead. She's trying to run away with it. Out here in lane number 7, you've got Rivera, but here comes the youngster Brito in lane number 2, and she's going to get in the second spot. The 8th grader Amaya Brito finishing in second, but as expected, Emery Parr of Texaco finishes in first place.
Dominated there.
Yep.
Good run by that 8th grader. Unfortunately, so many heats we had to go to the times, huh?
Yeah, for sure. Definitely a good run by Brito. And now in heat number 2, you'll have Breeley Kane of Texaco in lane number 1, Kenna McBee of Eunice in lane 2, Gwen Hernandez of Tatum in lane 3, Aspen Kane of Texaco in lane 4, Melanie Montes of Loving in lane 6, Caden Lujan of Jow in lane 7, and Diana Anguiano in lane 8 of Eunice.
And Diana's an 8th grader, correct?
Yes, there's a bunch of 8th graders. Caden Lujan of Jow that's in this heat. She's also an 8th grader. Several pole vaulters in this 100-meter dash, too. So if you'll look over there, they're stopped again. And that is why the pole vault will likely be the last event still going at the end of the day.
The chickens will be roosting and
That's right.
they'll be pole vaulting.
Yep. Yeah, you got to get them up and started. I've watched the last 2 track meets where they just, every one of those kids, and I get it. Everybody wants to take 500 practice jumps and whatnot, and
results of the boys 110 hurdles.
So the boys 110-meter hurdles.
Isaac Melancon of Eunice. In 5th place, Kenny Parks of Eunice. In 4th place, Gideon Hernandez of Tatum. In 3rd place, Javier Aguilar of Hagerman. In 2nd place, Adam Juarez of Jow. And in 1st place, Ben Olivares of Eunice High School.
I can't even talk. Olivares earns his way to the state track meet, and so does our main man Adam Juarez. The gun is in the air here in heat number 2, and there it goes. A big start there by Caden Lujan, but pushing ahead there in the middle from Loving is Montes. Montes stretching it ahead. Now here comes Texaco in the middle. Trying to run him down is Kane, and she's going to run him down and beat him, and she's going to win the heat. Inside her was Kenna McBee. Going to be close to second, I believe, in that one.
I agree with you. Very close to
Emily
second.
Acosta of Jow. In 4th place, Noella of Vasquez of Loving. In 3rd place, Alondra Morin of Eunice. In 2nd place, Sammy Medrano of Hagerman. And in 1st place, Aspen Kane of Texaco with a qualifying time of 16:67.
All right, and I didn't hear what that was that they were talking about right there. What race that was that they were...
Did you get that?
Oh, all I caught was that wind's blowing through the window. So this is the 3rd heat for the women's 100-yard dash?
Yeah, yes. Definitely the 3rd heat. In this 3rd heat, you've got Texaco's Haley Sharp, Jow's Dana Castillo, Loving's Price Raylan. I think it's Raylan Price, but for some reason they have it entered the other way, and maybe that's right.
Raylan Price. I heard her announce it a while ago.
Kelsey Whelan of Texaco is in lane 6, and lane 7 is Zulika Zamora of Jow, and lane 8 is Amelia Lares of Eunice.
Getting ready. Jump in.
When I speak about the new gym, one other thing that I will note is late in the design process, we arranged for a group to go over and look at NMJC's locker rooms and whatnot to see what they had done. And after that was never in any discussions about the design of the locker rooms.
Because we did go.
Oh. Yeah, we went. I went. Not with the group. I went on my own. In the middle here is Loving. I believe that's Raylan Price. She's out trying to run away with it here, and I believe she's going to coast to the finish line. Giles Dana Castillo, I believe, was second. And anyway, I never heard any more about the way that was going to look. The design
was there any
of
pictures of the locker
rooms.
room?
I never saw any. Did you?
Mm-mm.
No, I didn't either. I think that was the thing, and I went and visited with Mr. Hatch yesterday on that whole deal. I just said those are the things that irritate me and why I'm such a jerk sometimes, I guess you might say.
Concerned citizen.
Yes, I'm so frustrated on things sometimes is because you spend numerous hours. I drove on my own dime multiple times to other towns to tour gyms and look at things and come up with a design. You go up there on your own time after hours where you could be at home with your family working on designs and things. And then decisions are made in closed rooms.
Behind closed doors.
And it ain't the decisions that
the committee made.
That those members of the committee that were the representatives of the community. Not to say that there weren't some committee members who made those decisions, because somebody made them, but there was one member of the community on that committee, which was me, and one member of the school board, which is elected by the community, on that committee, which was you.
Yes, sir.
and everybody else was school employees. And so I'm assuming, based on my conversation with Mr. Hatch yesterday, and it was a very pleasant conversation. I appreciate his willingness to let me bend his ear a little bit. But I'm assuming that those folks that were employees of the school are the ones that made those decisions, no matter what those other outside folks thought or whatever, or even brought it to their attention. So those
I
are
love the way how you used your words right there, Jim.
you gotta do what you
your
gotta
words.
do.
You got to use your words.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm more of a wow, bang, smack, type of what those Marvel comics, and they have the little pizzazz thing that pops
Batman
out.
and the Robin
Yes,
comics,
there
yes.
you go. And when you look at that facility, to me, when you walk in, it should make you go, wow, dang, look at that. Not, man, that looks like I could go out there and do a 1970s volleyball pose at center court, and you wouldn't know whether it was a 1970s court or one from 2025. The gun's in the air, it goes off, and here they come. Not many runners in this race, but there's two young ladies from Eunice. That's Ava Woods and Armandaras. They're going to run away with it. It's Woods and Armandaras in first and second, and a couple in green. Those are from Hagerman, Talamantes, and Andrews, finish in the third and fourth spots. So big wins there in heat number 4
for the boys
Woods and
100 meter
Armandaras.
dash.
Boys 100-meter dash results.
Final call for the boys 100-meter dash.
Never mind. That's the
Second
boys.
call for the girls 800-meter run.
All right.
Second call for the girls.
Can I borrow the paper to take
800-meter
notes?
run.
Oh, yeah, whatever you need.
First call for the boys 800-meter run.
Boys 800-meter run. So we're getting ready to have the first heat of the boys 100-meter. This first heat will be your fastest heat. It's got the 8 top times. Loving in lane number 1. That's Arian Lopez. Lane number 2 is Elgin Woods of Eunice. Hector Sosa in lane number 3 of Eunice. Jevin Aguilar of Hagerman in lane number 4. He's got the fast time entering today. Jose Valenzuela of Jow in lane 5. Hyan Castro in lane 6 of Eunice. Jahim Moses of Texaco in lane 7. And Kenias Ansuarez in lane 8. Those are the 8 fastest times, and they're all in this first heat of the 100-meter dash for the boys. The fastest time coming in is an 11:07 from Jevian Aguilar. Or Hevian, is that Hevian or Jevian? How would you say that?
Javian.
Javian, J-E-V-O-N, Javian. All right, that works for me. That sounds good.
We'll take it.
Yep.
In his top.
He's the young man there in the middle. I believe he's also a really good long jumper and a few other things that he does for this Hagerman program.
If you are not an athlete,
Please get off the track.
And the gun is in the air, and they're going to, I think they decided to be quiet because the gun was in the air and they were making announcements while the gun was already in the air. So here we go. Just getting ready to start the fast heat of the 100-meter dash. And here they are out of the stretch, or out of the start. Sosa got a good start. He's shoulder to shoulder, but pushing ahead is Aguilar. Aguilar, Sosa, Valenzuela at the line. It's going to be Aguilar, Sosa, and Valenzuela, the Eunice Jow. I couldn't tell between second and
Man,
third.
it was tight close. I think Eunice got it.
It was dang sure close. Javion Aguilar in first, Hector Sosa of Eunice, and Jose Valenzuela, Eunice and Jow, second and third. Couldn't tell for sure. Rosendo says he thinks Eunice got it. It was close.
It was close. Either way, it was a great race between those three, man.
It was a good race.
So that'll bring up heat number 2 of this 100-meter dash. Heat number 2 in lane number 1, you'll have Sebastian Rodriguez, the 8th grader from Eunice. In lane number 2, Davian Navarrete of Jow. In lane 3, Tyson Coy of Eunice. Lane 4, Grayson Meek of Eunice. Lane 5, Sebastian Arroyo from Jow. Lane 6, Lane Casey of Texaco. Lane 7, Lucas Lopez, the 8th grader from Eunice.
Who's in lane 1, did you say, from Eunice as well? Sebastian Rodriguez?
Sebastian Rodriguez, another 8th grader.
Yes, correct. Yes, sir.
Young man who qualified already for state in the high jump.
Correct. And also on that relay.
Yep, that's true. Grayson Meek has the fastest time in this heat so far this year, followed closely by Tyson Coy and Sebastian Arroyo. A lot of really close times in this. Just looking at their qualifying times coming into district, this should be a really, really close. I mean, you're talking hundredths of a second in some cases and differences of time between these folks that are in this heat. Young man Lucas Lopez warming up out here. He's in lane 7. He just ran about a 50-meter sprint as a warm-up, so he ought to be warm.
Yeah, he ought to be
but keep in mind, he's like 6'1", so
yes.
maybe.
Yeah, he only took 3 steps to run that 50 meters.
He'll be perfect for the hurdles, won't he?
Yeah.
He also runs bases for the baseball team on the varsity team.
Yes, he does. So here we go. They're calling the runners to their marks. Jumping around there in the middle is Sebastian Arroyo. He's got the orange shoes on. Fluorescent orange. You can't miss him. We'll call him Old Orange. Orange shoes.
Orange shoes.
Orange zapatos.
Orange juice.
Orange zapatos. As he's there in the middle. In lane number 4 is Grayson Meek. Here comes the start. Arroyo with a big start. He's out in lead. But here comes Tyson Coy. Coy pushing ahead. Arroyo trying to beat him, and Coy says, "Get off me. Where's my daddy Matt?" As I'm going to cross the finish line in first place. Matt Coy,
very impressed.
Where you been all my life? MC, and I'm not talking about Mariah Carey.
That young man came out of the blocks like nobody's business.
Woo.
Like if a bull was chasing him, I'll tell you that much.
He's probably been chased by a bull before. He knows how to
10
run.
meters after the start, he was behind Arroyo, and then he said, "Oh, no,
put it in fifth gear, huh?
Yes.
I ain't chasing the blue. I'm getting the blue. That's what he said. Huh?
Just like when he's out there roping and he gets, one of those steers that takes off a little fast. He had to kick her into gear, and he was back in there in no time.
Gone, huh?
All
We're
right.
warming up, aren't we?
I'm telling you. So next up will be heat number 3. In heat number 3, you've got more Eunice folks and a few gels and whatnot. But in lane number 1 from Tatum, Ethan Garcia. In lane number 2, Julian Hilario of Hagerman. In lane number 3, Ezekiel Garcia, that's Zeke of Eunice. Lane number 4, Zayden Lujan of Jow. Lane number 5, Daniel Ornales of Jow. Lane number 6, Omar Armendariz of Eunice. Lane number 7, Ricardo McTake of Hagerman. So those are the folks looking out there. I see Zayden Lujan. He just ran him about a 20-meter warm-up. Got them fluorescent pink shoes on.
They got matching shoes out there, too.
Right beside him, that's Daniel Ornales with a pair just like them. And slightly out them is Omar Armendariz, and he's got some bright ones, too. He's got a little fluorescent orange and yellow in his shoe.
Colorful shoes look like soccer cleats.
I concur. So we're here in the 100-meter dash of the District 4 2A track meet. Eunice, Jow, Hagerman, Loving, Texaco, all here today. Tatum, if I didn't say them, I think I did, but just in case.
Guns in the air.
And they're going to put the runners on their marks. Probably some gamesmanship, but I used to always try to be the last one to get still. That way everybody else had been sitting there holding for a couple of seconds, and I used to tell my kids to do the same thing. And the gun is
Every
up now.
advantage you can get.
There goes the bang right in the middle. That's Lujan with the best start. But out here is Armendariz. Armendariz is slightly in the lead. Inside his left is Lujan. It's a close one. It's going to be a photo finish in the middle, pushing ahead late. I believe that was going to be Daniel Ornelas.
And then I think the one at the far end in black got it the second place.
Okay, Tatum, Ethan Garcia. Definitely a good race right there.
In this heat, we'll see times in a minute. We'll see times.
So, and that brings us back over to lane number 4. In lane number 4, we've got, let's see here, 7 competitors. Lane number 1, Sebastian Perez of Hagerman. Lane number 2, Paxton Gonzalez of Texaco. Lane number 3, Braden Blevins. Shout out to the Blevins. He's in lane number 3 of Eunice. Lane number 4, Dexter Chapman. He's not from Dexter, he's from Texaco. Lane number 5, Kith Griffin of Tatum. Lane number 6, Jeremiah Chavez of Loving. And lane number 7, Jesse Ornelas for Eunice, and I don't see him out there.
I don't see him out there neither, sir.
So sometimes they'll pull folks if maybe they pulled a hammy, feel kind of tired, whatever it might be. One of those young ladies from Texaco just went up and down and no bars, so I missed down there at the pole vault as I was speaking.
Have the boys finished at least pole vaulting?
I think they went first, I think. But, you know, that may not be the case. I don't know. Charlie, did you watch any boys pole vault?
I don't remember seeing any boys pole vault.
Yeah, and you may be. They may not even have started the boys pole vault yet. If they hadn't started, man, it's going to be.
Should we ask for extra time already?
Oh man, yeah, it could be a bad situation. So, getting ready to get started here. They've got the runners at their marks. Big start out here by Tatum. That's Griffin. Griffin with a slight lead, but trucking through the middle is Kith Griffin. Chavez, Griffin, and trying to see who else is there. Chapman. It's a close one.
Yes, man. I had to put my money on Tatum. He leaned forward there at the end.
So that is Griffin. It was Griffin, Chavez, and Chapman.
Yes, sir.
All 6.
Sound like a comedy show.
Girls discus.
With qualifying
all
distances.
Qualifying, they're saying.
6th and 6th place is Sela Mendoza of Jal High School with a qualifying distance of 91 feet 9 inches. In 5th place, Kira Fontanella of Texaco High School, 91 feet 10 inches. In 4th place, Jacqueline Boyd of Eunice, 96 feet and half an inch. In 3rd place, Luann Villasiner of Tatum, 96 feet 1 inch. In 2nd place, Jimena Chacon of Hagerman, 98 feet 6 3/4 inches. And in 1st place, with a qualifying distance of 99 feet 1.5 inches, Mariah Bachicha of Texaco.
All right, lane number 5, or heat number 5 of the 100 meter. Lane number 1, Sebastian Reed of Hagerman. Lane number 2, Mario Etienne of Loving. Lane number 3, Cross Fig of Texaco. Lane number 4, Christian Miranda of Hagerman. Lane number 5, Ezekiel Galvan of Loving. Lane number 6, Nathan Autry of Texaco. Lane number 7, Brandon Manajares of Hagerman. So quite a few Hagermans and Texacos. There's going to be a sea of green out there.
And a little bit of red, huh?
Yep, 2 little red streaks out there from Loving. And a whole bunch of green. So they are in their blocks, ready to go. And there goes the gun. Right in the middle, I see Hagerman and Texaco. That's Fig and Miranda. Fig going to run away with it. Fig out in the lead, kind of like the Figs do on the football field, as he is way out there, and he's going to easily cross in first. So that completes the 100 meter. And so I believe next will be the 800 meter run.
For the girls 800 meter run.
It will be boys and girls. 800 meter run.
800 meter run.
And that's what, 4 laps?
2 laps.
2 laps.
Boys
Yeah, that's what I thought.
800-meter run.
You're just testing it, right? You're just testing.
Yeah, seeing if he remember.
Boys,
testing me
800-meter
All
run.
day, huh?
See if I knew.
First call for the girls 4x200 meter
So
relay.
the 800-meter run, in that there are 7 young ladies running. So all but one will get some points for their team.
And those a pole vaulter.
So the first one will be Evie Hernandez of Eunice, Naomi Garcia of Tatum, Briley Burgeon of Texaco, Lucy Wallen of Texaco, Yalitza Caballero of Hagerman, Kylie Draper of Texaco, Ava Bonistro of Texaco, Olivia Ramirez of Jal, Darby Tucker of Tatum, and Karen Balian of Tatum. And Tatum and Texaco
Have a
a
lot.
lot of young ladies in that. And I was talking earlier about I think it was a 3,200 meter run. There was 3 kids in it, and I'm like, I'm no rocket scientist, but grab you 3 or 4 8th graders, put them on the varsity, and say, can you do us a favor and just jump out there
Give us some-
and
give us some
jog?
points.
And athletes
And
should
you
be
get
on the
free
field.
points,
Yep.
man.
Only
Free
coaches
points.
and athletes should be on the
The
field.
4x800 relay a while ago. I mean, both races, boys and girls. I think there was like 3 teams in them. I'm like, man, throw you a team together and stick them out there just for those free points. Because even if you finish 4th, that's free points for your team. So, but I'm no rocket scientist by any means, but free points, free points.
You could have fooled me, boss.
Man, free points.
He said, I'm not no brain surgeon, but I have a brain.
That's right. That's right.
Leave it to Charlie.
But, my wife bought us all shirts for vacation, and they said, brains are neat. I wish everybody had one. And we all had them, all 5 of them. And we walk in the hotel, and the guy goes, so what's the deal with the
brains?
With the brain thing? I was like, yeah, it's just a vacation thing. So
see if I can.
We
I don't know
got
how
tangled up. Like, I don't know how that happened.
Yeah, I don't know how. I was pulling on it a while ago, and it'll be all right.
Don't pull on it.
I was pulling on it a while ago because I couldn't hardly reach my little window hole here anymore.
It's a window hole.
Well, I did have it all
What
closed
is it, a
up here
drive-through?
for
Yeah.
a hot second.
Yeah.
Did you fart or what?
Shout out
No,
to
they're waving. The,
Coach Miller, Miss Jennifer Miller. She's watching. We appreciate you.
thanks for listening and watching, Jennifer.
You're right. I do try to. I try real hard to make my words.
Work your words correctly.
Yeah, you know.
PC.
Yes, there you go. Exactly like that. I don't know if that stands for probable cause.
I think
or,
I try my hardest not to do that. Usually.
Yeah. See, and that's the difference between you and him.
That's why I'm not a politician.
That's why you're the camera guy and he's the main guy.
That's why I don't do politician stuff.
Yeah. It's it's actually turned out to be a pretty. The wind has been pretty rough for these competitors. Yeah. There's no doubt about it. But it's been a pretty nice day. I mean, the weather's a little cool, but it's pretty nice.
We would have only been an hour and a half into this. Now we're 3.5 hours in.
Yeah, I mean we're well over halfway. What
Oh,
in the
what
world?
did I miss?
Oh, it's the 800 meter getting
Oops.
started.
Sorry.
Charlie was over taking
Watching
it easy.
pole vault. Well, she's fixing the pole vault.
He was on a sabbatical. Here we go with the 800 meter. This is the girls' 800 meter run. Looking at this, it looks like there's
Giles
2,
taking
4,
the lead there.
See, 1, 2, 4, 6, 8. There's 10 competitors, I believe.
Starting to spread.
Yep.
There's only one red one at the very back.
Yeah, that's the young lady from Eunice. All the rest of them. Oh, there's a Jowl competitor
Yeah,
out
one
the,
in
up
blue,
the
she's
very
in front, so.
Well, and you got a couple of Texacos in the middle. I'm sorry, Tatum's in the middle.
Oh, yeah, the black ones, yes.
Yep.
One in black, yes, sir.
So you got a little mixture. A little mixture of color up there. It's a rainbow of fruit flavor. Out there in front, the young lady from Jowl is Olivia Ramirez is stretching them out for sure, and she's definitely, sometimes they call those the racehorse or whatever. They get out there and make everybody, make everybody chase them. She's the rabbit.
There you go, the rabbit.
They will stick her out there and see if they can pull everybody with them, or see if she can wear them out. And my ears are about to pull off. I don't know how that's happened. It's all
I don't know what
tangled.
happened. Rosa keeps stepping on mine and jerking my head sideways.
I'm trying to get it all situated here since Charlie messed it all
I
up.
feel like Charlie's running from a foul ball or something over
I'm
there.
about ready to.
Mine are perfect.
Of course.
There's no problem with yours
Yeah,
right
mine
there.
are just right.
So way out in front right now is the young lady from JAL. That's Olivia Ramirez. I see the young lady from Texaco starting to close the distance. In fact, I believe you've got Texaco in 2-3. I don't think that's Hagerman in 3. I think that's all Texaco. But I can't tell for sure. When they get over here a little closer, I'll be able to tell. And there's a Texaco young lady that's up and over the bar there in the pole vault. So coming around the curve here. And I believe this is the last lap, right? So you've got 100 meters as here they come into the stretch. The young lady from Texaco trying to close the distance. Olivia Ramirez from JAL trying to stride it out. The Texaco runner is closing the distance. She pops it out, but she's not going to catch her.
No.
JAL, New Mexico, Lee County, baby. She's headed for the finish line, and she's going to stroll in. JAL in first, Texaco in second, and that is Hagerman bringing up to third place. That'll be Caballero. Then you've got back-to-back Texacos and a Tatum in the 4th, 5th, and 6th spot.
And then
Texaco, we got one more back there, yeah.
So the 800-meter run for the girls, finishing in first place, is Olivia Ramirez of JAL. That's a gutsy run from that young lady.
Yes.
As she jumped out in the lead early and never looked back.
Third and final call for boys 800-meter run. Second call for
800-meter run or the
relay girls.
yeah, there we go.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
First call 4x2 relay boys.
Here comes our Cardinal. She's going to make it through
She's going to finish. She's flying toward the finish line. She's up. She heads on
Horses
down
don't
there.
fly. It's a unicorn.
That was birds that were flying. That was a flock of birds.
I'm sorry.
You ever heard of covey
Yes.
of quail? They take off out of there. That's what that was.
So if it's a bunch of cardinals, are they call it a covey, or what do they call it?
A covey of cardinals, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Covey.
So a lot more runners in this boys. Man, a lot of green down there. I just nodded, looked that direction and went,
just put them out there like race
goodness.
cars and just go.
Joshua Diaz of Loving, Lionel Ansuarez of Loving, Sean Ruiz of Eunice, Wade Williams, shout out to my neighbors of Eunice, Roberto Munoz of Hagerman, Jason Tucker of Tatum, Ethan Essex of Texaco, Xavier Zamora of Hagerman, Landon Lucero of Hagerman, Kaysen Peabody of Texaco, Kylan Switzer of Texaco, Jake Garrison of Texaco, Bennett Whalen of Texaco, Ridge Russell of Texaco, Keel Reyes of Loving, Carlos Cisneros of Hagerman, Jaden Martinez of Loving, Jesus Soria of Loving, Elian Munoz of Hagerman, and Donovan Ansuarez of Loving.
There's a lot of runners. They can get them all in.
I'm telling you, it looks like a Christmas tree out there on the track right now with all that red and green.
They don't have to do like 8 at a time. They do as many.
Yeah, and these longer runs, they just throw them out there and
like a giant marathon.
Yeah. In fact, if you'll watch some of the big ones, they'll split the track and they'll start some way up in a little piece up at the top where they run and blend when they get over at the end of the first curve. It's pretty wild. So definitely a lot of runners out there in this particular event. This is the 800-meter run. Tough race. Tough race. Trying to look here at who has the best time coming into today. I think 2:06 is the best one I see. That's Ethan Essex of Texaco, Landon Lucero of Hagerman. No, that is not correct. It's Xavier Zamora of Hagerman and Landon Lucero of Hagerman. They have the best times of the year for this district. Texaco's Kaysen Peabody has the third best time coming into this run here.
Busted a cap. Here we go.
Yep. So I'm looking for a couple of Hagerman runners and a Texaco runner to be out in the front because those three have a significantly better time as far as their time best for the season. And it looks like you've got definitely a lot of green at the front. It looks like that
It's hard to tell.
Yeah, I was going to say it looks like Texaco way out in the front, and then back to back. Hagerman, but I can't tell for sure. Texaco's girls. Yeah, that's Hagerman now in the front.
Correct.
So Hagerman out front, Texaco in second. I can only assume that this is Zamora and Peabody, along with Lucero, Hagerman, Texaco, Hagerman, first, second, and third. Looking back down the list for Eunice, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. There's a Eunice runner in 13th. As I look down there, trying to see where everybody else might be. Multiple Eunice runners on the sheet, and I don't see multiple runners out there for the Cardinals. I didn't even see two. I just saw one.
Where's Sean? I thought the other guy in front of him was from Eunice too, but I could
both
be
of
wrong.
those two over there, they both from Eunice?
I think the one in the front might be from Eunice. I'm not sure.
Okay.
We'll see in a minute when he makes that turn.
Is that Texaco?
Man, that's Hagerman. They are stretching it out.
Oh, way out in front.
Yeah. Texaco kind of slowed down, fell all back to third.
I think that's going to be Xavier Zamora of Hagerman
last turn,
out in first, Landon Lucero of Hagerman in second, and then Kaysen Peabody of Texaco in third.
And he's kicking now. Let's go.
He's trying to close it, but he's not going to close it. The two Hagerman runners are going to finish first and second. Texaco going to finish third. First, second, Hagerman, Texaco third. Texaco fourth, Texaco fifth, Texaco sixth, Texaco seventh.
And Texaco eighth.
Hagerman eighth and Texaco ninth. Golly.
A lot of Texaco.
A lot of Texacos.
I stand corrected. We only had one Eunice.
One Eunice runner in that race. So that was the 800 meter, and I believe next will be the 4x2 relays.
4x200 meter relay.
So we'll have the boys and the girls relays.
For the girls, 2x4, 4x200 meter relay.
4x4.
Second call for the boys.
She may have been hanging out with Charlie during track season the last couple of years, huh?
They used to hang on the stands.
4x200 meter relay.
Well, hang out somewhere.
First call for the girls 400-meter dash.
All right. They're also making the first call for the 400-meter dash, which will be coming up here before too long. In my opinion, probably the toughest race on the track. Yeah, because you're
sprinting that whole
lap.
I don't know why they call it a dash.
Yeah, because it's considered the longest of the. It's considered a sprint.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I say it's about the longest.
Well, the dashes are where they you pour it all in for as quick as you can go.
Yeah,
pour the whole thing in.
You dash over behind the bleachers and throw up when you get done.
Before and after the race.
That's right.
Before and
I dash over and throw up when they tell me I'm in that event. So
I'm sick. I can't participate.
That's right. That's right. Trying to take a look here. It looks like we've got the exchange zone over there, but I don't see anybody in the
start line.
The start line. That may be it. They may be wheeling the blocks down there.
I thought they took them a minute ago for that. Oh well. Yeah, I just want to see the results of the 100 of that 100 and for the boys and the girls. They haven't said it over the intercom, have they?
Yeah, and I haven't either. They should be saying those pretty soon.
Well, there was a lot of
quick rundown of these 4x2, the 800-meter relays for the girls. For the Eunice Lady Cardinals, they're in lane 6. Diana Anguiano, Amaya Brito, McKenna McBee, and Michaela Pierce. Now they're out there on the track. For Loving, Kai Cooper, Christiana Lindsay, Karen Solis, and Haley Long. For Texaco, Macy Dumas, Desiree Holman, Kaylee Whelan, and Madeline Tillman. They're in lane 3. Jow High School's in lane 4. Natalia Rivera, Marine Nieto, Camila Baeza, Abigail Darden. They're in lane 4. That's Jow. Lane 5 is Tatum, and they're Gwen Hernandez, Sydney Rice, Aubrey Young, and Luann Villasenor. I mentioned Eunice in lane 6. In lane 7 is Hagerman, Briley Rodriguez, Natalie Martinez, Arlie Magallanes, and Jeanette Torres. So that is your competitors here in the 4x2, aka 800-meter relay. I did some math at Eunice High School years ago. That's where I learned that the 4x2 was also the 800. There you go. Learned that.
You taking notes, Charlie? You taking notes?
Yes, I got my notebook.
You know, I think about it, though. I don't think I ever took a math at Eunice High School, now that I think about it. I didn't.
Was that a good thing or a bad thing?
I don't know, but I already had all my maths. Like the school I was at in Arkansas, you could graduate with honors and take those accelerated classes. And when I got here at that time, Eunice didn't have that option. Like, we didn't have the option to graduate with honors when I graduated. It was just based on your GPA. Like, there was no, you know, like I had people that finished ahead of me, true story, and we laugh about it every now and then we get together. Had people that finished ahead of me in the GPA that took like 3 wood shops their senior year.
For 3 wood shops and 2 PEs, right?
Had 3 A's with Mr. Jones, you know.
And couldn't read a tape measure.
But boy, did they have good grades.
Like, you're standing to graduate. How did he get in front of me?
Yeah, true story, man. When I got here, I was in like physics and anatomy and all kinds of hard stuff. And I got here and they were like, we don't even offer a bunch of the classes that I had. And so, like, my senior year, I was kind of the same way. I had a bunch of, I think I was an office aide, like, had like 2 PEs. It was interesting. They've changed that since then. It's gotten better, no doubt.
And you still graduate 25th in this class out of 25.
Yeah.
And here we go.
So all of the runners are on the track.
Guns in the air.
He has called them to their marks. Waiting on everybody to get still, and as soon as they deal, he'll say, get set, and raise his hand. There it is. And there they go. They are off. Nope, and the gun went off again. So, and I'm assuming by the way he looked at his deal, that must have been an equipment malfunction again.
Yeah, shot like 4 times. I was fixing to start ducking.
Those runners kept running. That's what it was.
Well, I don't know if you saw it earlier. There were guys that took off. I think they were running, I don't remember what race it was, but they ran all the way around the curve before they could get them stopped, and they had already ran over like 100 meters.
Wow.
But same thing, it's equipment issue. I see Mr. Hatch coming over there and looking at it. We've had that problem a couple of times today.
Does it just happen on that end of the field?
So far.
That's the only time I've seen it happen. Is right there.
Huh.
And so.
And that's in the closest to the box too.
Yes. For those that are at home that don't kind of understand how this works, back in my day, you know, way back when the dinosaurs were roaming.
Yeah, I used to run on clay, huh?
You had 8 guys or girls or whatever standing down here at the finish line with a stopwatch in their hand, waiting on the gun to go off, waiting to see the smoke, and they'd push the button. And you'd run, and when you finished, they'd push the button again. And they had people that would come out for 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and they would come out and grab you, and then they would come over to you with your time and tell you what your time was. Yep. And you had your picker and whatnot.
And you had somebody running up here to the press box.
But I will tell you that I personally was in races where the person's time, people that I beat, had a better time than me because their guy had a little quicker thumb. And so
you're like a hitter.
And that timer never ran out of drinks, huh?
No. And so,
you get it?
And so, yes. So the system now is a digital system. It is, there's a little box that the gunman holds up there by the gun. And when the gun goes off, it activates the clock. Mm-hmm. And then as they come across the finish line, it has like a laser that catches them. And so there's no more, it is what it is when you come across the line. But sometimes.
It's technically official, right?
Yes. But sometimes when they raise the box and the gun goes off, for whatever reason, it doesn't reset or something happens over here.
You see that's a test drive right there.
It creates a problem. And so sometimes it doesn't pick up.
Didn't they back in your day use like a regular pistol with the blanks?
Well, and they had like the pterodactyls that flew around over the top of you, and made sure everything was happening. Shout out to Mr. Perry Kimple. We appreciate you watching all the way from Washington, and Mr. Eddie Montoya. Shout out to you guys. We appreciate you for sure.
All right, just one shot now, sir.
Yeah, don't be spraying bullets like they do on a Saturday night on Broadway Street in Hobbs.
Yeah.
We don't need any of that action out here.
None of that.
Don't need nobody screaming, "What sets you claim, fool?"
We're all wearing red. We're in trouble. I came up here without nothing in my hand, if you know what I mean.
So they're trying to see if the exchangers are ready. There we go.
They're ready.
They were waving, and Hatch
We need
was ready.
Texaco, Hagerman, and Tatum coaches to the camera area.
Come pay your bills, boys.
Texaco, Hagerman, and Tatum girls coaches to the camera area immediately.
You know what that means, right?
Immediately. Get on down there.
What's a
Ty.
camera area?
I think the times.
Oh, well. That ain't worth
Flip a coin, I bet you.
So we will see what happens. So here we go. Eunice in lane number 6. I believe that's going to be Kenna McBee. She's usually the starter for the Lady Cardinals, and that is Kenna. On the inside, I see some movement from Jal. Jal closing that distance already on the stagger. Hagerman, Texaco closing distance. Jal, though, pulling ahead.
Coaches, please report
Jal.
to the camera
Jal
site.
with the lead, and they are in first place here. Watch Texaco, though. Keep an eye on Texaco as they are on the inside lane. But Tatum and Jal gonna finish 1 and 2 in that first.
Look at that
and
exchange,
then a good
man.
exchange from Jal.
And very impressive.
Jal gonna bust ahead right here, and she's kind of out there in the middle. Loving trying to close some distance, but Jal is running away with it down the back stretch.
She's cooking.
Easy money for Jal.
Jal is cooking. They are cooking better than Nana's Cafe. Better than any of them other cafes
Is
down
Tatum
there.
gonna take second?
They're going to hand it off, and here we
Final
come
call
starting
for the
lap
boys,
number
4
2.
by 200
Oh.
Jal with a
Final
50-meter
call for the boys,
lead
4 by 200
after
meter
1.5 laps. They are
Second call
50
for the
meters
girls,
ahead.
400
That's it. That's
meter
very
dash.
nice out there for Jal.
Man, Jal
Second call for
cruising.
the girls,
Those handoffs
about
are
to
perfect,
slow
man.
down.
Yes. The
First
Jal
call
Lady
for the
Panthers
boys,
cruising.
400
Texaco
meter dash.
trying to close the distance, but it ain't going to be enough. Eunice back in, 5th? And now the last handoff for Jal, and
And it
Jal
was
is
perfect.
toasting it. Jal into the stretch. Pushing it around the final curve, and here they come into the stretch. Jal cooking with gas, cruising to the easy victory. It's easy like a Sunday morning. Texaco in second. Tatum and Loving battling for third, but Tatum, and I believe that's Villasenor, she's trying to push up there. And here comes Brito in, I believe that's going to be 5th for the Lady Cardinals. Jal cruises to victory in the 4x2 relay.
And Jal did a great job on those handoff. Gave him huge leads on that first handoff, and from there they never looked back.
Yeah, great exchanges for Jal all the way around, and then some great running from those young
That's
ladies
beautiful,
as
beautiful
well.
job. Congratulations to that team.
We had 9 young men who qualified in the boys 100 meter dash
Oh, wow.
with times that were all less than 11.9.
Wow.
Wow.
Sebastian Arroyo
Wow, 8th grader.
in 9th place, 11.83. A tie for 8th, Hayin Castro and Grayson Meek with a time of 11.80.
2 from Eunice, huh?
Yeah.
7th
3.
place, Elijah Woods, 11.78.
4.
In 6th place, Arian Lopez, Loving High School, 11.69. In 5th place, Tyson Coy from Eunice, 11.61. In 4th place, Haim Moses of Texaco, 11.40. In 3rd place, Hector Sosa of Eunice, 11.20. In 2nd place, Jose Valenzuela of Jal at 11.14. And in 1st place, Yvonne Aguilar of Hagerman at 10.97.
Wow.
10.97. That's a good run in the 100
That
meters.
is.
Speaking of the next race, the 4x2 for the boys, the 800 meter relay. Jal will be in lane number 2. That is Davian Navarrete, Jose Valenzuela, David Gaitan, and Andre Rodriguez. Daniel Ornelas is their alternate. In lane number 3, Loving High School, Jeremiah Chavez, Anthony Lara, Arian Lopez, Demetrius Ansuarez. In lane number 4, the Eunice Cardinals, Hector Sosa, Elgin Woods, Maddox Mata, and Elijah Melanson. In lane 5 is Hagerman, Javion Aguilar,
Results of the girls 100
Jordan
meter
Aguilar,
dash.
Fernando
In 6th
Zamora,
place,
Landon
Aspen Kane of
Lucero.
Texaco. In 5th place, Kai Cooper of Loving. In 4th place, Natalie Rivera of Jal. In 3rd place, Sydney Rice of Tatum. In 2nd place, Amaya Brito of Eunice. And in first place with the qualifying time of 13:07, Emery Parr of Texaco.
For Texaco, Jaheim Moses, James Hawkins, Edgar Mendoza, Keaton Dumas. They're in lane 6. And Tatum, Daniel Palacios, Garrett Anthony, Aaron Mariscal, and Anthony Montez for Tatum in lane 7. Here we go. The gun's in the air, and there it goes. First leg. Looking at the Eunice Cardinals with a good start. I believe that's Elgin Woods. Elgin Woods ripping it through the corner, and he's pushing ahead way out in front.
We got a good hand
He's
out
got
here.
that inside lane, and Jow right now closing
Look
some
at that
distance.
gap.
But Elgin Woods is out in front. That may be Lujan from Jow closing some distance. Here's the handoff,
the handoff
and a
wasn't that
close
great.
handoff. And Jow had the better handoff, and they're going to take the lead as they've got the inside track here on this curve. Eunice trying to maintain their lead. That's Hector Sosa who falls into second place. Jow cruising out ahead of the Cardinals. It's going to come down to the last two legs. Melanson's going to take the handoff for the Cardinals. Eunice had a better handoff
way
right
better.
there.
And it made up the gap. Look at that.
Trying to close the distance,
And
and
he
he
did.
goes around the Panthers. And here
there.
comes Elijah Melanson. Melanson way out in front, and he continues to turn it over.
Got to get your hand off here, boss.
Hut 2, 3, 4. Elijah Melanson's at the door as he hands off to the fourth leg, and that is Maddox Mata.
Oh, wow.
Mata takes the handoff, and
not gonna
here
be Mata.
goes Mata.
He
They're
gone.
not going to catch him.
Nah, he's
Maddox
cooking.
Mata with the orange shoes. He don't have green gloves, but by golly, his shoes are on fire. Maddox Mata.
Look at that.
Smoking
Discipline,
it.
baby.
He is gone. Yellow hair, don't care. Maddox Mata down the backstretch.
Look at Hagerman.
Jow pushing for second, but Hagerman's going to edge him at the line.
Wow.
Texaco in fourth, and the Jow runner falls down there at the end.
What
a race,
man.
Woo.
Beautiful job by Eunice coming back, improving on the handoff,
man.
especially the last two turns.
Man. I got
That's
a
a
message
race.
here. Says Melissa and I are watching from Albuquerque on our way to Farmington
All right.
tomorrow to watch our horse runs.
Well, thanks for
That
watching,
is-
y'all.
That is my neighbors, the Hollands, so
Yep.
shout out to them.
For the boys.
So next will be the 400 meter.
Second call for
And
the
so
boys,
some
400
good
meter
track
dash.
being run here today, no
First
doubt.
call for the
Yes, beautiful,
girls,
beautiful job,
300
man, by
meter
Eunice
hurdles.
coming back in the first place and winning it.
And it looks like they may have finished the pole vault down there finally. And I am kind of like Charlie. I'm not sure if the boys ever pole vaulted
I
or
don't
not.
remember seeing them unless they done it.
And if
We
they
have
have,
an addition to the girls' discus final results.
if they haven't,
We have a seventh place, Josette Lyon Smith of Loving, who qualified for state with a distance of 87 feet, 9.5 inches.
got a shout out here to Dustin Frank. He asked me if we were covering the softball game tomorrow. I don't even know who's playing. Is it
I
Joe
think it's
Eunice?
probably
No.
the Jowl guys.
Yeah, probably
covering
Ron
it.
from Jow.
Ron.
Oh, okay.
Because we
So
got to
it's-
go to Tatum.
Okay,
I mean,
gotcha.
Texaco, right?
Texaco.
It's tomorrow we go to
All
Texaco.
right. So that's our answer. Yeah, there is a track meet, or a baseball game in Texaco tomorrow.
Yes, we'll be there.
I don't know if I will, so you guys may be without me. It's my granddaughter's birthday party tomorrow. Isla Wayne. She's having a birthday party.
The
Plus,
results for the boys
our
shot put.
youngest boy, Brandon, it's FFA's
Sixth
banquet
grade-
tomorrow.
Sixth
Yes, sir.
place is Luke Gray.
So it's
of
just me and
Hagerman.
Charlie?
Fifth place, Jose Cabillo of
Yeah.
Eunice.
Is this the discus or the
In
shot?
fourth place, Dusty
Discus.
Moorhead of Tatum. In third place, Felix Chacon of Hagerman with a qualifying distance of 44 feet 6 3/4 inches. In second place, Aiden Donahue of Hagerman High School, 44 feet 7.5 inches. And in first place, Tace Smith of Texaco High School, 46 feet 8.5 inches.
Did they say second? That was first?
That was first.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
that was first.
All right. So the 400 meter girls getting ready to run the 400 meter. Kind of looks like they're taking a little breaky break, but probably isn't a very long one. The top times are all in heat number 1. In heat number 1, you've got 4 Texaco runners, a Loving runner, a Jow runner, and a Hagerman runner. Those are the top times. In lane number 1, you'll have Kelsey Whelan of Texaco. In lane number 2, Haley Sharp of Texaco. In lane number 3, Kylie Draper of Texaco. In lane number 4, Marin Nieto of Jao. In lane number 5, Emery Parr of Texaco. In lane number 6, Raynon Gonzalez of Loving. And lane number 7, Natalie Martinez of Hagerman. That'll be heat number 1 in the 400 meter, which I believe should get started here any moment.
Hey, Rosie, did you bring that coffee can up here or no?
No, but I brought a 5-gallon bucket.
I'm probably going to need a 5-gallon bucket.
5-gallon bucket. Just go off the back steps out there.
It's raining, ladies and gentlemen. It's raining.
Can y'all make an announcement? Don't walk behind the stands for 5 minutes.
That's right. Just if you feel any dribbles, no big deal.
What is
a little
all
acidic, huh?
All we need to do is put a pipe in here from here down to the very bottom.
What we need is get you a diaper. That's what we need to do.
like the astronaut lady that drove all the way across the country to shoot her husband or something way back in the day. How'd you drive all the way straight through? I wore a diaper.
You're a smart woman. That's what we need to get you.
Of course, I couldn't stand up when I got there. I weighed 400 pounds.
Our new sponsor Depends, huh?
Depends.
Brought to you by Charlie.
Hey, that depends.
That depends. That depends. So I guess what, a 5-minute break here or something? They didn't announce anything.
They didn't announce a break, but it looks like a break.
We're stopping to eat
If you need to go, Charlie, I'll cover for you real quick. I've got a couple of comments. I run the camera better than you. I heard.
Oh my gosh. Well, people shouldn't be, consuming adult beverages on Friday afternoon. If you're getting busy, it ain't my camera.
Good times, good times.
Nothing but love, huh, ladies and gentlemen?
Yep, for sure.
So a minute ago on the 100-yard dash for the girls, the young girl, 8th grader, Burrito, she got 2nd place.
Qualified for
qualified.
state.
And on the boys' side, we have, I think, kind of 6 boys qualified for the Eunice team.
Yep.
So we got a lot of qualifiers today.
Yeah, definitely a good track meet so far for the Eunice Cardinals and Lady Cardinals. And so
is this like taking a break because we're halfway through or what?
yeah, I'm not exactly sure.
I'm pretty sure, for example, the guys doing the gun probably needs a break, or people down beneath us take breaks as well. That's why I'm telling you, if you need to take a break, Charlie, I'm your man.
I would, but I'm going to be honest with you.
You want to come back
I
up
don't
here?
want to
walk all the way up and down them steps.
Just fall and roll all the way down.
I'll just tie a knot here in just a minute.
Stop, drop, and roll. We learned that when we were in school.
Look at that balloon on the stand. No, it's Charlie.
I always hear these comments about how, when we were in school, at least once a month you'd go out in the hall and practice a nuclear bomb dropping or a tornado drill where you'd go out in the hallway and put your head down in your lap and cover up your head, or fire drills or all those different things.
As in the
stop,
Cold War
drop,
era,
and
huh?
roll. Yeah, I thought that was important stuff when I was in
back
kindergarten,
then, huh?
first grade, and I've never used it once in my life, but
but you never know.
Yeah, that's true, especially nowadays.
So once again, I'm assuming we're taking a little break here. Shout out to our sponsors. Charlie, you got that list with you? He said, yeah.
I got that list.
I'll get it for you tomorrow.
I'll be there in just a minute. Everybody
just rolled over here real calm, cool, and collective.
So our sponsors for today's event.
There you go.
Is NMR Pipeline, LLC, Thomas Welding Service, Guns Up Services, Redbird LP Gas Company, Eunice Pump and Supply, Cardinal Hardware, Eunice Health Clinic, Badger Hydrovac, Eunice Wrecker and Rental, City of Eunice, Eunice Schools, Redbird Garage, and Parker Energy Services.
Hey, I know something I just thought about that we need to make sure we mention tomorrow, Saturday morning. I think that's tomorrow. Saturday morning here in Eunice at the Eunice Masonic Lodge is the Eunice Masonic Lodge Pancake Breakfast. And nonprofit organizations. I believe it starts at 7.
7?
Tomorrow morning. I think it goes 7 to 9-ish, 7 to 9, 7 to 10. I believe it's either $5 or $6. I've got the stuff. I just don't have it with me. It's either $5 or $6. That gets you pancakes, gets you some sausage, gets you some juice. Get on up to the Eunice Masonic Lodge tomorrow, 7 to 9, 7 to 10, somewhere in that general vicinity.
Then you can head on over to Texaco and watch the boys play, or head down to Jal, I guess, and the girls are playing. And
Yep.
Or you can stay at home and just
Or
tune
stay
in.
at home and listen to me and Rosie.
Yep.
There you go.
It's
Banter
Rosie and
back
I.
and forth. If we hadn't been fired by then, but you never know what'll happen.
And to purchase these pancakes, you have to have tickets, or you can pay at the door.
Yeah, you can pay at the door.
Awesome.
You can get your
That
tickets
was
there
somebody's
at the
question.
door. Yeah.
And they do take Cash App, and they might have a card you can swipe there as well if you
There
don't have
ain't
any
no
cash.
telling. I mean, if you can't, you just give them your card, and they can buy some extra stuff with it
Yeah,
later.
we'll
but-
charge you an extra $5 fee.
And if
right.
you can't, call Rosie. He'll come down there and
Yeah.
he'll pay for
pay
it.
My
for
name
you.
is Jimmy Jones.
That's
My phone
right.
number is 555-441. Free.
I enjoy long walks in the park, and my favorite color is
Red?
That's right, of course.
Yeah, I got to the house last night, and my neighbor Jake, he was out there in the yard, and he said,
Water in the yard that day?
"Hey, I like your nice blue shirt you got on." I said, "All right, Jake."
So the runners are on the track here for the first heat of what I consider maybe the toughest race on the track here in outdoor track, the 400-meter dash.
Just go around one time, right?
One lap, and it's basically a sprint the whole way.
You're getting better, Charlie.
Yep.
That's what I thought it was, but I wasn't sure.
One lap. So waiting on Mr. Hatch there as he's getting them all lined up and ready to go.
And somebody's just screaming
Somebody
like a
screaming,
wild
let's
man
go
out
Ray
there.
Lynn. I'm assuming that's a Loving High School Falcon supporter because Raynan Gonzalez is from Loving.
If you're not an athlete, please get off the field.
Sorry.
I don't know.
If you're not an athlete, get off the field.
Almost in her text. Jimmy Jones is up here with me.
Yeah.
Somebody's getting a little sideways about the. What's he doing?
He's waving at the true blue out there.
I'm harassing.
I almost dropped the name.
Man, I never knew how serious it was to be out there on the field. You know,
No comment.
Oh, yeah.
Just let it go. Let it go.
I shall leave it alone.
Let it go. Be wise. Be wise, my son.
Let it go.
It's-
Isn't that
The race that we're running right now is the 400 meter, okay?
Yeah.
So you got a gunman right over there, and you got your runners right over there, and your thingy right there. Like,
Athletes
what does
and
people out
coaches
here?
only on
What
the
is
field.
going on? Who's all on the field? I don't even see anybody out
Athletes and
there.
coaches
Man, they're getting
only
serious about this.
on the field.
What's going on here?
I don't know, but they're
They're
irritated about
speaking
people
to
on the
somebody
field.
directly because that person's not getting off the field.
Yeah, the only thing that I see, I
Call the cops. We'll get them off.
Put a laser on them. And the gun's in the
Gonna
air.
do when they come for you.
the
bad
gun
boys,
is
bad
up.
boys.
Charlie wants to sing today, huh?
You know, I was really surprised at only 2 runners in the blocks, a Jow and a
Yeah.
Loving runner. All of the Texaco runners from a
Stood
stand-up
up.
position, and they'll probably win, but definitely,
Different strategy.
yeah. I say that. Got a Texaco runner really extending
Oh,
out
man.
there, and I believe that's Emery Barr, as I believe that's lane number
Jow's
5.
coming up, but I don't know if she's going to catch that Texaco girl.
That is Marin Nieto. She's got the best time entering into this district track meet, but that Texaco runner, I believe that's Barr. She is way out in front.
Way
Emery
out.
Barr, as she is cruising, and that is Emery Barr. She is way out there, and she just turned it up another level. So here she goes. She's going to run off and leave them. Emery Parr, she is a Wolverine, and she's going to finish this one. The Jowl runner, which is Miss Nieto.
I feel like she's hurting.
Yes, kind of does. And then we've got Loving in third, and that is Raynan Gonzalez. And everybody looks like they're hurting in that one, except the young lady from Texaco that
She
cruised
just
to
smoked
victory.
everybody.
I'm telling you.
Like a cheap cigar.
Yeah, cruising to victory there was Texaco. I'd be interested in seeing.
You're still looking for the persons out there that ain't
I
supposed to be out
am,
there.
man, and
I can count at least 2 of them, maybe.
And Jow girl's really tired.
I think she's hurt.
the
The way she
floor.
just ran, the way she was grimacing really pretty bad. Hope she's okay, but they're helping her off the track.
I was trying to look out there and see like what kind of problem anybody out there might be creating. You know what I mean? Like, because ultimately your goal in clearing the field is to make sure, like if they
Safety-
were
safety
running the
reasons.
200 where they're starting over there.
Yes, you might get caught across
and
the
your
track.
people are over here. You know, you're trying to see but you're running the 400. Your gunman's right there. Your
The
tent's
results
right
of the
here.
girls pole vault.
Here we go, girls pole
In sixth
vault.
place, Tatiana Ortiz of Loving. In fifth place, Janet Torres of Hagerman. In fourth place, of Tatum Kinley Allen with the qualifying height of 7 feet 6 inches.
Wow.
In third place, Breely Kane of Texaco with the qualifying height of 8 feet. In second place, Emery Parr of Texaco, 8 feet 6 inches. And in first place, Aspen Kane of Texaco, 8 feet 6 inches.
Wow.
So 8 feet, a couple of 8 feet 6 inch jumps. Oh,
That's one that I can tell you.
yeah, I can see a couple, but I
don't see him interfering with anything that's
No,
going on, as
me
you're
neither.
saying.
Yeah.
It could happen at any moment.
And like in his case, he's a member of the team. He's just injured. Yeah,
Yep.
this is second heat for this race. In this heat is Caden Lujan of Jal, Melanie Montez of Loving, Emilia Lares of Eunice, Breely Kane of Texaco, Zanaya Gonzalez of Texaco, and Dayra Solis of Loving. One lap. Here they go. Heading into the first curve. They got 2 curves and 2 straightaways. So curve, straightaway, curve, straightaway. A big oval here.
How many heats are in this race? 2?
No, there was 3.
3, okay.
3 heats. This is heat number 2 of 3. Lujan trying to close that gap right here. She's slowly closing on him, but way out there in lane number 7, I believe that is, Dayra Solis has the big lead right now. She's going to have the farthest distance to run, though, around this curve, but I think she's going to maintain her stagger.
Nobody's getting closer right here.
And she is going to start to extend away. Here comes Tatum and Jal, and I think that's Loving on the inside. Montez from Loving moves into second place. Way out in front is Solis. Solis is out there cruising and trying to close the distance as Montez, as she is pushing for the line. It's going to get close. It's going to get real close. And, man, I think you may have got her.
Won it.
I think Melanie Montez may have caught the young lady from Loving, Solis at the line. It's definitely going to be Montez Solis first and second.
In that race, we'll figure out the time in a minute.
And so that'll bring you to heat number 3. Heat number 3 will have Cabri Laura of Loving, Aleha Andrews from Hagerman, Raylan Price of Loving, Zulika Zamora of Jal, Sophia Flores of Tatum, and Kinley Allen, the pole vaulter, in lane number 7 of Tatum. Those will be your folks in these heats. So we will see if they get up and running here. Oh, one thing. My wife better have me something good to eat here in a minute. Shout out
She's going to take you to the number of restaurant. Here you go, bud.
John and Becky Dietrich, shout out to you.
Thanks for listening. Thanks for listening.
I'm hungry. My mama got a new car this morning, so she's on top of cloud 9 right now. you
She's
know,
out there cruising on Main, going back and forth.
Yeah.
Cruising up and down.
What kind of car she get? A BMW or
No,
Mercedes-Benz?
man.
I know you like them. I know you like those kind of cars.
You got the wrong folks.
You got the wrong mama?
Yeah, you got the wrong mama. She's going to need a sugar mama for one of those. But
Sugar daddy.
Or sugar daddy, one of the
Whatever,
other.
mama, daddy,
That's
something.
right.
She gonna need some type of
She's going to
sugar.
need some sugar. Yeah, need some sugar for one of those. Yeah, no, that ain't happening. Yeah, got her a little Chevy SUV, a little like Equinox, I think is what those things are called.
American made. Good job.
Yeah.
Guns in the air.
So Gunn is up in heat number 3 of this 400-meter girls race. Waiting on the pow-pow. It's up. Pow. All right, here we go.
That one from Loving took off pretty fast.
Students who are not athletes or small children need
I'll
to
be
get
back.
off
I'm gonna go
the
see what's going
field.
on.
Man, they are
Why
going
are they
crazy on
after him
somebody.
so hard? What is
I don't
going
know.
on
I
out
was
there?
trying to look and see what they're talking about.
I just want to walk on the field now. When you say don't, it makes me want to do
Makes
it.
everybody want to go do it. I was
Well,
looking
yeah.
down there trying to see what the problem is. Students that are not athletes and small children.
Wouldn't it just be easier to walk down and remove them, or him, or
There's
them?
just one, or got to be just
The
one or two.
results of the 4x200
Here we go,
boys
4x2 boys
relay. In 6th place, Tatum. In 5th place, Loving. In 4th place, Texaco. In 3rd place, Jal with a qualifying time of 1:37.72. In 2nd place, Hagerman with a qualifying time of 1:37.48. And in 1st place, Eunice with a qualifying time of 1:34.37.
Nice.
So Kenley Allen trying to push and finish here. You've got Tatum at 1-2, Sophia Flores and Kenley Allen. Coming right up behind them is going to be Raylyn Price for 3rd. Not sure who won between Flores and Allen.
I couldn't tell with that canopy.
Yes. So
Final call for the boys 400-meter dash.
So
Final
that'll
call for the boys 400-meter
move
dash.
us to the boys 400-meter
Second call
dash.
for the girls 300-meter hurdles.
300-meter hurdles to come up next.
Second call for the girls 300-meter hurdles.
So we'll have the 400-meter
first
dash here
call
for boys.
For the boys
And then the 300-meter hurdles after this. So we're moving
the
through here
results
pretty
of the girls
quickly.
4x200 relay. In 6th place, Hagerman. In 5th place, Eunice. In 4th place, Loving. In 3rd place, Tatum. In 2nd place, Texaco. And in 1st place, with a qualifying time of 1:54.48, Jal.
Oh, wow, that's pretty impressive.
Pretty good, pretty good.
Muy bien.
That was Jal that was smoking folks a while ago in that 4x2 relay. So the boys are now on the track. Heat number 1 for the 400-meter, the top heat. Lane number 1, Daniel Palacios of Tatum. Lane number 2, James Hawkins of Texaco. Lane number 3, Jose Valenzuela of Jal. Lane number 4, Alex Fuentes of Texaco. Lane number 5, Ryder Gonzalez of Loving. Lane number 6, Fernando Zamora of Hagerman. And lane number 7, way out there, Tyson Coy of Eunice. I always hated that way outside lane because you've got that big stagger, so you start off way out front of everybody, but you can't see everybody, and especially in a two-turn race like this, by the time you get down here, if anybody's caught you on the inside,
It's too late, man.
they got a lot less distance to run than you do from there to the end.
Who
And so
chooses the lanes or they put you in?
it's off times.
Oh,
like
okay.
the top time goes in lane 4, then the next top time goes in lane 5, and then 3, and then 6, and then 2, and so on.
forth.
It alternates back and forth.
Here we go, guns in the air.
So the lane that you want to be in is 4 in most situations. In a track this size, anyway, for sure. Boys, 400-meter is underway. Watching out there, trying to see who's who. Coy is way out there, but he's got that stagger, and he's got to keep a big lead to that final into the first straight, or into the straight stretch here, because they're starting to close on him. The 2 in the center, I believe that's going to be Loving and Fuentes from Texaco. See, they've closed on him, and now they've got the stagger. They're on the inside, so now Coy's got quite a few more meters to run than they do. Loving out front, I believe that's Ryder Gonzalez. Ryder Gonzalez in the lead. He's cruising down the stretch. Here comes Jal on the inside. That's Jose Valenzuela trying to fight through. Texaco's Fuentes is 3rd. First, second, third goes to Loving, Jal, Texaco, and then Hagerman in 4th.
Wow. In that heat, right?
Yep.
It goes back to time at the end of the races.
Yeah, those were the top times coming in, all in that heat. But yeah, you're right. I was just looking at my phone was buzzing, or my watch was, and then I was looking over there and couldn't see.
Your mom posting pictures of her in her new car.
It could be. It could be. her and her sugar daddy. I'm not sure.
He's like, who told you about it?
There is no telling. She's like, now that he knows, I'm going to post some pictures.
Just keep it PG.
That's right.
I don't think you'd take it that well. You're too laughing.
Oh, no.
You're taking it too easy.
I burned somebody's house down.
A judge was arrested in Eunice, New Mexico.
They think I get irritated over that cord over there at the new gym. Wait till they. Yeah.
That's what my mama see what happens, bro.
Now the cord at the new gym, I might slice somebody's tires at 1 o'clock in the morning over that. But my mom, I might burn your house down.
Yeah, or worse. It'd be a lot worse. My mama's pretty special.
Yeah, you might get your tires sliced over the cord at the new gym. You
get your neck slashed. He didn't say that. That was Charlie, by the way.
Hey, if anybody ends up with any flat tires on their pickup, it was not me. I didn't do it.
Wasn't me,
disclaimer, right? The disclaimer.
He said, it wasn't me, ma'am.
That's right. Exactly. Back to the track meet here.
Hey, we're going to have to learn how to run like the track stars, right? Charlie, you're driving the getaway car.
Just don't get arrested. I've been arresting a bunch of judges lately.
Oh, man. I'll be on the front page of the news.
You see how many people would be so happy?
Oh, yeah. I'd be like, I told you that guy.
I want to be on that jury.
I told you that guy was a turd.
I concur.
All right. They got the gun back up. Nolbert Cervantes, Ivan Aguirre, Cameron Robledo from Eunice, Lane Casey, Nathan Autry, Carlos Cisneros, and Zeke Ramos of JAL, all in this heat. In the middle, it's Cameron Robledo from Eunice. He's got the good start there at the beginning. He's pushing ahead, closing the stagger already on folks.
Wow, he made a lot of space there.
He's pushing ahead. Now coming down on the inside is Nolbert Cervantes trying to close some distance, but Cameron Robledo's keeping his distance there. We'll see if he can maintain that through this staggered turn. Cameron Robledo, where you been all my life, as he is extending his lead right now. We'll see if the JAL runners that are on the inside can close that gap right here as they bring it into the last 100 meters. And here they come into the stretch. Nolbert Cervantes trying to close. Lane Casey of Texaco is going to close. Cameron Robledo trying to hold him off. Cervantes closing the gap. It's going to be close for second. Texaco's going to win. I think JAL's third and JAL's second, Eunice third. That was Lane Casey with the win.
I think he got on that lean. JAL came and leaned forward and got that win. Getting second place there.
Got to lean across that line, boys.
On this race, but once again, we got to see the times when it's all said and done.
I haven't heard them tell any more infants to get off the field. I was trying to see if I saw any infants.
If you're a baby, crawl off of that field, please.
Grab your bottle and get in your stroller and roll yourself off the field right now.
Don't forget your binky and get off of the field.
Right now.
Man, it gets rough around here.
Y'all are so dumb sometimes.
For those of you just tuning in, we've had, I guess, a problem with
like 20 announcements already
with people on the field.
So if you're coming up here, don't get on the field.
Stay on the field.
Please,
stay off the field.
Please don't get on the field.
Yeah, if you want to stop
that
over there,
loudspeaker is right beside our ears.
You want to stop over there and run through our gym and take a look at the floor, you can do that, but don't run.
Back to the action there on this. The gun is in the air, Jimmy.
And in case you missed it, there is a little bitty scoreboard up in the top of that gym. About the size of my TV in my bedroom.
Oh, man. Heat number 3. We don't want anything flashy or flamboyant over there. Heat number 3, lane number 1. Julian Alero of Hagerman. 800-meter run results.
In 6th place, Naomi Garcia of Tatum. In 5th place, Lucy Walland of Texaco. In 4th place, Kylie Draper of Texaco. In 3rd place, Yalitza Caballero of Hagerman. In 2nd place, Ava Bonistro of Texaco. And in 1st place, Olivia Ramirez of JAL.
All right, so jumping back over here to heat number 3 of the 4 heats we've got in the boys 400-meter dash. This is heat 3. Julian Hilario of Hagerman, Ezekiel Galvan of Loving, Sebastian Perez of Hagerman, Kith Griffin of Tatum in lane 4, Sebastian Arroyo lane 5 of JAL, Ethan Garcia of Tatum in lane 6, and Isaac Murillo of Loving in lane 7. The gun is in the air, and there's only
4 out there
of those 7 runners that are actually on the track. What happens in track meets like this, sometimes you might have a kid or two that's supposed to run, say, the 4x4 relay at the end of this thing. They're feeling kind of tired, not feeling real good, and you're like, you know what? Let's pull you out of that. You probably weren't going to finish in the top 6 and get us any points anyway, but we need you in that relay, which is the big points winner. So sometimes you'll see folks get pulled or pull themselves.
Well, that Tatum kid is moving.
He's out there for sure. Young man from Tatum is Kith Griffin. Kith Griffin with a big lead as he comes down, finally making the last turn there. And now it's just straight ahead. He's going to run straight toward Jow for the next 100 meters as he cruises down the back stretch. Tatum in the middle. That's Kith Griffin. You've got a battle for Hagerman supremacy as Sebastian Perez and Julian Hilaro battle for 2nd and 3rd. And Kith Griffin easily wins that heat, and then he stumbles over and looks like he's going to fall down. That's how I'd look if I just ran 100 meters, much less 400.
That's how I look when I got through walking up these steps earlier.
In 6th place, Bennett Wallen of Texaco. In 5th place, Ethan Essex of Texaco. In 4th place, Kason Peabody of Texaco. In 3rd place, Jake Garrison of Texaco. In 2nd place, Landon Lucero of Hagerman. And in 1st place, Javier Zamora of Hagerman.
All right, so the 4th and final heat of the 400 meter has got a bunch of Hagerman folks in it. Elian Munoz of Hagerman will be in lane 2. Brandon Manaharis of Hagerman in lane 3. Alonzo Salazar of Tatum in lane 4. Mario Ethian of Loving in lane 5. Sebastian Reed of Hagerman in lane 6. And Eduardo Martinez of Tatum in lane 7.
Good job there, Mr. Jones.
Thanks. Got
it
all
it got quiet all of a sudden.
Yep.
I had to check on him.
Yep.
Answering some text messages here. Talk about use the camera to find out who's on the field.
Yeah.
No, we want to do that.
I see Miss Boyd. It's her birthday. Happy birthday, Miss Boyd. She's got her crown on. So I guess somebody give her a crown.
Is that 27 or 57?
Somebody crowned her.
Lord standing there beside her.
And the gun is in the air. And gotta pay attention.
There goes the gun. And here they come around the first curve. Man, in the middle, moving is Tatum, Alonzo Salazar. If he keeps that pace, man, he may.
And he's big, too.
I was going to say, he may go to the Olympics. We may have to recruit him over here.
Look at
he looks like
an offensive lineman.
I was going to say a defensive end, man. He's going to go get some quarterbacks. Look at that guy going. Now he's turning around looking back like, oh, I may have to slow down here in a minute. Man, he is moving. Look at him pumping them arms and legs. If he keeps that pace
and everything. Look at that.
If he keeps that pace up.
He's about to hit the wind right there. No, he had the wind to his back.
No, he's
right
got
here.
it to his back. Yeah, he's got the wind to his back, and he is moving.
Look at that stride, too.
Way out ahead.
Man, I would love to see, like, what his time is. I think his legs are slowing down a little bit now, though.
Not by much, but they are. But he's carrying a lot of muscle.
That's a big old boy, and he is smoking it, slowing down a little bit, trying to finish here.
Pumping him arms.
Yep. Young man from Hagerman in lane number 2 is Elian Munoz. He's going to finish in 2nd behind Alonzo Salazar in 1st in that heat. Next in line will be Mario Ethian of Loving. He'll be 3rd. And then we got another Hagermanster in lane 6.
He's struggling to get there, but he got there.
Yeah. So now we're going to, next up will be the 300 hurdles, boys and girls. You have the girls first.
Call for the girls 300-meter hurdles.
I keep picking the bottle up over these, but all over there.
I'm about to now. There we go.
Oh, you got boys and girls. Okay, I see now.
Yep.
Second call.
If I can get a hold of that. There we go. All right. We are steadily moving toward the end of this track meet. And so I don't believe I've seen the boys pole vault yet, and I see a boys pole vaulter out there looking like he might be about to warm up. I don't think
I want to save it for last.
We're only on until 7:30, boys. If we need to extend it, let me know.
Coaches and athletes, please help set the hurdles up on the track.
Yeah, they'll
They had to help, but they run them all off.
I told them to get off the field.
That's who was helping all do all that stuff.
All of those helpers.
They just give you more fuel, man. I swear.
All of those guys and ladies.
Y'all come back.
Y'all, sorry, come on back if you
Get
can
off
help.
the field
until we need you.
And then help us put the dang hurdles on the track right now. Oh, and by the way, help us design a gym, and then we're going to paint the floor and put whatever scoreboard we want out there.
We're going to find the smallest scoreboard we can because it's easier to run.
We're going to do every event next year but the basketball games. Watch every game.
The green triangle, low setting.
Oh, good stuff, good
For the
stuff.
hurdles, put them on the
Y'all know we're just kidding, right?
Low setting.
Okay,
Well,
man.
This guy got jokes.
I was only kidding. Oh, good times, good times.
Oh, Lordy.
Anyway,
it's been a long afternoon, haven't it?
300-meter hurdles. Man, I always liked the 300-meter hurdles. I like the 110s a lot better than the 300-meter hurdles. You want to tell you, maybe the best 300-meter hurdler that I ever watched was Becky Freeman.
That's where you're going way back now.
Man, you talk about a 300-meter hurdler.
She was
Man,
tall,
she was tough.
fast.
Yeah.
Don't read it.
Yeah, we appreciate you, Miss Jenny Waddell. She says they're watching us out at the golf course, so shout out to you. I've been trying to do some golfing a little bit. I've been going out there a little bit. So far, I just hit range balls, but, 25 years ago, maybe 30, I used to play golf, as crazy as it sounds, probably 4 days a week at least.
So you were like 32 then?
Man, yeah, way back then. And I quit playing. There was a period of probably 10, 15 years where I didn't play once. Sold all my stuff or got rid of it all. Didn't have any equipment. And maybe 10 years ago, I bought some new irons, went out and played like twice, and ain't played it's probably been at least 5 years, maybe longer than that.
There.
And anyway, trying to get to playing again. So we've just got such a nice golf course, great people out there. Brett and Penny Parker,
good
Jenny
folks.
Waddell, the Zamoras.
One of our sponsors, Parker Energy.
Yeah, for sure. Bo, all those folks out
Bo's
there.
a big golfer.
Yep. So this first heat for the girls' 300-meter hurdles, you've got Alondra Maureen, Sammy Madrano of Hagerman, Aspen Kane of Texaco, Emily Acosta of Jal, and Vasquez of Loving. The leader coming into this is Texaco's Aspen Kane. She's the one that's way out front there running off and leaving everybody. Kane, you can tell she's a machine. As maybe the top pole vaulter out here. She was the top 100-meter hurdler, and man, she is smoking it down the backstretch. Kane hustling toward the finish line. 2 more hurdles to clear, and she's smoothly over that one, and she is gonna coast to a finish. Texaco's Kane in first. Next in line, you've got Giles Acosta, but she's going to get passed on the inside by Sammy Madrano of Hagerman, and she's going to finish in second with the young runner Vasquez from Loving in third.
Final call for the boys.
You got closer towards the end on those hurdles.
I concur.
The Texaco took it away, right? She won it easily.
Oh, yeah, way out there. Took it way away.
Second call for the girls, 1600 medley
They got another heat. Oh, no, that's one.
This is one. This is the boys, right? Yeah, because they're raising the hurdles. So.
Yeah. So this will be the boys' 300-meter hurdles. And the boys' 300-meter hurdles, for those that don't know, the hurdles for boys are slightly taller. That's some DEI stuff there. They raise them slightly higher for the boys than they do the girls. And so it's like the 110 hurdles for boys. They run a little farther, a little higher. Girls, the 100 meters, a little shorter. In this first heat, the top time is going to be Luke Thompson of Texaco, a good time, 40.45. That's a really good 300-meter hurdle time. In lane number 2 will be Xavier Aguilar of Hagerman. Lane number 3, Ben Oliveros of Eunice, the 8th grader that won or got second. What did he end up winning? He won a while ago.
He won.
The 110-meter hurdles. Luke Thompson, that we just talked about, of Texaco in lane 4. Isaac Melanson, the 8th grader from Eunice, in lane 5. Rigoberto Hernandez of Eunice in lane 6. So 3 Eunice runners in this top heat of the 300-meter hurdles. 3 Eunice runners. At least 2 of those are 8th graders. I don't know about Rigoberto Hernandez. I'm not sure about the grade that he's in. Gun is in the air, and there goes bang. And looking out there, I can already tell you that there's not as many runners as is on my list.
Yeah.
So I don't see the runner from Texaco. He's not out there. The young man with the best time is not out there. So he is missing. You've got 3 Eunice runners getting after it, and in the middle is Isaac Melanson. Looks to be in the lead right now as Isaac Melanson hustling around, and here he comes into the stretch. Melanson with a big lead. Ben Oliveros trying to close the distance on Melanson. Melanson trying to open it up. He's going to kick over that second to last hurdle. He's got 1 more to go. Eunice gonna finish here 1, 2, and 3 as Melanson, Oliveros, and Hernandez finish 1, 2, and 3 in heat number 1. The Eunice Cardinals 1, 2, and 3 in that heat.
I think that kid you were asking at the end is an 8th grader as well.
Yeah.
So they got some hurdles coming up to
I'm
high
telling
school.
you. Melanson doing work. That is Isaac Melanson, the 8th grader, little brother of our quarterback Elijah Melanson. A young man trying to say, hey, anything Big Brother can do, I can do a little better. Let me show you something. And so now in heat number 2, you're going to have Gideon Hernandez in lane 2. He's from Tatum. Adam Juarez, our broadcast partner from JAL. He's in lane 3 from JAL. Andre Rodriguez of JAL in lane number 4. Kenny Parks of Eunice in lane 5, and my main man, Giancarlo Marquez, shout out to Omar Lizette of Eunice in lane 6.
He's an 8th grader as well, correct?
No, he's I believe he's a freshman because Dottie's a sophomore. He's the grade below, so he's a freshman.
But he's still young too, so.
Yeah, a lot of young athletes coming through for Eunice the next couple of years. For sure.
For sure.
For sure. Not for life, but for sure.
For sure.
Yep. Yep. I was trying to look out there and see if I saw any infants that needed a good kick in the butt and told to get off the field.
I can see one for sure.
Good times, good times.
Get off the field, Charlie.
They've got the gun in the air over there. And so it looks like just 3. No, there's 4 of them. And I saw Adam Juarez. He looked like he got a heck of a start there as Adam Juarez running right beside Andre Rodriguez. Andre Rodriguez trying to push ahead, and he is. He's going to take that curve in the lead. Andre Rodriguez.
He has that mask on, huh?
Into first. He's way out there with the fluorescent pink shoes. Trying to chase him down is, I believe that's going to be Kenny Parks. Kenny Parks trying to chase him down, but cruising ahead is Andre Rodriguez. Parks almost falls, but stays on his feet. Adam Juarez trying to close the gap here on the Eunice runner Parks, but finishing way out front is going to be Andre Rodriguez. Adam Juarez shoulder to shoulder with Gideon Hernandez. And they run side by side across the line.
There for third.
I think so too.
Final call for the girls 1600 medley relay.
So next up will be
Second
the
call
medley
for the
relay
boys,
for
1600 medley relay.
these 2 teams.
And one first
Medley
call for the
relay
200-meter dash.
has got to be the strangest relay of all time. Not sure who sat around and came up with that.
400-meter dash, girls. In 6th place, Haley Sharp of Texaco. In 5th place, Melanie Montez of Loving. In 4th place, Dayra Salas of Loving. In 3rd place, Renine Gonzalez of Loving. In 2nd place, Mary Nieto of JAL. And in 1st place, Emery Parr with a qualifying time of 1:01.89 from Texaco.
You know, as we get ready to run this medley relay, what I was saying is I don't know what strange person designed this thing. The first 2 runners are going to run the 200 meter. Next one's going to run a 400 and then an 800.
James Hawkins of Texaco. In
It is
fifth
kind of
place, Tyson Coy of Eunice. In fourth place, Fernando Zamora of Hagerman with a qualifying time of 53:43. In third place, Alexander Fuentes of Texaco with a time of 52:05. In second place, with a qualifying time of 51:64, Jose Valenzuela of JAL. And in first place, Ryder Gonzalez of Loving with a time of 50:89.
Yeah, so the boys are starting to warm up, it looks like, down there for the pole vault. And so, anyway, back to this medley relay. The first 2 runners run a 200 meter, third person runs 1 lap, a 400 meter, and then the fourth person runs 2 laps. And that is the relay that they're getting ready to run. The girls division, there's no Eunice girls team entered, and they don't have the names of the individuals running for those individual schools. I see what looks like Texaco and Hagerman. I see JAL, I see Tatum, and I see Loving out there on the track for this event here in the girls 1600 meter medley relay.
It is an odd race, those different distances on there, huh?
Yeah, it makes you think like, okay, maybe there was a school at some point that had like a couple of sprinters, but they couldn't win the 4x2 or the 4x1. But they had a couple of long distance runners, but they couldn't win the 1600. So let's make one where we take our 2 fast kids and
that's why there's only 3 teams racing today, right?
I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud, but yeah, you know, it's a neat relay. I'm just talking smack, but it is a strange one. There's no doubt about it. You know, I'm looking down there now. You've got the young lady from Tatum. I believe her last name is Allen, and then the young man from Tatum. They're down there practicing their pole vault. They may have finished the boys. It may already be over. I don't know. I may have been over covering the shot.
Yeah, he was down there on this end for a while.
Yeah,
and they might have had him, but I don't remember seeing him.
I wasn't here, so I don't know.
Yeah, we know.
Sorry. It would have gone a lot smoother.
You'd have ironed us out.
Yeah,
huh?
I wouldn't have to call you, Jimmy. Your call would have came in.
Well, why didn't you iron that floor? Why didn't you iron that floor out?
I'm on the same boat with you. If they didn't call you, they didn't call me. Remember? We used to sit beside. That's where I met you at.
We need to find somebody on the board got a little stroke. I guess. I don't know what's going on.
We're going to have to call Matt Coy in a minute.
Get old Mr. Coy up here.
Where's Coy?
Shut up. The gun's in the air.
It is actually in the air.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
I guess I'll get over here on the race. Start off.
It actually is in the air.
Think I'm lying.
Thought you were trying to distract us off of something.
It was a distraction technique.
He called down there and told her, hey, get the gun there because I've got problems there.
I had let's do this race, then I'll tell you my story. So there they go. I had a business owner, I won't go into detail, but from another school in the area call me this morning and say, hey, why did they go with that design, and why, your gym's amazing, but why not some more wow about the floor and things? And I said, I don't know. And he said, does your administration not run that by the board? Does the board not approve those things? And I said, as far as I know, they didn't. And so, well, what about the committee? And I said, well, I think they created their own committee somewhere behind the scenes to, like a committee subcommittee to approve some of that, because I didn't have any say-so in any of that stuff either. So anyway, Tatum way out in front. Zhao in a close second, but here comes Texaco down the back stretch trying to close the distance. I don't know if they're going to catch Tatum, though, at least not in these first 2 legs.
Is that Hagerman making it, or that's Texaco?
That's
right?
Texaco. So they're going to hand it off. I believe that's Villasenor. It's either Villasenor or Rice that they just handed it to for Tatum, and she'll have 1 lap to go. Each one of these runners will run 1 lap. Tatum in first, Zhao in second, Texaco in third, Hagerman in fourth, and Loving is in fifth. Tatum looked like they were losing some of that lead, but now they look like they've stretched it out a little bit. Tatum way out there in front, making that final curve there before they come down the back stretch. Tatum starting to extend it out. Like I said, I can't tell whether that's Villaseñor or Rice, but whoever it is running a good leg. But here comes Jow. Jow starting to close the distance here.
Kicking like a chicken.
I'm telling you, a lot of chickens, rooster or something. There's a lot of kicking going
Maybe a
on.
road runner or something, one of them.
Texaco trying to close on Jow for third. They're going to hand it to Tatum, and Tatum will have 2 laps here. This last leg will run 2 laps. Tatum, Jow, Texaco, and now Hagerman in the 4th position, and Loving in the 5th position. And I got to tell you, throw a Eunice team out there, at least they get 6th and get those free points, even if they walked backwards and looked at designs of the court floor over at the new gym while they were walking laps. As they head on down the back stretch, Tatum is out there, but Jow is trying to close the distance. That young lady from Jow ran a heck of a race earlier here, and she has already closed
quite a bit there, huh?
Yeah, they probably had a 40-meter lead when they handed off, and she's closed it to 10. Coming down the back stretch here, they've still got about a lap and a half to go, or at least a lap and a quarter.
This is when it gets tough right here.
Yes, closing that distance on Tatum. You've got Tatum in first, Jow in second, Texaco in third, and Jow's going to overtake the lead here.
Right there.
As they close with 1 lap to go. Texaco trying to close that distance as well. Jow with 1 lap to go enters the bell lap. Jow, Tatum, Texaco.
Third and final call for the boys 1600 medley relay.
Hagerman
Second call for the girls
about to
200 meter
end
dash.
their first lap.
call,
They'll have 1
boys
lap to
200
go
meter
from
dash.
now. And then Loving back here in the back. They're about a half a lap around the front, the Jow leader. Jow running against that wind right now down the back stretch.
That's tough.
Starting to lean forward and pump them arms. If she can make it to the curve, the wind starts to bend a little and go with you as they come out of that curve.
And in this race, you need that wind to your back right now.
Yes.
Give you that extra push.
Tatum trying to close the distance, and Texaco closing on both of them. Texaco only less than 10 meters behind Tatum. Tatum about 15, 20 meters from Jow. Here comes the Texaco runner, gonna make a kick as they start to enter the stretch. Jow into the final stretch. Texaco now into the final stretch, and here comes Tatum. Jow extending it down the back stretch here. They're going to cruise to victory. It's going to be Jow, Texaco, Tatum, 1, 2, 3. Tatum will cruise into third, and Hagerman fourth as they all start to cross the line there. Texaco, Tatum, and now Hagerman runs it through, and they'll wait for the last 120 meters of the Loving group, and the girls' medley relay comes to an end.
It's in the books. And like you said, it's an awkward race, man. It's long.
It is.
I'd hate to run the last leg.
Yeah, especially this time of day.
Any time of the day.
It's already like they're already tired. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they've had a couple of races before this one.
Yeah, so.
But they get points, like Mr. Jones said.
Yeah, I mean it's free points.
And right now, being a district meet, who gets first and second?
District champs.
Yep.
District champs. Yeah, you.
Put that in perspective, right?
Yeah, yeah. So all the runners have now finished, and so the boys will start to head out onto the track. So looking at my list here, it shows to be Texaco in lane 3, Hagerman in 4, Eunice in 5, and Loving in 6.
In 6th place, Adam Juarez of Jow.
Adam Juarez.
In 5th place, Rigo Hernandez of Eunice. In 4th place, Kenny Parks of Eunice. In third place, Ben Oliveras of Eunice. In second place, Isaac Melancon of Eunice. And in third place, Andre Rodriguez of Gel.
So
Say third
she
place?
did say that.
It's first place.
I think the Melanson kid was out in first, right, or no? I don't, man, she said third place as the last place, so I'm confused.
I wonder if she said it backwards.
I wonder if she did too. It sounded like first through fifth, there was a kid from Jowl mixed in there, but every other position, first through fifth, except the Jowl runner, was Eunice. Yeah. So a good race there for the Eunice Cardinals.
The results of the girls
300 meter hurdles.
In fifth place, Alondra Morin on Eunice. In fourth place, Emily Acosta of Jowl. In third place, Noella Vasquez of Loving. In second place, Sammy Mandrano of Hagerman. And in first place with a qualifying time of 51:40, Aspen Kane of Texaco.
She started with as Texaco.
Okay. So on the track, here is the boys 1,600 meter medley relay. They are trying to get them going here.
When you say medley, I'm thinking about like vegetables or something.
Somebody's hungry.
Maybe I'm getting hungry.
Could be. I'm hungry.
But usually I'm not hungry for vegetables.
Wife of mine better have something ready for me to eat when I get home.
Yeah.
Say that again, Jimmy.
Yeah, I'll get home and tell her a thing or two.
Can I borrow the microwave, honey?
Tell her like, yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Is it okay if I use real silverware?
Yeah, I'll go home and tell her something when I get there. Like, hey, I'm gonna run down to the Allsup's and get me a burrito.
You want something? Yes, honey. I will wash the plate. Yes, honey. I'll wash it.
So Eunice with a big lead here to start. I'm trying to think. It looks like Elgin maybe again.
Oh, give me the lie.
I can't tell for sure, but it looks like Elgin. Hagerman trying to close the distance here. The one thing about Hagerman, they've always got those 800-meter runners. Right, and Eunice with a good handoff. Hagerman with a good one, too. And it's Eunice in first. Hagerman in second as they come down the back stretch. The only problem for the Cardinals is they're in the outside lane. Hagerman and Texaco have the inside loop on them, but once they hand off right here, I believe they cancel the stagger. So Eunice in first. They're going to move over. They're going to start to cancel the stagger. Eunice in first. Hagerman in second. Texaco in third. Loving in fourth. Hagerman closing on Eunice here. This is the 400-meter. Hagerman.
Wow.
Running by the Cardinals.
He made that look easy, didn't he?
Yes, and the 800 meters still to go here in just a minute.
They're running it fast.
Hagerman on the move. Eunice in second. The Cardinals trying to hang on here, but man, that young man from Hagerman is absolutely blistering that 400 meters.
Smooth, isn't he?
As he is going. That's some Hagerman Bobcat running right there. The Cardinals trying to dig in and keep it close. Cardinals with 2 laps to go. They're going to hand off, and here comes Eunice in second. Hagerman way out, and look at that pace out there in the front.
You better zoom out for that one.
Man. Woo. Hagerman in first, Eunice in second, Texaco in third, Loving in fourth. Hagerman is absolutely smoking this medley relay.
They're making it look smooth, don't they?
Yes, definitely. Hagerman way out there. I tell you, the Cardinals may have closed a step or two here.
But he's way out there.
In the last few meters. But Hagerman's still way out there in front. Hagerman in first, Eunice in second, Texaco in third, and then Loving in the back. The young man from Eunice trying to close it. He's trying to push ahead and close it.
That's how 8th grader El Sebastian.
With 1 lap to go, Hagerman rings the bell. They're out front. Eunice rings the bell. They're out in second. I can't even talk. And coming up in the back here is Texaco and Loving. And the pace has slowed for sure. So the young man from Eunice trying to
Close
cut
that gap, huh?
Got
gap.
any gas, you better get it.
But
put
it is
in
a
the
lot
tank.
of gap to cut.
A lot of
A
gap.
lot of gap. That's a lot of gap.
That's a big old gap.
Yep. Hagerman in first. Texaco in third. Eunice is a Texaco Hagerman green sandwich. Hagerman going to cruise to victory now with 100 meters to go. Eunice about 30 meters behind probably as they now reach the 100-meter mark, and it's a 100-meter stretch. Hagerman going to cruise to victory. Eunice pushing. Texaco trying to cut into that Eunice lead for second. Eunice going to cruise to second. Texaco cruises for third. And with about 200 meters to go, Loving will be fourth.
Oh, he's way back.
Yeah, but they're going to get points again.
Oh, yeah. Free points.
Just make it around that track, son.
Free points. And that'll bring us, I believe, once they get done with all the folks here on the track, to the 200 meter. The 200 meter is usually like the second most run event.
Other than the 100?
Yeah. These shorter races, man, they get a lot of entries. In the girls division, there's 4 heats. In the boys, there's 5.
Wow. So we're looking at 30 minutes worth of work right there, huh?
It's going to be a bit, that's for sure. As we watch Loving finish up here in the girls 200-meter dash, Heat 1 is your fast heat. It has the runners that all have the best times. The best time in the district right now is Eunice's 8th grader, Amaya Brito. She will be in lane number 4. Loving's Noelia Vasquez in lane 1. Zayna Hunt of Texaco in lane 2. Haley Long of Loving in lane 3. Amaya Brito, we mentioned, in lane 4 for Eunice. Marin Nieto of Jow in lane 5. Diana Anguiano of Eunice in lane 6. Michaela Pierce of Eunice in lane 7. Eunice has 3 of the top 7 times in this 200 meter for the district coming into this meet. And Amaya Brito
has an excellent time.
Yes, her time is about a half a second ahead.
And that's a lot in track.
Yes.
They're going to make another announcement.
No, not right there. They ain't. All right.
Third
So
and
the
final call for the
they
girls
better not.
200-meter dash.
Second call
So this
for
will
the
be the
boys
200-meter
200-meter
dash. Here is
Second call
both
for the boys
both groups,
200-meter dash.
boys and
And
girls,
first call for the
start to
girls,
funnel their
1600
way
meter run.
down to the 200-meter starting line.
Where do they start this one at?
200-meter, it'll start
Everybody's
right
piled
here.
up out there?
Yep. All that pile over there. See the gun guy headed across there with his gun in
I
his
thought
hand?
they were just over there having a little powwow.
Maybe. They might be. A lot of Eunice runners in this
Event.
in this event. There's a lot of Loving in Texaco too, though, as I look at this list.
Both boys and girls, huh?
Oh man, the other side I was trying to look here. I mean, there's a ton of Eunice and Hagerman. Those are the 2 that have the most on the boys' side. But Texaco, Loving, and Eunice all have a bunch in the girls.
You said this is a 200 meter?
200 meter,
Yeah.
half a lap. They're going to run a curve and a straightaway.
Yeah.
So they'll start over there at the front of that curve, and they'll run through the curve and down the stretch to the finish line.
Did you do track, Charlie, in high school?
No.
No. I did a few years,
I
and
did,
I
I
got
did
bored out of it.
football, but that's the only thing I played. Ever played football.
Bro, that's cool.
Amaya Brito enters today with a 28.61. That's a good time in the 200 meter.
And she's just an 8th grader, boss.
Yes, she is. I said last week she reminds me of a young Chloe, because Chloe's 8th grade year, they were just getting ready to start track, I believe, when all the COVID stuff hit and they shut it down. And we had already talked to Gabe. They were planning on moving her up at the end of the year, and so she didn't get to move up because they
COVID.
shut it all down. So then she got to run her freshman year where she was the district high point female, sophomore year district high point female, junior year district high point female. So some pretty neat stuff, but didn't have that opportunity her 8th grade year as COVID closed down track season.
Did that to a lot of kids, man.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
There's a lot more than that. There's a lot of things.
Well, and you look at like Mason Caperton and that group, they were seniors in baseball when they shut it down.
Yep.
And had won all those state championships in baseball and football, and then just, it's over.
Done.
You don't get to run or get to compete this year. So, anyway, once again, got a great group here. 3 Eunice runners, a Jowl runner, 2 Lovings, and a Texaco in this first heat of the girls' 200-meter dash. I've always enjoyed track. I would probably say that like when I was playing basketball was probably my favorite sport. I loved football. I loved everything, but basketball was probably my favorite, like my most enjoyable, like, man, can't wait, whatever. But track may have been a close second. It may have been ahead of football, and I liked football. I mean, I love football, but track was probably I enjoyed track and field.
Track and field is a whole different sport in general.
I always looked at track and field, and I know I was on a team state championship in track and field, but I always looked at track and field.
Yeah, the first one's in a while, yeah.
And I always looked at track and field as an individual sport, and I know you get points for your team, but I think that's why I liked it, and some people may say, yeah, that makes sense, but I felt like I could get out there and be for me. It's like when I got on the starting line, if I looked over and there were 3 Eunice people at the starting line, I was about to kick their tails.
Yeah.
And anybody else that was out there, they were all going against me.
Personal best, dude.
I'm trying to beat you.
And it brings out the best of yourself.
Yes, I mean, a lot of times in our races, if you think back on my junior and senior year, those kind of folks.
Those were fast races.
Those were the people that we were up there racing against. Matthew Aguilar, I mean, Eddie Caballero. I mean, those were the folks that,
that was a great relay team.
Oh, my gosh. We had some great
Berry.
folks. Sean Berry, Kenny Palmer.
Oh, I forgot about Kenny.
Man, and Kenny was a big old muscle-bound boy, but he could run.
He was like that kid earlier, huh?
Yes. So trying to watch and see. It looks like
memory lane there, huh?
Yeah, a bunch of great folks there for sure. Some runners, and just some great people too. But that track state championship in '94 was the first state championship Eunice had won since the 1970s.
That's what got it started, because the next year y'all won state in football.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. We won track. Then the following year won in football.
And then baseball.
Yeah, and should have won track again that year. We finished second and should have won it.
Y'all having too much fun.
Oh, well, yeah.
Y'all having too much. I will leave it at that.
Yeah.
You were being kids.
That's right. Yeah.
Hindsight's 2020, right?
We were way in first place after day number 1, and then we didn't get much sleep the night before day number 2, and it come back to bite us.
I was just happy some of y'all made it back.
Yeah. I concur, but we had a good time.
Oh, well.
So
somebody's doing cartwheels out there.
Man, I was looking. Yeah, I was like,
still got that much energy or what?
Man, there's people doing cartwheels
coming out of the blocks. Huh? That'd be pretty cool, huh?
I believe that was Zana Hunt of Texaco. She was out there doing cartwheels on the track as they're getting ready to get in their blocks.
She did a cartwheel into the blocks. That's pretty cool.
So he has hollered runners to your mark, I believe. But there goes. I was fixing to say, but he hadn't stuck the gun in the air, but he has now.
There's somebody on the track.
Can't even see the kids down there because.
So there goes the gun, and that looked like a false start.
Yep.
These kids are about to walk in front of them anyway.
He walked over and stood in somebody's lane. I'm trying to see who that is. It's either Brito.
I hope it's not.
Or the Loving runner, Long. And I don't know if you get DQ'd here, or if they give you the second chance.
I thought you got DQ'd in district meets, but I could be wrong.
And I know the state meet you do, because Chloe did in the championship of the 100-meter hurdles. I think it was her sophomore year.
Maybe get out of the blocks too quick.
Yep. Yeah. And I mean, I've watched it 100 times on video.
And it's just
nothing. Smidge.
I think that was just a malfunction on the equipment.
Okay. So here we go. This is the fast heat of the girls' 200-meter dash.
In other words, the best heat to watch.
And there they go. There's the gun. Looking at Brito. She's got a big start. And
Look at
there's
that
several
stride,
runners
man.
missing. Brito going to push ahead right here in that first 100 meters.
Got
It's
it.
all Brito. Texaco trying to close the distance, but the 8th grader Brito is cruising. She's in cruise control. She's pushing down the back, and she says, get some. It's 8th graders are us. As Brito cruises in, Amaya Brito says, get some of this, all you upper class folks. I'm still at the middle school, and I'm smoking high school
Smoking
tail.
them like a
Amaya Brito,
She's
the
going to get her
8th
beat up at the
grader.
next meeting. She didn't say all that.
She was thinking it.
She's just fast. She's humble.
Zena Hunt from Texaco comes in second, but that story was all about Amaya
Brito, yes.
Brito.
Well, she was moving.
The results of the
Strong
boys'
runner, very strong
1600
runner. The whole time she
sprint relay.
excelled all the way through on the first
In fourth
100 and the last
place,
100 she just
Loving
kept
High
running.
School.
That's a good
In
race right
third
there, Charlie.
place,
Hope you got it on
Texaco
camera.
High School.
I got it.
It's hard to get right here, huh?
In second
Yeah.
place, Eunice High School. And in first place, with a qualifying time of 3:53.85, Hagerman High School.
All right, so in heat number 2 of this 200-meter dash, you've got Caden Lujan, my buddy. She's in lane 1 of Jow. Claire Coddington of Texaco is in lane number 2. Kelsey Whelan of Texaco is in lane 3. McKenna McBee in lane 4 from Eunice. Dana Castillo of Jow in lane 5. Haley Sharp, of Texaco in lane 6. Breely Kane of Texaco in lane 7. So you've got 4 Texaco runners, 2 Jows, and a Eunice. The fastest time in this heat is Kenna McBee with a 30.46.
30.46.
Yeah, to put that in perspective, you know, in that last heat, Michaela Pierce, which I don't think she ran, did she? Was she in that?
Yes, she
in that
was
heat?
furthest
Okay.
close to us.
Hers is a 30.23, so a lot of really close times.
Guns in the air.
Everybody in this heat's, you know, within a couple of tenths of a second of each other.
It should be a closer racing, right?
Yes. So gun is up.
It's quiet.
It did, and then I thought the gun went back down, but now it's still up. There we go. Kenna McBee with a big start. She's in the middle. Pushing ahead is Dana Castillo of Jow. Kenna
McBee's
McBee
coming out of
right
it.
now is in the lead as she takes the turn, and here they come into the stretch. It's all Kenna McBee. Kenna McBee, where you been all my life? As she sprints down the back stretch, and she says, get some. I'm a senior, and I need this. Kenna McBee running down the middle, headed for the finish line, leaning in.
Got it.
And it's Kenna McBee, followed by a couple of Texacos
The
and my
results of
young
the
lady,
girls'
Caden Lujan, in
1600
fourth,
medley
and
relay.
Jow.
In fifth place, Loving High School. In fourth place, Hagerman High School. In third place, Tatum High School. In second place, with a qualifying time of 4:52.19, Texaco. And in first place, Jow, with a qualifying time of 4:48.02.
And so next up in heat number 3 in lane 1, Cabri Lara of Loving. In lane 2, Kylie Draper of Texaco. In lane 3, Briley Rodriguez of Hagerman. In lane 4, J.C. Smith of Loving. In lane 5, Melanie Montes of Loving. In lane 6, Raylyn Price of Loving. In lane 7, Dara Solis of Loving. So a whole lot of Lovings in this next
There's
heat.
a lot of loving going
There's
on over
5 Loving. There's Texaco, Loving, 5, and Hagerman. So there's a lot of Texaco and Hagerman sandwiches going on in this one.
A lot of red and green, huh?
I'm telling you.
Guns up. Wreck 'em.
Wreck 'em.
Did you say wreck 'em like
Yeah.
that?
Wreck 'em.
Shout out to Guns Up Services, Ben and Nina.
Guns back on the ground.
Speaking of guns up,
Gun
now
was
guns
up, the
down.
gun ain't up no more. Gun's down.
Don't be saying that. Don't be saying that to the Thompsons. What's wrong with you?
Somebody
They'll
come here
they'll
and scrap
chase you
some
down.
knobs.
Yeah. We can say that to like the Pascals.
There you go. Yeah, well, for sure.
And the Eunice Health Clinic, they'll guns down it. And there goes the gun. There's only 3 people in this race, even though all them people that I named. And so I don't have any.
To be in it.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of people that they entered that aren't in there. And it looks like Texaco's coming out of the curve, and that's Draper. Draper going to cruise to victory, but way out here on the outside, I believe that is Solis. You got a double whammy battle between Raylan Price and Dara Solis for second and third, but cruising to victory is Draper for Texaco.
200-meter dash. Final call for the boys.
We got one more of the girls' race.
One more,
Second
heat number
call
4.
For the girls, 1600.
Why don't they just throw them in with this group?
Yeah,
Second
we had like
call
6 open lanes.
I'm sure it's entered in that computer system down there, so that would have probably thrown them
that's
off.
probably the only downfall of having that system.
Yeah.
Before you can say, okay, you know what, there's 3 running, throw them in here, we'll get the pickers and timers and go.
Get them going. Heat number 4, Harlow Hansen of Texaco in lane number 2. Aaliyah Andrews of Hagerman in lane number 3, Zulika Zamora of Jow in lane 4, Amelia Lares of Eunice in lane 5, Rayanne Telemontes of Hagerman in lane 6, and Gemini Ornalis of Loving in lane 7. The top speed coming into this race from this heat will be Jow's Zulika Zamora with a 33.26. So
that's a double Z right there, huh?
Yep.
Zulika Zamora.
ZZ top.
Mm-hmm.
ZZ's got the top.
Well, they're going to be in Lubbock, aren't they?
ZZ top.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Them guys are old.
Yeah, that's not our era. Charlie, that's not our era. I apologize. It's not us, boss. They say something about Metallica, Guns N' Roses, maybe. He said Guns. He said it's ZZ Top. I thought they were all dead.
Oh, dude. Come on, man. Those guys are going to live forever.
Did you say Grateful Dead? And there's the gun. We're in the last heat of the 200-meter. It looks like all of them are out there for this one. Got a young lady, Laris from Eunice. She's out in the front, but here comes Texaco's Hansen pushing through, and Hansen's going to run off and leave them.
Yes, he is.
Oh, I'm sorry, that ain't Texaco. That's Andrews of Hagerman that's running off and leaving them. Zamora, Zizi of Jow, and pushing back in there is Laris. Laris trying to stay ahead of the Panthers, and I think she may have. It was close. Hagerman in first. Jow Eunice looked like a coin flip for second and third. And so that'll finish the girls. And now we will move on to the boys. First heat, once again, is going to be your fast heat. In lane 1, Hyan Castro of Eunice. Lane 2, Elijah Melanson of Eunice. Lane 3, Jose Valenzuela of Jow. Lane 4, Javion Aguilar of Hagerman. Lane 5, Maddox Mata of Eunice. Lane 6, Fernando Zamora of Hagerman. Lane 7, Ryder Gonzalez of Loving. And Lane 8, Tyson Coy of Eunice.
Wow. Some
great times in here and very close for the most part. Yeah, I mean, even, you know, the fastest time by far is Javion Aguilar of Hagerman. He's significantly faster than everybody else according to this list, but all of those others are within a tenth of each other, basically.
And all the others are from Eunice, huh?
Yes, and they're all very close in time and speed, so this should be an entertaining race.
Better get it all, Charlie, on that film.
Better get it all, boys.
Let's get it all our own or something.
Guns up.
So the gun is in the air. Once again, when they say runners to your mark, I always told my kids, bounce around, stretch, kick your feet, look around, make sure everybody else gets down and gets in their position. That way their knees and back are stiff, and then you get down into yours. A little gamesmanship, but that's what I always did.
Play the game.
That's right. You didn't want to be the person that was sitting down there forever. Big start from Maddox Mata. He had a great start coming out of the blocks.
Let's go now.
He's going to be ahead coming through the first 100 meters, and he is. Maddox Mata out front. Javion Aguilar trying to close the distance. Maddox Mata with a slight lead. It's going to be Mata and Aguilar pushing down the back stretch, and Aguilar's going to edge him by just a bit.
By nose.
Javion Aguilar, Maddox Mata, 3/4 of the way through the race. Mata had him, and Aguilar pushed ahead right at the end, and then Aguilar, as they finished across the finish line, fell over.
Yes.
And he's still down on the track holding one of his legs.
Hold his knee, I
Cramping
think.
up, or maybe.
I don't know, but he went down and looks like he's injured as they've got coaches running out there on the track as Maddox Mata, a great young man, over there to check on him. Maddox Mata and Aguilar
That's
put on
the
a
race
show.
right there, man.
Oh, that was a race right there.
Mata blowing smoke through that first 100 meters, and then Aguilar coming from behind. He was probably
on these
3
last 50
steps
meters, yes.
behind through the
Closed
last
it.
50
Yes.
meters, and he closed the distance and finished it off.
But he didn't finish him off by what, maybe 3 steps?
Man, I don't think
Maybe.
maybe one.
Okay.
Yeah, it looked like he was about the width of a 1 step.
So
you know,
Maddox
behind
can
him.
beat him if they face each
It's
other
right
again.
there for sure. Great race there. Fun
And
one to watch.
And what's good about here on the first 100, the wind's behind him, so
Yep.
they'll probably have an excellent time today.
Well, and if you look at it, that wind is this way,
Yes.
so you basically got the wind the whole way. And once you get over here against the bleachers,
yes.
it's not impacting you much one way or the other. Aguilar is down over there. He's still down. They're trying to get him up now. Looks like they're pulling him up to his feet.
on a cold day like this, man,
Man,
a race
you get
like that.
stiff.
Yes.
You get stiff. You know, that's a young man who long jumped, I believe. I know he ran the 100, and now he's run that long jump and the 100 are 2 of the first events of the day.
Yeah.
And then now we're near the end of the track meet. You start to get stiff in this cool breeze late in
They're
the day.
taking him to the
to the field
field
house or
house.
something.
because he had to exert himself those last 50 yards, and so he had to put an extra effort on that. And sometimes that's when you rip or tear something.
Oh, man.
Oh, man, here goes the next one.
Cameraman,
This is the next one with a bunch of Eunice runners in it. Omar Armendariz,
Lopez is
Jordan
in there as well.
Aguilar, Lucas Lopez. Those are the fast times coming in.
Look at Lopez coming out there.
Armendariz
Close that gap,
trying to
Lopez.
close it. Lopez pushing down the back.
get
Out
there.
front is Aguilar, another Aguilar. He's probably going to finish, but it's going to be close as Lucas Lopez pushes into that second spot. And Lopez, the 8th grader, pushing in there. Also in there, not too far behind, is Omar Armendariz with a good race himself.
That was all Eunice and Hagerman again, huh?
Braden Blevins in there, Ricardo McTake of Hagerman, Jordan Aguilar, Ezekiel Garcia, Isaac Melanson. I don't know if I saw Melanson
I
in
didn't
that
see him
group.
in there.
Kenius Ansuarez. And so anyway, we got to watching the young man that was injured who they're taking over into
Forgot
the
about
field
the race.
house. So now we're going to move on to heat number 3. Heat number 3 in lane 1 is Zayden Lujan of Jow. Lane 2 is Ivan Aguirre of Jow. Lane 3 is David Gaitan of Jow, a big boy. Lane number 4 is Rigoberto Hernandez of Eunice. Lane number 5, Julian Hilario of Hagerman. Lane 6 is Jesse Ornalis of Eunice. And lane 7 is Kith Griffin of Tatum. I watched Gaitan run the other day.
David?
And he's a big boy. Like he's like a lineman and whatnot on their football team. Maybe their best lineman
Yes, but
down
honestly.
there in Jow. Another young man with big ties to the Eunice community and to my family even. And anyway, he's a big, strong, tough boy, but he runs these sprints, and
That's
he can
tough
move.
out there, yes.
Yeah.
For his size,
Yeah.
that's working right there.
Guns up.
Yeah, reminds me of like maybe a Randall or Ryan Montanez out there as a sprinter. That's kind of what he looks like when he's running sometimes.
Have you seen his boy run?
Yes, I have. I have.
Boy can run.
Yep, and throw.
Yes.
There goes the gun. You can see Gaitan there in the middle. He's definitely giving them all she's got, Captain. On the inside is Lujan. Lujan out in first place. Lujan in the middle. Coming up is Eunice, and Eunice's Rigoberto Hernandez says, "Get away from me." Rigoberto Hernandez says, "Give it to me." The Cardinals are soaring to the finish line. Eunice in first, Jow in second, third, fourth, and Hagerman in fifth. Eunice's Rigoberto Hernandez cruises to victory in that
Rigoberto
one.
was running straight up, too, coming out of that curve.
Yeah.
A little bit of coaching. These kids can excel quite a bit.
For sure, and that'll bring up heat number 4. Another heat. We've got one more after this one. So heat number 4 is it's got Isaac Murillo of Loving, Jeremiah Chavez of Loving, Nathan Autry of Texaco, Ethan Garcia of Tatum, Nolbert Cervantes of Jow, Dexter Chapman of Texaco, Zeke Galvan of Loving. 7 on the list here for this one.
How many of Eunice won? No.
I don't see a Eunice runner. In the next race, there is one Eunice runner and a whole bunch of Hagermans, but in this one, I don't see a Eunice runner on the list.
I need to get the coach a holster to put his gun in so he doesn't sit there and hold it the whole time.
He just looks like a thug running around with a gun in his hand.
He tucks it in his sock when he needs to. Huh?
I'm going to take a picture of him with that gun. And you know that, what is that little meme that you always see that has those little sunglasses eyes that pop over people with the little smoke thing coming out?
No comment.
I'm gonna make one of those memes of Mr. Hatch with his gun in his hand.
Like saying, we got a problem?
Yeah. Yeah, good stuff. Man, if that breeze would let up just a little bit, it'd be a beautiful, beautiful evening here in Eunice as you look out across there at the new gym, the new
coming along,
new floor that's in it.
And when we was doing football up there in the same spot, it was just a dang hole in the ground over there.
Yep, that's true. Got a new scoreboard in that new gym too.
Oh man, that's a beauty.
I'm telling you,
at least 32 inch. I know.
What kind of? Never mind. All right, so here we go, coming through the curve. Looks like Jow out in front, but Tatum trying to take the lead. That's Ethan Garcia. We've got a Jow-Tatum battle. Nolbert Cervantes, Ethan Garcia, neck and neck. Cervantes trying to pull ahead. He says, give me some. Nolbert Cervantes cruises
it out,
and takes the win there in heat number 4. We got one heat remaining. Heat number 5. Lane 1, Brandon Manaharis of Hagerman. Lane 2, Murillo Athian of Loving. Lane 3, Carlos Cisneros of Hagerman. Lane 4, Sebastian Perez of Hagerman. Lane 5, Sebastian Reed of Hagerman. Lane 6, Cameron Robledo of Eunice. He's in there by himself. Lane 7, Elian Munoz of Hagerman. You know, something that I would be interested in and like to let everyone know is your high point individuals and your, your winners of this district track meet. Definitely be nice to stick around till we could get those numbers. Yep. I guess we could call, what might be neat here in a minute we get to the end of this is to use one of y'all's phones logged into the system to call Christy Boyd.
Oh, okay.
I'll just call her directly and tell her, hey, we've got you live on the air.
There you go.
First of all, happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
To you and your twin sister.
That's right.
Happy birthday to y'all.
Happy birthdays.
her and Miss Misty.
Happy birthdays to
and
y'all.
Misty was a heck of a soccer player. And
she's
so
won
was
state
Boyd.
in soccer.
As a coach?
Yes, as a coach, yes, sir.
Yeah. Misty Long is a heck of a soccer coach. And Christy Boyd was a heck of a soccer player.
Who would have figured, huh?
Man, I'm telling you. You know, and when she was the Loving or the middle school principal, once I saw her outside running around, and it was pouring that day, and she was out there trying to help kids get in and whatnot, and she stepped off in like this big puddle that was like 6 inches deep, so she had wet socks and shoes. So when I walked in the office, she had her socks off trying to dry them out. No, I was just shaking my head. So ever since then, I give her a hard time about wet socks.
It took me a while to get it, but I got it.
It's a good story. She was standing there with some socks. Big lead for Eunice. Cameron Robledo, he's out front. He's way out there on the stagger, but he's out front, and he's cruising down the stretch, trying to close the distance on him. 2 lanes over is Sebastian Perez, but it's all Cameron Robledo, and the Eunice Cardinals are going to cruise to victory in heat number 5. Cameron Robledo for the dub.
Beautiful job by a young man. A lot of Eunice Cardinals won in these races, but we'll find out on the time here in a minute who actually got first, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So that does it for the 200-yard dash here, Charlie.
That do it. Is that it?
My old assistant coach, Coach Jennifer Miller, said, "I'm glad Charlie mentioned that scoreboard because I couldn't tell if it was my eyes or if that was a tiny little scoreboard."
It looks like my TV in my bedroom. It's a 32-inch. I mean, if I'm sitting right there on the edge of my bed, I can see it.
Can your TV keep track of fouls? It can if it's got the Hobbses down there running it.
Shut up. You're just dropping names. You can't be doing that. I know it's the end of the season, guys, but come on. We want to come back next year, don't we?
So next up, we're going to have the 1,600-meter run. That's the mile run. This is one that I never really wanted.
Not even participate or watch or see.
Didn't really want to run unless you just made me.
That's 4 laps around.
Oh, yeah, that's exactly. Charlie's getting this track thing. He's figuring this out.
I gave him a hint.
On the girls' side for
is that
this
what you
mile.
meant by? Yeah. I was wondering what you were trying to tell me there, but I didn't want to say nothing on the radio.
You have enough time to go take care of what you need to take care of. That's what I'm trying to say.
If you want to roll down the bleachers and
roll back up here, get down here, I'll help you up.
So in this race, the 1,600-meter run, they'll start over here.
Okay.
Same way.
And anyway, you're going to have Miranda Olivio of Jow, Darby Tucker of Tatum, Sammy Medrano of Hagerman, Lupita Mendoza of Hagerman, Tatiana Ortiz of Loving, and Evie Hernandez of Eunice.
I'm going for Lupita.
I'm going for Evie Hernandez.
No, I'm just saying. I just watched her run a while ago.
Oh, well, yeah.
The long haul, man. She was.
That was the smoker.
Yeah, she just and it was like she wasn't even like hurting at all.
Hard, yeah.
She just kept on moving. So yeah.
Every one of these runners, if all of them run, will get points for their team right here.
So
you get more points for first place, right?
Yes.
But you do get points either way.
Yep.
And the coaches should know how many points they have by now, right, for the team?
Usually, but I don't know if they have some sort of app, since we have that thing. I mean, usually you've got an idea where you're at.
But you think you'd want every point you can get, even if you were ahead.
Absolutely. But, yeah, usually you got an idea where you're standing. I remember my junior year when we won state in track, we knew coming into the last race, the 1,600-meter relay, the 4x4, we knew that we had to finish at least 2 places ahead. I think it was Santa Rosa that we were trying to beat.
I think you're right.
And we ended up – I don't think that we won it. I wasn't running it. I don't think we won it, but we finished either second or third, and they were like 6th.
I think I got second.
Yeah, and that won us the state championship.
Those were enough points to win.
Yeah, so we won it.
All right, so here we go.
That was a big deal that year too, man.
My senior year, I think we were sitting in like 3rd going into that race, and I don't think there was any way we could catch the first place. But I think we may have won it that year. That was with like Scotty and Sean and. Anyway, I think we won it that year and ended up getting second. I think Santa Rosa beat us that year. So anyway, good times. So anyway, we're going to sit here and watch some folks run for a while. This is the mile. They're going to run 4 laps here. As
looks like that young man came out of the field house. He has ice on his left leg by his hamstring. You see him out here by the 20-yard line? The kid from Hagerman.
Oh, yeah, I do see him. He's got, is it on the hamstring or the quad?
I want to say the hamstring. But
on the back?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I can't see that good. Yeah, and he's limping extremely.
Yes.
And that's a shame because that young man has got the fastest time in the 100, the fastest time in the 200. And I believe he's the best long jumper,
Final call for the boys,
at least in our district,
run.
maybe the state. I don't know. I mean, that kid's fast.
Final call for the boys' 1,600-meter run.
Yeah, I hope he just
First
tweaked it a little bit or nothing. He recovers.
It's tough
First
when
call for the
at this
girls,
point in the season, even just a slight tweak of something like a
toe,
hamstring,
hamstring,
or
toe,
something.
anything to do with your legs or feet.
It's tough when you get up there to. When you're a powerful runner like him, the sprinter, the quad or the hamstring,
Boy.
you know, you can tweak your bicep. You can hurt something like that. You know, you can roll your ankle, but those quads and hammies, that's what's making your legs go as fast as they're going.
Those are the money makers, as they say.
I'm telling you. And so it's tough to.
And when's the state meet start for them?
I think it's next week.
Wow, so fast?
Yeah, I mean, this is district. This is the end.
Yeah.
So usually you have about a week.
So prep and train,
I would guess next week, but I'm not 100% certain. You know, you've got this is the end of baseball too tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
That's the end of baseball. And so I think next week, like next Wednesday or Thursday, starts the baseball state, and I know softball starts. I think they do that first round where you go somewhere or whatever.
And then everybody goes out to the Albuquerque after that?
After that. So, I mean, the season is coming to an end.
School year for all the seniors, huh?
Reminder tomorrow, Eunice Masonic Lodge, pancake breakfast.
Mm-hmm.
Get you some pancakes. It's either $5 or $6. If it's $5, donate the extra $1, make it $6. $5 or $6 goes to a great cause. Folks just do not realize how much the Eunice Masonic Lodge does for people here in our community. Just great things going on down there, always helping out folks. A lot of that never gets advertised. Also got Miss Ludi Robinson down there working in conjunction with the Masonic Lodge. She's working with dyslexic kids and doing a lot of, reading instruction and things down there at the lodge.
The results of the girls 200-meter dash.
Here we go, the girls 200-meter.
In 6th place, Claire Coddington of Texaco. In 5th place, Michaela Pierce of Eunice. In 4th place, Kylie Draper of Texaco. In 3rd place, McKenna McBee of Eunice. In 2nd place, Zayna Hunt of Texaco. And in 1st place, Amaya Brito of Eunice.
Yeah, Eunice.
I was hoping to say her time.
Yeah, and they've got to have it down there
Yes,
on that
sir.
sheet that they have.
That way they know who's in first, second, or third.
Yeah, but they did not say the time. I would guess that Brito's at least in the hunt for that district high point athlete.
Mm-hmm.
Just from what I see from sitting up here, I would guess the girl from Texaco that won both hurdles and the pole vault is probably in first.
Meter run. Final call.
But either way, if
for the
Brito
boys
gets second,
1600
that's
meter
pretty.
run.
That's very
That's
impressive.
impressive.
Yes.
Second call for the girls 4x400 meter relay.
Hagerman in the
Second
gun
call
lap.
for the girls
2 young
400
ladies
meter
from
relay.
Hagerman out in the lead.
Way
And the
out
first
of the
call for the 4x400 meter
lead.
relay
From them,
boys.
go all the way back.
These 2 young ladies from Hagerman, Sammy Madrano and Lupita Mendoza, they are out in first and second, and they are, they're liable to lap some of the other contestants here. That's how far they are ahead. So Sammy Madrano, Lupita Mendoza of Hagerman, they are way out there. I'm assuming that Sammy Madrano out in first. She has by far the faster time coming into today. I can only assume. You know what they say about that assuming stuff. I assumed that floor was going to look better than it does. But,
I assume we could see the scoreboard from the
It made
stands.
one out of me and you, I guess.
Yes. And a few other people as well.
That's right.
I assume when we zoom in on the scoreboard, they'll be able to see it from here.
I assume I have to wear my glasses to read the scoreboard in the new gym, but, it is what it is.
Oh, I hope we still have a spot for our equipment down there, guys.
Sammy Madrano, Lupita Mendoza, you and I were talking about that during the design, but we didn't make sure about it, so they may have took that out too. Sammy Madrano, Lupita Mendoza, pushing down the back stretch.
And she's kicking that back stretch too.
Madrano's got about 50 meters to go, maybe a little less than that, and she kicked it in. Lupita Mendoza, Sammy Madrano, first and second for Hagerman.
And nobody else is in. Oh, they're there.
I believe you've got Darby Tucker is pushing up here toward third place. She's trying to finish as well. Darby Tucker of Tatum still on the track, and she's moving. coming into that last 100 meters, Darby Tucker. Behind her is Tatiana Ortiz of Loving and Miranda Olivio of Jal.
They're making it a race out there,
yeah,
aren't they?
Yeah, I was going to say, you got a little race going back there between Olivio and who is, oh, man, I looked down and it wasn't a race no more, and Ortiz. Loving said, I'm going to go ahead and take this one. Ortiz pushing ahead of Olivio.
Ortiz's shoes is untied. Go trip on that.
Man, you do got better eyes than me. I can see it now that I like focus, but yeah, if I hadn't squinted a little bit, I couldn't have seen that. Yeah, my eyes won't quite pick that up. Eunice going to get some points here.
Going to get the points.
Going to get those 6th place points here. That'll give them some free points. And that is, and they're not free. That's Evie Hernandez. She's had to run a mile for those points.
Yeah. She's earning those points right there.
Yeah, I guarantee you, I can't walk a mile. So the fact that she's running a mile ain't free points, I guess.
Yeah, she said, run a mile in my shoes.
They're free for the team, but not. I mean,
oh, man, look at her, boy. She's smoking it down the back stretch. Going to finish it off. That's Evie Hernandez hustling down the back, and she's going to finish and get some points for the Eunice Lady Cardinals here.
Way to finish strong. Way to finish strong.
And there she finished at the finishing line there. So we're getting set up for the boys' mile run here.
Coach Miller said, Scott Gladden, the favorite phrase that she learned in class was the assume. So, yes, that is exactly right. Shout out.
That's back when you could learn that kind of stuff in school.
Yes, yes.
Like in the classroom.
Yes.
You could learn it all behind the
scenes.
Scott Gladden was a unique teacher. That's all I want to say.
Man, I tell you,
boy,
my
and he was a
senior
baseball
year,
coach too.
Oh
Oof.
yeah, my senior year he was awesome. I had him twice because I had to, the one thing that I had a bunch of like sciences and maths or whatever, but I didn't have like New Mexico history and some of that
and
stuff.
That's required.
And that was required. Yes. So my senior year I had him like it was like a government and a history back to back, and man.
Yeah.
Good stuff. But I would go up to Diana's, and of course Arturo was in our class, and they'd give us a couple of burritos to take to him, and we'd take him burritos. We could be late, we could be whatever, and I could walk up and point at the grade book and say, "Come on, coach, that ain't a 78 that I made on that test. That was a 98.
That was an 87.
It's missing the little hook right there on the 7."
Oh,
and
shut up, Jones.
Like,
shut up, Jones. Get out of here.
And the next thing you know, it'd be a 98. And I was like, I'll bring you 3 burritos tomorrow.
One time he goes,
hey, you got a lighter?
I'm like, no.
Yeah, you got a lighter.
There we go.
All right, so in this race, you've got Wade Williams of Eunice, Joshua Diaz of Loving, Jason Tucker of Tatum, Elian Munoz of Hagerman, Jaden Martinez of Loving, Ridge Russell of Texaco, Cole Essex of Texaco, Xavier Zamora of Hagerman, Jake Garrison of Texaco, Roberto Munoz of Hagerman, Corbin Peabody of Texaco, Keel Reyes of Loving, Carlos Siniceros of Hagerman, Sean Ruiz of Eunice, Urim Zarate of Eunice, Donovan Ansuarez of Loving, and Leonel Ansuarez of Loving. So
a large group, huh?
Yeah, pretty big group. Looking the best time is Essex Cole of Texaco. He leads all of these athletes here with the best time coming into this
Is that him in the front, I guess?
Yes, and I believe that's going to be Xavier Zamora right there behind him of Hagerman.
So they're starting to create a big gap between them and the rest of the group.
Yep. And so running out there in the front is Cole Essex of Texaco. Multiple Eunice runners there right in the middle.
Kind of bunched up, aren't they?
Yep. Right there in that little middle spot there is kind of bunched. Running with the pack, as they say. And so Essex, and I think that's Zamora over there kind of running off and leaving the pack as they are sliding on out there. Wind almost feels like it's picking up again.
And getting colder, too.
And that wind is cold. You know, I was looking at the weather the next couple of weeks, and like the highs are supposed to be in the 60s and 70s with lows in the 40s.
Yeah.
Isn't that
like
crazy?
every day for like the next 2 weeks.
It's insane.
I was like, man, I thought these 80s and 90s that we had were the beginning of the summer, but apparently not.
We're going to enjoy it while it lasts, right?
Cole Essex running down the backstretch here.
Lap number 2.
Once again, I believe that is Zamora that's right there behind him from Hagerman.
And here comes the pack.
Yeah.
They're spreading them thin. Yeah.
Looking at the Eunice Cardinals here, I see Sean Ruiz.
Making a move there.
Yep. Trying to tell if that's Wade Williams in there.
For Tatum?
No, for Eunice or Zarate.
The results for the boys 200-meter dash.
Here's the 200-meter results.
In 6th place, Elijah Melanicon.
Melanson.
In 5th place
Somebody
was at a qualifying time of 23:94, Tyson Coy.
All right, Tyson Cole.
In 4th place with a qualifying time of 23:60, Ryder Gonzalez of Loving. In 3rd place, Jose Valenzuela from Jal with a qualifying time of 23:46. In 2nd place, Maddox Mata, Eunice High School, 22:51, a qualifying time. And in 1st place, Yvonne Aguilar from Hagerman High School, 22:50, a qualifying time.
Yeah. So
I'll be right back, Mr. Jones. I'm going to do something real quick.
all right, they've got the gun lap going for Texaco's. I believe that's going to be Cole Essex way out in
He's
front.
way out. Of course,
And he has opened up
looks like
a.
but he's getting closed on. And
By who?
sure enough, Hagerman just passed him, right?
What?
The kid from Hagerman just passed him.
Charlie, you
Oh,
got-
wait a minute. I'm by.
Yeah, you're
Never
way-
mind.
that-
He just lapped somebody.
Yes. I was
I was
like
looking at the wrong
going, What
kid.
are you talking about, Charlie?
I was like, I'm looking at the wrong kid.
Essex is turning it on. He's picking them up and
Oh,
putting
he
them
is
down
kicking
right
it.
here
He's
as he's
kicking
coming down the back stretch.
He's going for a time now.
Cole Essex hustling down the back stretch, gonna finish strong as he's got the crowd cheering for him as that young man is finishing, as he's gonna sprint to the finish line and finish in 1st place. Cole Essex.
I think some of them still have 2 laps to go.
Coming in behind him is going to be the young man from Hagerman, and I think, but I am not certain, that is Xavier Zamora, and that's just my thinking. And then you're going to have Hagerman in the next position as well.
And everybody else has another lap to do.
So that is 2nd, 3rd for Hagerman. And now you've got Texaco in 4th, 5th, and 6th coming across the line. So Texaco is going to win. They're going to end up 4th, 5th, and 6th as well.
I like to see some of these kids really kick it towards the end, even though they've had a long race.
And I
Pretty
believe
good.
that was Wade for Eunice. Like I said, it's just hard to tell up here for sure.
Yeah.
Multiple Eunice athletes finishing there. Wade Williams, I believe, along with Sean Ruiz and Zarate. So good job to those young men. And so anyway, this is the boys' 1,600-meter run. And we are getting closer to our 4x4 relay. The 4x4 relay is traditionally the last event of the day. And it is the one that
Final call for the girls 4x400 meter relay.
4x4 relay. Final call they just made.
Final call for the girls 4x400 meter relay.
So,
Second call for the 4x400 meter relay for the boys.
I think somebody's getting tired of that.
For the 4x400 meter relay
Yep.
boys.
Could be. All right, so Still got some runners out here trying to finish it up. But in this next race, it'll be the 4x4 relay, the 1,600-meter relay is what we also call it. The Eunice Cardinal team and the girls will be in lane number 2. That is Yarezli, I'm going to butcher that, Yadi Armendariz, Mariah McGuire, Ava Woods, and Paula Castro. Hagerman will be in lane 3. That's Maya Ornales, Areli Magallanes, Jeanette Torres, Crystal Villegas. That's Hagerman. They'll be in lane 3. Lane 4, Emery Parr, Macy Dumas, Desiree Holman, and Madeline Tillman of Texaco. They'll be in lane 4. Lane 5 is Jal, Natalia Rivera, Olivia Ramirez, Camila Baeza, Abigail Darden. That is Jal. They'll be in lane 5. They've got Dana Castillo listed as an alternate. Lane 6, Melanie Montes, Haley Long, J.C. Smith, and Raynon Gonzalez of Loving. They will be in lane 6. That's Loving. So, we are simply waiting on them to get them started out there. They're starting to walk out onto the track. And this will be each of the 4 relay runners will run 1 lap. They'll start over here at the start-finish line. They'll run 1 lap, hand the baton off, run 1 lap, hand the baton off till 4 of them have done that. And that'll be the end of the track meet as they finish this event. So, as far as the boys' pole vault, I'm assuming they must have got that thing done quick while we were over doing the long jump and when I went over to do some shot put and discus and whatnot. They must have finished it quick. So, ultimately a pretty good day. Once again, tomorrow, Charlie and Rosendo, I believe, will be bringing you Texaco baseball, Eunice and Texaco baseball game, last game of the regular season.
Yeah, I think it's at, 11? 12.
I think it's
I believe it's at 12. I think Rosendo told me 12.
And I don't remember for sure. For me, once again, I was probably not going to make it. We've got the FFA banquet with Brandon. He's got that tomorrow. We've also got my granddaughter, Isla Jenkins. Shout out to Isla, Jace, Bryce, and Jada, as well as Chloe and Billy, and, of course, my wife, Erica, and Brandon, and
Let's
Dottie.
go, Brandon.
And, finishing up at Baylor with his flight school.
He's kicking in the tail, isn't he?
Man, he is ahead. He's done really good. He's finished flight school already. The 4-year flight program, he finished it in 3. And so now he's got 1 more year left of the regular portion of college there at Baylor to have his bachelor's degree in aviation science. So the gun is in the air. Eunice way down here on the inside. Not sure who's who as far as who's running, but Eunice pushing ahead with a good first 50 meters there from the Cardinals because they're on this way inside lane. I will tell you, Texaco is moving out there as well, as Texaco looks to be moving out in front.
1,600-meter run. In 6th place, Evie Hernandez in Eunice. In 5th place, Miranda Olivo in Jal. 4th place, Tatiana Ortiz, Loving. In 3rd place, Darby Tucker from Tatum. In 2nd place, Lupita Mendoza, Hagerman. And in 1st place, Sammy Madrano, Hagerman.
So Texaco pushing ahead. Jow in 2nd, Eunice in 3rd as they come through with the first lap. This first lap, they have to stay in their lane all the way around, and then when they hand off, they'll have to stay in their lane until they get to the line over there at the end of the first curve.
Where the
so Eunice is going to have the the stagger here, but they're quite a ways behind.
Got a lot of makeup.
Jowl and Texaco out in the front. The Jowl runner starting to close the distance, and once they get right there, they'll close the stagger. They'll all start to move down to lane number 1. Here they all come down into lane 1. Texaco in first, Jowl in second, Eunice in third, Hagerman in fourth, and Loving in fifth. Right now, the battle appears to be between Jowl and Texaco. Texaco at about a 10-meter lead as they come down the stretch here. 100 meters to go. Jowl closing the distance. The Jowl runner, I think, might catch her. She was closing the distance. The Texaco runner started pumping, and here she comes. She's going to push ahead.
She just passed her.
Jowl going to take the lead. Jowl in the lead on the handoff. And the Jowl runner's got to get down there to the bottom to make that Texaco runner pass her on the outside if she wants to, and now she's down there. Jowl in first, Texaco in second, Eunice in third. Fourth and fifth is Hagerman and Loving. They're shoulder to shoulder. Eunice about 100 meters behind Jowl and Texaco, and the Texaco runner just passed Jowl.
Back and forth.
Texaco out in front with 200 meters to go in this third leg. There's still another handoff to go.
Looks like Eunice might be past here pretty soon.
Man, the Hagerman and Loving are gaining on Eunice. 200 meters to go for Eunice. Texaco has extended this lead here to about 20 meters as they come down the back stretch. Texaco out in first all by themselves with 1 lap to go. Jowl, I'm going to say they're probably 35, 40 meters behind. They make the handoff. Loving closing in on Eunice, trying to close the gap. It's Eunice in third, but Loving and Eunice are going to be about neck and neck when they hand off. Here comes Eunice. Loving slightly behind them. Hagerman behind them. Looking over toward the other end of the track. Way out in front is Texaco at 200 meters to go. They're at least 50 meters ahead. They could cruise. They could turn around and run backwards.
And fall and still get up and win.
They could ice skate. They could barrel roll across the track, and they would end up in first place. Texaco, yeah, like Charlie rolled down the stairs.
She's kicking it.
Texaco pushes down the back stretch. The Green Goblins are going to win it. The 1,600-meter relay champs for District 4 2A, the Texaco Wolverines. The Jowl Panthers are going to cross in second. Loving is past Eunice as they come down the back stretch. Loving will finish in third. Eunice trying to hang on to fourth, but the Hagerman runner is trying to close the distance. Hagerman is pumping. They're going to pass us. She is going. It's going to be close.
Did
she lean into it, maybe get it?
I don't know. It was close between Hagerman and Eunice for that fourth, fifth spot.
That's too close for comfort, right?
Woo.
Way too.
And so that is your girls' 1,600-meter relay. On the boys' side, they'll get them set up and get them started here in just a second. You've got Jowl in lane 2. Daniel Ornales, David Gaetan, Adam Juarez, Andre Rodriguez, and the alternate Ezequiel Ramos. In lane 3, Texaco, Jaheim Moses, Luke Thompson, Alexander Fuentes, James Hodgson. James Hawkins.
Sugar is low.
That is lane number 3, and that's Texaco. Lane 4, Hagerman, Ricardo McTagg, Christian Miranda, Sebastian Perez, Xavier Aguilar. That is Hagerman. They're in lane 4. In lane 5, the Eunice Cardinals, Hector Sosa, Maddox Mata, Elijah Melanson, Alberto Saenz, that's Eunice, they're in lane 5. And in lane 6, it's Loving, Ariane Lopez, Eunice Suarez, Jace Foster, and Ryder Gonzalez. That's Loving. They're in lane 6.
I went down there a minute ago, Jimmy, and confirmed I had the correct number for that particular person you want to call in a minute. The only thing is...
I got her number 2.
Okay, perfect. You're hooked up to it already here?
No.
No? Oh,
Charlie's
okay. We'll just have to hook you up to it then.
Or we'll just tell Charlie to call her.
I don't know.
I think I got her number.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, perfect.
There you go.
I told her not to get scared.
Oh, you told her we were going to call her?
Yeah, so that way she would have answered in case she doesn't have it in her book.
All right.
She's like, what did I do wrong? What did I do wrong?
Take a drink of water.
Yeah.
Just relax.
Or whatever you need to take to talk to all these 5 million people we got listening.
Actually, we do have quite a few people.
Yeah.
Now. As soon as I got on, it jumped up all the way to 120.
There you go. Right? And that's on that thing.
Yes.
The other deal, I can guarantee you, there'll be more.
So, good job, guys.
Yep.
All the way around, all season too, man.
Yeah.
We done a fairly good job.
Yeah, and this'll probably, well, now you know what? Our boys for sure will probably get a home baseball game, and our girls might get a home softball game.
Okay.
It's possible. So anyway, there's a chance that we might still have some broadcasting after tomorrow. And so
it's just been a long season for all sports for me.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
People don't realize how much work actually goes to get here on time, to set everything up, to sketch schedules up.
Yeah. So anyway, maybe when we get her on in a minute, we can ask her about the floor.
I knew you were going to say that.
Let's don't. Let's don't do that.
Say, can you turn to the left and ask? You're getting fired.
We are rough. All right, there we go. There's the gun. This is the last race of the day.
Girls 1,600-meter run.
Eunice with a good start here, and I'll let you hear the results of the 1,600-meter run. And anyway, maybe I won't. So way out in front of the Eunice Cardinals, trying to push ahead, trying to tell for sure who that is. Is that Hector Sosa or Alberto Sainz?
I think it's Hector Sosa.
So Hector Sosa with a big lead for the Cardinals as they've got 100 meters to go here in the first leg. The biggest problem for the Cardinals is they've got the stagger still to come, but he's got the stagger. He's kept it ahead, and he's hustling down the back. Not sure if that's Alberto Sainz or Hector Sosa, but whichever one it is, they're boogieing.
Yes, they're doing a good job.
And they're going to hand off, I think that's Melanson. No, that's Sosa. I think this is Sosa, huh?
Man, he is moving too.
Yes, because you've got Melanson and Mata still right here, so this is Sosa. Sosa with 300 meters to go. Here comes Texaco, though. Look at the young man from Texaco. He is going, but Sosa says not so fast. I can do it. You can do it. 200 meters to go. Sosa staying out in front of Texaco. He's got about a 30-meter lead. Sosa with 100 meters to go in the second
look at that
person here. We are in lap number 2. Elijah Melanson ready to take the handoff. Here comes Texaco trying to push back into this race. They're going to hand off to Melanson. Melanson's going to turn on the afterburners as Elijah Melanson with about a 50-meter lead right now. Texaco really turning it over, trying to close the distance, but they've got a tall task to catch up to Elijah Melanson because he can run. But I will tell you, I think they're closing it right now. But Melanson, with about 200 meters to go, will probably turn it on any second.
He'll open it up again there.
Eunice in first, Texaco in second, Loving in third, Jow in fourth, Hagerman in fifth. And here comes Elijah Melanson down the backstretch. He's going to sprint up here and hand it off to Mata. Old Green Gloves. Maybe the last time we get to say Green Gloves here on the broadcast,
as they're
going to hand it off to him, and he's going to be Orange Shoes.
He's gone.
Here comes Green Gloves, Orange Shoes, white hair, all known as Maddox Mata. Mata with about 300 meters to go. He's ahead by probably 45, 50 meters. Maddox Mata.
Look at that
out
stride,
front.
man.
Striding, the young man from Texaco is running, though, and right now he might be closing the distance. Mata will probably see him right here as he starts into this curve, and here goes Mata. Mata with just over 100 meters to go. There is nobody catching
Mata time
him.
right here, baby.
Maddox
Look at that.
Mata, green
like a
gloves,
chicken. Come on.
orange shoes, all day. Maddox Mata, double M. It's M&M with peanuts as he's going to cruise to the finish line. Texaco is going to have to settle for second.
That sounds good.
Here we've got a neck-and-neck race for the next spots. Third and fourth, it's Jow. I believe that is Rodriguez. Jow and Loving. Loving's going to hang on to it.
Ridge Russell in 5th of Texaco.
And Hagerman will bring up the rear as the Cardinals with the big win in the last race of the day.
Garrison of Texaco. In second place,
Exciting race. Beautiful job by Green Gloves, blonde hair, red glasses, and what's the yellow orange shoes?
Yeah, that's right.
It's a colorful man.
Yep.
Colorful
and fast.
We will, I don't know that she'll know those results right now, but we may see if, I know they're going to provide the district championship stuff right now. I see Mr. Lord down there with the box starting to walk out toward the center of the track.
Oh, I see him now. I couldn't find him for a second.
We may wait and see what the results are before we call Miss Boyd.
The results, and you're leaving the field, please pick up your trash and others' trash too as you pass by it. And please pick up the stands if you're in the stands.
All right. Pick the stands up. They
and get off the field. Oh, I mean,
shut up. I was waiting for either one of y'all to say that.
All right.
And quickly get off.
Right now.
But pick up a.
Right now. RAT. Now get off the field.
Right now. Boy.
All right. So they're heading out to the 50-yard line.
Out to the Cardinal.
This is why we can't do more games or events, guys.
That's why the court looks like it does. Huh?
I'll show him.
I'm glad he's not going tomorrow.
I'm gonna trade that scoreboard in on a littler one.
Right.
We're talking about basketball, the whole baseball game. Huh?
He wants to get our old gym removed from the middle school. By golly, we'll put a cheesy floor and a little scoreboard on it. We'll show him. All right.
We know his vision's bad.
He won't be able to read it. Oh, man.
When I first saw it, I thought it was a TV up there. I didn't know it was
I
a
haven't
scoreboard.
seen it. I've seen the court. The picture I got sent to me, I've seen the court.
Well, it's kind of hard to see it.
Yeah, I can't even.
You got to have your readers on to see
Shout
it.
out to Jackie Miller. We appreciate you back at home watching as well. We definitely appreciate you guys, all those watchers out there. And once again, we are waiting as they've got them out there on the 50-yard line with the awards.
All the watchers.
I was going to call Miss Boyd. I just wanted to make sure that she may be still over there adding stuff up. I was trying to see if I saw her out there. I was looking for the crown sparkling and the glistening in the evening sun.
On this beautiful sunset.
Hey,
She's right there.
There she is. Should we call her?
Go for it.
Charlie, you want it? You got that number?
Yeah, let's see what we can do here. Okay. Let us see.
You tell me when you find it, and I'll turn you on.
Turn your mic on, he meant.
Huh? Did you find it?
No. And there's a little bit of silence right there.
No, I don't think I have the
After
number.
a long day.
I don't have the number. I thought I did.
You don't?
Oh.
Let me give it to you. You ready to dial it? It's 578.
Hold on, I'm trying.
I don't know if I should say that on the air.
Yeah.
No,
Give everybody your number.
Watch him repeat as he punches it in.
Watch him call the wrong person.
Who is this?
I'll do a.
You know I'm sleeping right now?
Roy D.
I'll
Mercer.
do a Roy D. Mercer.
All right, here we go.
How big of a girl are you?
We got it. We got it on. So.
Okay. I'll let you talk.
I can't run. Hello?
Hello, Coach Boyd. This is the crew up here in the press box. How you feeling today?
I'm feeling great, sir.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday. We love the Crown. You're down there doing work. You're doing business. You got this track meet all taken care of today. It was a windy day, but, man, it was a fun one. It was a good one. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I couldn't be more proud of those kids. They came out. I asked them to do some things, and we had several PRs. We had several state qualifiers we weren't counting on, and we just saw some great things. I mean, they competed, and that's all I could ever ask. They've competed, and they've made this first season so enjoyable. It's been almost effortless to get them to do what we needed them to do, and it's been fun. It's been what I needed. So,
well, how enjoyable is it to have one of those competitors out there being your own daughter who went out and got her a district championship today?
Kick some butt.
Well, I'm pretty proud of her. She's got some work. We've got to fix a couple things in discus for next week, but she's made me proud. She works hard, and it makes it hard to be the head coach because I don't get to always watch her, but she's been a joy.
Hey, well, we've enjoyed it as well. We've enjoyed being here. This is our first week of trying to cover some track meets, but we've really enjoyed it. Do you have any idea, and I know they're still compiling things, high point, boys, girls, who won boys, girls?
Well, I'm going to say, if I had to just base off of things, I'm going to say Hagerman won boys and Jal won girls. But Texaco probably put in some time against Jal today, so that might be close for the girls. I know our boys won some things, placed in some areas that we haven't. We'll be closer than we have been throughout the season. Our high point boy will most likely be Javon Aguilar from Hagerman, and I have no idea for the girls. I just don't know. I was going to say, on the girls' side of things, right away, one of the names that comes to mind is the Texaco Aspen Kane, I believe was her name. I know she won the 100-meter hurdles. She won the 300-meter hurdles. I believe she won the pole vault. And she placed in, I think, the 100 as well. Yep. So I would probably say her. That's why I don't know that that's what I think. Jal might, or Texaco may have edged out Jal on the girl.
Wave at the camera up here.
Another young lady that did some great things today was an 8th grader for the Eunice Lady Cardinals, Miss Brito. Man, she put on a heck of a show here today. She has been absolute joy. Anything I've asked her to run, she's like, okay. Yep. And the beginning of the year, I told those 8th grade girls they were running the 4x4 for the junior high team, and they're like, no, we don't run that. I said, oh, yeah, you do. Yeah. And so, but they showed up and they've done well. And Amaya had to sacrifice that 4x4 today so that we could try to get her in the 1 and the 2, which happened. Yeah. But she's a team player, and she just, when she finds out she qualifies, she runs up and gives me a big hug, and I pick her up because she's all of 75 pounds. Yep. And
soaking wet, right?
Right. So we've got a bright future.
I tell her and her family every time I see her, I say, I'm probably a little biased, but you kind of remind me of a young Chloe Jones in her day. Well, and so, she
absolutely, and she has that effect on the kids around her too. So
absolutely.
I think I believe that they all had a great time this year, and I'm hoping that next year we get several more girls. I know we'll have Maddie Hatch out. She was out this season due to her ankle surgery, and that will add some. Our pole vault, So I think we've got bright futures ahead, and boys and girls. I mean, we have 3 8th grade boys going to state with us. Yes. I mean, and 1 8th grade girl. That's pretty amazing. So we're losing a great group of seniors, and I'm going to cry because they're great, but. but we've got a great future ahead of us. And if they don't fire me, I'll be out here again next year.
Well, we might know somebody
Same
on the
here.
board that might be able to help there a little bit. But
Yeah.
hey,
No comment. No comment.
That last race, the last lap, a young man by the name of Maddox Mata, who's done so many great things here in all sports over the last couple of years.
Yeah.
He was able to run across the finish line for his last time here on the Eunice Cardinals track, and we were proud of him. And you know, a few years back, he kept showing up to these games. I think he was a freshman, and he would wear these green gloves. You know, the next thing you know, our broadcast, Rosendo was the first to say, let's call the guy Green Gloves. And before long, he was Green Gloves, and the family was showing up wearing shirts with green gloves on it.
That's right.
He didn't have his green gloves on today, but he had them fluorescent orange shoes, and he crashed first. And we're going to hate to see him go.
Oh, no, Maddox has always had a special place in my heart, and we had a tough conversation about, he's qualified 8 events.
Yep.
And we had a tough conversation about what we think he needs to be running in district and state for him.
Yep.
And we made the decision that, 200 probably it. That's his, his best chance. He's placed, second place ranked right now.
Yeah.
And he's like, but I've only ran it once. I said, I still think Maddox. And then, it was .01 away from Javon, who is a beast.
Yes,
himself.
yes.
So,
Yes, he is.
And that young man looked like he hurt a hamstring today. And
and I hope not.
Yes,
I
and
hope
we
it was
do too.
I hope it was a cramp. I hope that he's able to recover and he's able to compete because he is a competitor.
Absolutely.
And I hate it when any athlete goes down who's working their tails off for their team.
Yep. Well, Miss Boyd, we appreciate you. We appreciate you taking time to talk to us. We're so excited to be here, and we wish you a happy birthday.
Yep.
We know
you.
that your daughter gave you a birthday present, and she's going to get you a gold medal here in this district track meet. So,
hopefully we'll get a couple medals next week.
That's
for it,
right.
too.
Yes,
So-
best of luck. Best of luck in those events as well, man.
Thank you.
Good luck.
And I told them all. I said, I don't need this. This isn't for me. I've done this. I've been there. I've been to state, done my things. This is for you guys. So let's get it done.
Absolutely.
And they have.
Hey,
I'm super proud of all of them.
Well, we appreciate you. Thank you for all that you do, and we wish you well. Have a great birthday.
All right. Thank you.
Happy
I
birthday.
appreciate you guys.
You
Bye-bye.
betcha.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much for everything, Ms. Boyd.
Bye.
Bye-bye. All right, we'll stick around here on the air for a few
There's
more
old
minutes.
Jake.
Was trying to wait and see if they were going to announce our champs here. And so
Can't believe Jake's carrying his ice chest full of water out there.
it's probably
Oh,
water.
fiddle.
And anyway,
probably.
just waiting on the results here in this district track meet. We're kind of sticking around. They finished all the races. Man, some great performances out there. Some folks that right off the top of my head had great days for sure. I think right away of the 8th grader Brito.
Oh, yeah.
My Brito. The little
My
Miss Boyd
Brito,
over
yes.
there. Little Miss Boyd had a heck of a day, Maddox Mata. Trying to think of some of the others
Those
that
little 8th graders who qualified today as well.
Several
Ben
little 8th
Ornelas,
graders.
I think he graduated.
Ben Ornelas.
Yes.
Yes, and he's
Qualified.
an 8th grader
Yes,
as
sir, he
well.
qualified, yes.
Yeah, and with a big district a district champion in the 8th grade.
That's
is
a big deal.
That's a big deal. That is
That's
a big
very
deal.
big deal,
I mean,
man.
if you think about it, there's 5 schools in our district. Some of these schools bring 50, 60 kids, and when you've got an 8th grader that is the fastest kid or best kid in an event for the whole district.
Think about it.
Put that in
That's a big
perspective.
deal.
Yes.
It's not very often that you have an 8th grader that's the best kid in your school.
Much less in the
Much
whole
less
district.
the whole district. And so
And we
pretty
got 3 of 'em.
impressive, yes. Pretty impressive to see some 8th graders winning things out here.
And,
at
and
the
what's
district
nice,
level.
like Melanson, and not Melanson, Green Gloves handing down that torch to these 8th graders.
Yes.
He set the
yes.
example today, how to run, how to finish strong.
Absolutely.
And they were looking up to him, so that's mad respect for him.
You
man.
know what? Another young lady that I thought had a great district track meet here today in her senior year is Kenna McBee.
Yes.
You know,
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Yep.
she
Came
got
out
out here and
dominating her
was
event.
doing some
Competed.
big
Sure.
things. And so, definitely a shout out there. Miss Caden Lujan down there. I see her down there visiting. Young lady has, another 8th grader as Charlie's over there squishing his bottle up against his mic. Anyway, another 8th grader from our neighbor to the south, Jal. And, of course, you can't talk about broadcast without talking about our main man, Adam Juarez. And maybe the last time we'll get to cover our broadcast partner, Adam, but we've enjoyed it.
And not that many people can say that, huh?
No, for
cool.
sure. And Adam's he's done some really good things, some great things here. And, we appreciate his broadcasting, and we appreciate him just being fun. Adam, man, he's a neat kid.
Yes.
I don't know if you guys have had an opportunity to find him somewhere and talk to him for a few seconds, but he's just always so friendly and outgoing and just a neat kid.
Just a good kid all the way around.
Yeah. Some of those seniors from some of these schools around here that we've covered for years that we probably won't get to cover anymore, people like Luann Villasenor. They're at Tatum, just a standout athlete in every single sport. I believe Maddie Rice, also a senior from Tatum. Some of those athletes like that. Nolbert Cervantes down in Jal. And of course.
We have a correction on the boys' 1,600 meter run. In 6th place is Ridge Russell of Texaco. In 5th place, Corbin Peabody of Texaco. In 4th place, Jake Garrison of Texaco. In 3rd place, Roberto Munoz of Hagerman. In 2nd place, Xavier Zamora of Hagerman. And in 1st place, Cole Essex with a qualifying time of 4:49.63.
Yeah, so they had
the results for the girls 4x4 relay, 4x400 relay. In 5th place, Eunice High School. In 4th place, Hagerman High School. In 3rd place, Loving High School. In 2nd place, Jal High School with a time of 4:35.12. And in 1st place, Texaco High School with a time of 4:24.11.
So sticking around here, waiting on the final results.
The boys 4x400 relay. In 5th place, Hagerman. In 4th place, Jal. In 3rd place, Loving. In 2nd place, Texaco with 3:39.95. And in 1st place, Eunice with a time of 3:35.85.
Nice.
Finals of the 4x4 relay, and once again, just waiting on the final results here.
Results for the track meet.
Here we go.
In 6th place is Tatum.
Is this boys or girls?
Girls
there we
with
go.
44 points. In 5th place, Eunice girls with 54 points.
Eunice finishes in 5th.
In 4th place, Loving with 67 points.
It's going to be close
In
between
3rd
Texaco and
place,
Jal.
Hagerman girls 76 points. In 2nd place, Jal High School girls with 90 points. And in 1st place, Texaco girls with 138 points.
Oh, man, that wasn't close.
Wow.
I thought it was close.
Yeah, not even
Texaco
close.
just won district. Jal is your 2nd place finisher. So Texaco is your district champs on the girls'
Top athletes
side.
in the girls division. In 10th, Kai Cooper of Loving with 11 points. Christina Lindsay of Loving with 12 points. Zayna Hunt, 12 points. 7th is Amaya Brito of Eunice, 13 points. Luann Villasener of Tatum with 14 points. Natalie Rivera, 14.5 points. Lupita Mendoza of Hagerman, 18 points. Sammy Medrano of Hagerman with 20 points. Aspen Kane of Texaco with 22 points. And the high point girl with 24 points from Texaco is Emery Parr.
Emily Parr. So she beat Kane. So the top 2 competitors individually on the girls' side are both from Texaco. So congratulations to Texaco. They are the district champs and the high point females.
27 points, Tatum. In 5th place, Loving with 45 points. In 4th place, Jal with 60 points. In third place, Texaco with 106 points. In second place, Eunice with 111 points. And in first place, Hagerman with 122 points.
So the Hagerman Bobcats are your district champs on the boys' side. Eunice finishes second, about 11 points behind.
Boy athlete. The tie for 8th place, Tay Smith of Texaco, Aiden Donahoe of Hagerman, and Felix Chacon of Hagerman, all with 12 points. A tie for 6th place, Jose Villanueva of Jow with 15.5 points, and Hector Sosa with 15.5 points. Maddox Matta, 5th with 17.5 points. Xavier Zamora of Hagerman tied for 3rd with 18 points with Alexander Fuentes of Texaco. In 2nd place, Ryder Gonzalez of Loving with 20 points. And in 1st place, Javon Aguilar of Hagerman with 23 points.
And so Javon Aguilar of Hagerman is your high point boy, and Hagerman wins the district championship. So Hagerman is the district champ on the boys' side. Texaco is the district champ on the girls' side. Texaco and Hagerman also bring home the top point individuals.
Yep. Both green teams win, huh?
Yep. So a pretty good evening here, or day. We've been here all day long. Any final thoughts?
I'm hungry. That was good. It was fun.
Wife, you better have my food ready.
I learned a lot.
Don't forget about the pancakes tomorrow.
That's right. Hey,
you think they cook me some tonight if I go down there?
Tomorrow, pancakes, Eunice Masonic Lodge. They're having their pancake breakfast. Get up there, get you some pancakes, support a great cause.
Yep.
It's either $5 or $6. Pancakes, sausage, juice. Get up there 7 to 9, I believe.
I'll pay $50 right now.
That's right. I'm hungry.
I was empty my wallet. Just give me a pancake.
Just give me a pancake. All right. So for Evie and everybody back at One Radio Square, thank you, TJ and Aaron, for allowing us to broadcast this. We appreciate you. We asked about this. They thought we were crazy, and we made it happen.
We are crazy, but
we are a little crazy. But anyway, we appreciate you. We talk a little smack here and there, but only because we're joking, but sometimes we're serious. Shout out to Miss Boyd, and we appreciate them. Miss Boyd and Miss Colburn, Coach Colburn, been very helpful getting us forms, helping us so much with our broadcast, so we appreciate them helping us. And so for Charlie Fairbrush, Rosendo Caballero, I'm Jimmy Jones saying